Okay, good morning again, everyone, and welcome to the UK Rifle broadcast this Saturday morning. I'm your host, Billy Azanero, and I'll be providing commentary over today's match. If this is your first time, welcome. If you're a returning listener, we're happy to have you back. I'll go through my regular spiel first, and then we'll head into a small recap as the match starts. As is with all collegiate rifle matches, there are two events or two relays, the small bore and then air rifle portion of the match, and then it will be fired in that order, small bore first and then air rifle second. The small bore event consists of a 15-minute sighting and preparation period, followed by a block time of 90 minutes, an hour and a half, to fire 20 record shots in each of three positions, kneeling, prone, and standing in that order as well. After the small bore match concludes, we'll change over the range for air rifle and then begin with another 15-minute sighting and preparation period with a record match time of 75 minutes, an hour and 15, to fire 60 record shots, all done from the standing position. Today is a little extra special. Not only is it NCAA qualifiers for every team across the country, but UK will be hosting two other teams, a tri match between Morehead State University and Georgia Southern. Because of that, there are some other rules that apply to make today a bit more challenging. If you recall, the way that the scoring works is that each team must select five individuals prior to the match whose scores will count towards the team score. These are what we're going to call the counters across today's broadcast. Four or the top four of those five counters scores will then be used to um, effectively calculate the team score for each of the teams here today. But the caveat here is that there must be these counters for each team shooting against each other at the same time or at any time during the match. So, regardless of the relay, there must be counters from all three schools on the same relay. So this fair play rule is what we're going to call firing a shoulder to shoulder match. Effectively, all teams and schools will have counters shooting against each other at any point in time, even for a try match like today. So you'll notice that we'll actually have all three schools on the line for the coming relays. So Georgia Southern is taking up points 1 through 4, Morehead State University points 5 through 8, and then University of Kentucky will be taking up points 9 through 13. Now, this is not necessarily representative of all of the shooters that necessarily will be counting today, but we'll get into that in a little bit. If you also recall, the teams can select up to five individuals for their counters, for their small bore score, and then a potentially separate set of five individuals to make up for their air rifle score. This can be strategic because it can be the difference between winning and losing in a regular season match, but it becomes really difficult to try to do that when it comes to NCAA's because you're only allowed to take five total individuals. So let's say in a regular season match, you could use your entire team of 10 to make sure that your team has the highest possible team score overall because wins are important. And what that'll do is segue into our next conversation where we talk about NCAA qualifiers and why today is so special. But when it comes to NCAA's, you're only allowed to have five specific individuals, and only those five individuals can represent the school. So you may be doing yourself a disservice or a disadvantage when it comes to, okay, now you've qualified for NCAA's, but now you've got to really narrow the team by half of what it was originally. It always makes the end of the year kind of tight because you don't never want to be the sixth man or the alternate. But sometimes it just works out that way. But with it being NCAA qualifiers, the rules get a little twisted. So I'm going to walk everybody through it, and hopefully it'll make a little sense here. So each team will shoot throughout the season, and they'll maintain a quote unquote season average to establish rankings from one week to the next. So that average for each team is made up from the top three scores fired at three different locations. So you can't just use your highest three scores, and two of them happen to be on your home range. So it's again making sure that there's a fair playing field and fair play amongst all the teams. Or if you shoot a higher score at one location, then you can basically repurpose that score to help bump up your average. So we shoot throughout the entire season, let's say 12 to 13 matches, and you establish three scores, and you have an average, a season average that comes out to a 47-30. Okay. When it comes to NCAAs, what'll happen is we will take the score from today. Let's say it's a 47-40 to make the math easy. So we have in this example, a 47-30 team average score for the season, a 47-40 for today. You then average those two scores to create the team's NCAA qualifying score. Okay. So in our example, we'll take the average of 47-30 with 47-40. So 47-35 is what is used to effectively rank you in the when it comes to NCAA qualifying, or really qualifying the top 8 teams that will go to NCAAs, that will have representation there. Um, I will tell you that the positions 5 through 8 typically come down to single digit points, especially in the last few years now that scores have really gotten tight. We've seen multiple single digit wins and single digit losses over the last couple of years. Particularly, if you'll remember at NCAA's last year, the Wildcats lost by 1 point in NCAA's against West Virginia University, and that's stayed constant throughout this entire year. There's been single digit wins for the Wildcats and single digit losses for us as well. Particularly the last couple of matches. But needless to say, we'll get right into the match here. So we are currently in our 15-minute sighting and preparation period for our small bore portion of the match. This is a time for athletes to be able to get warmed up, get their positions right. You can even see they're having some time talking with coaches in the back there, with Elizabeth Probst talking to Coach Papasadora, taking their time, really feeling out their position, making sure that they have a nice, solid start to their match here. A couple of caveats again here is that the sighting and preparation period can only be done from the kneeling position, and it's 15 minutes of free time as well. Quick look at the relay lineup here. So what's nice about it is that it's free time. You can use it and spend it however you'd like, which is great because if you need all of those 15 minutes, use every second of it. But if you only need 5 minutes of it, figuring out when to actually start getting ready and getting settled in that position and starting sighting in for kneeling is very crucial. And every athlete does it a little bit differently, and everyone's position kind of, what I'm going to say is, morphs over time. Is it'll start to settle in, certain things will start to loosen up, the jacket starts to get warm, and the sling will start to stretch a little bit. And so everybody's got a little bit of a different way because of doing it, because of their body, their equipment, their rifles. Everything is just a little bit different. But generally speaking, everybody is going to figure out their natural point of aim, making sure that when they have the rifle in position, they're linked up to the rifle with their sling, that their sling is in the right position, their hand feels good, they come down onto the cheek piece, they've got a really nice clean sight picture, and they're aiming at the center of the target so they don't have to muscle the rifles. And then they're going to try to sight in their rifles. So here we got about 5 minutes left. Again, everybody seems to be just still feeling themselves out. Taking a quick look across the board here at the Wildcats, we've got some typical left and right movement coming through on some groups here, particularly from Brandon Evans and Martin Voss, and we've got a little bit of vertical coming through for Liz Probst. Looks like she's finally coming back into the position. Martin's now come off trying to figure out what's going on with his position here. So he's talking with Coach Papasadora. Um, but what's nice here is that Martin was able to get down in position, was able to realize or recognize that he has a problem. You see some of those hand gestures coming from Coach Cat here. Um, realized that he was having a problem, can't quite figure it out, but and still has enough time. He's got about 4 minutes left. Still has enough time to be able to come back, talk with coaches, figure out what to do differently to prevent the problem from happening again, and restart the position with enough time to be able to get sighted in and be confident that he's going to have a good start to his record portion of his kneeling match. See Sophie really taking her time here. She's got 7 shots on the board right now. Looking to take another. Again, she's got the same kind of little wiggle coming through on her target. You can see that she's got some really close nines, and there she goes with a 10-0, kind of doubling it up where she had that 9-8 on shot 7, making some small adjustments to her rifle, really trying to dial everything in a little bit, find the middle, find the center, and stay there. Liz comes back up to the target with 3 minutes left. Puts shot 8 out there, an 8-2 at 8 o'clock. A little bit outside that group that she had established, but I can see why she was a little frustrated. If you look at the first 5 shots, she's got 2 10-2s and 2 10-1s with a 10-3 on shot 7, but they're all kind of sitting in that vertical group, and they're all sitting on the right hand side of the bowl. Here she is coming in with a 9-7 on shot 9. Again, just trying to get towards the middle with the 2.5 minutes that she's got left. And then Sophie starts to really migrate towards the middle with a 10-8 off of that 10-2 she had on shot 8. Yeah, and it looks like Liz has finally figured out what was going on there. She's now sitting on the left-hand side of the bowl, but she's got a 9-7 sitting at 10 o'clock and a 10-0 just underneath it sitting at 8 o'clock, kind of in that same line as that 8-2. But what's nice to see is that the group is nice and round and it's consistent. She's now got a 9-7 out at 9 o'clock. I think she's just going to take just a couple of clicks over. I think we're going to just see a little bit more vertical movement coming through on her groups today. Again, looking across the board, it looks like Brandon Evans for the Wildcats, nice and round group starting to develop in the middle there. Looks like Martin is coming back. He's got a few shots that are sitting high. Again, the group is a little left and right. It's a little wide in comparison to what we typically like to see, but I think he just has to come down and he'll make up the few tenths that he needs, and that'll put him in a really good spot. AJ Hotko for the Wildcats as well, doing well. He's coming down onto the sighting bull here. He's got a 10-0 with 11 shots on paper. Last few shots that he's had have all been right on top of each other, which is nice and good to see. Got about a minute left. No, I'm focusing on the Wildcats here, but got about a minute left here. But this is always kind of crunch time, particularly when we see a few athletes come off and start talking with coaches. Martin finds the middle with that 10-7. Really needs to maintain that. AJ still shooting some weak tens here, but he's living life on the edge. See if Sophie gets one more shot in before she calls it quits here. Martin, you can see that really nice tight group developing at 1 o'clock. But again, he's got some weak tens and some strong nines that are coming through there as well. No, and Sophie's just going to ride it out. Okay. So here we are with the end of sighting and preparation period. At this point, we'll see Coach Mullins come out of the armory, see the targets reset. At this point, everything is for record until we move over to the next sighting and preparation period. But we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. See Coach Mullins come out and announce the hour and a half block time that's started. It's always a matter of who's going to take the first shot, who's going to break the ice. Sometimes we've waited as long as a minute before somebody does. There it goes, first one on the board for Adriana Beard from Morehead State University with a 10-3, and Miss Walrath from Georgia Southern with a 10-7 to start out her match. Bremen Butler with a 10-4. No shots for the Wildcats so far. Again, so it's always a matter of who wants to break the ice. Haley Singleton with a 10-3. Adriana follows up that 10-3 she had with a 9-6. Brandon Evans starts out the Wildcats with an unfortunate 9-3. Martin with a 9-7. Looks like everybody's really taking their time here to start out the match. What's difficult is, as much as the equipment has gotten better and has changed over the last few years, every time you get down in position, it's always a little different, and it can be kind of frustrating. It's like, yeah, I was just in kneeling yesterday, and everything was fine, and everything was really tight, and now I'm getting down today, and all of a sudden, you know, the the group is really wide, or it's moving on left and right. I didn't change anything from my sling, and I didn't lengthen my butt plate or anything like that. But it's just a matter of every day you wake up, your body's a little bit different, and to know how to make the appropriate adjustments to the position and the equipment to really tighten up the group and know your body. That's where the skill comes in. That's where all the hours and hours of training really comes into play here. We're just about 2.5 minutes into the match, and Liz is taking her first shot for a 9-4 at, I don't know, maybe 6, 7 o'clock here. The Wildcats are and probably the furthest behind in terms of number of shots on the board. Cooper Gray from Morehead State University finally shoots his first shot with a 10-2, so he and Liz are really taking their time. But the Georgia Southern girls are definitely shooting well, and they are shooting fast. They have nearly 20 shots on board as a team so far. Bremen and Haley already have 5 shots apiece. Bremen is 5 for 5, now 6 for 6, 6 shots in, 6 10s, 6 X's. Again, everybody kind of taking their time for the Wildcats here. Looks like Martin is kind of curving himself into the 10 ring. Sophie with a 9-8, sitting at 3 o'clock. Kind of in that same group that she had in Ciders. So a couple of things that we saw that I'm just gonna recall real quick. So had Sophie, who had a group that was sitting right at 3 o'clock, just on the edge. So we're probably gonna see a few 9-8s and 10-0s, maybe even some 10-1s coming through on that side. We saw Brandon have a little bit of left and right movement, but he really kind of tightened that up as we came to the conclusion of that 15-minute sighting and preparation period. Martin was sitting fairly high in the bowl, fairly high in comparison to the 10 ring. And it looks like he was able to bring that down, but with that 10-1 that he's got on shot 6, I'm still a little worried that his natural point of aim is still sitting a little too high. You can see those last, I don't know, maybe 4 shots that have all grouped, 4 or 5 shots that have all grouped right at that 11 o'clock spot. A little worried that he's going to lose a few tenths if he doesn't take that a click or two down. And then finally with Liz Probst, and there we go. Martin with a 10-3 on shot 7, still sitting high. I'm worried that he's calling them there and that he's quote unquote comfortable with them there, but I think he's going to lose a couple of tenths that'll turn those weak tens into nines here. But we'll see if we'll see what he does. And then for Liz, we did see some vertical grouping happening on the right hand side of the 10 ring. She came off the line, talked with Coach Papasadora, and then came back. She started out with that wide eight, sitting at, I don't know, about 8 o'clock. And then she's now migrated in from the left to the right and now has two nines and two tens sitting on the left hand side of the bowl. So when she's gotten back down, she's moved just a little too far over to the left in comparison to where that first group really started to generate. AJ doing very well. Unfortunately, had a 9-8 on shot four, but he had a 10-4, a 10-3, and a 10-3 to start out his match. And now with another 10-3, nice round group. I think you just got to take it one click over to the left, or maybe shift that forward foot a little bit towards the target to really kind of open it out. Get a little bit over to the left, seeing that he's a right-handed shooter. Yeah, now we're really starting to see some of these groups develop here. Unfortunately, we'll only see 10 shots at a time. So as we go through the match, the targets will reset every 10 shots just because that's how the electronic targets work and everything. But looking at Sophie here real quick, she's got another nine sitting out. She's got that 9-8 and now a 9-7, both sitting directly out at 3 o'clock. And now she's got tens that are all on the left hand side of the bowl. So I think that what she's doing is she's just trying to figure out the timing of when she's going to take that shot and really execute it. We can see just that group starting to develop. It's really hard to shoot out of sync of a heartbeat, and you can imagine with your heartbeat going left and right and left and right and left and right, trying to find the apex of the middle of that can be really, really difficult. And I think she's just figuring out which one she wants to shoot. Yep. 10-5 in the middle there, kind of sandwiched in between that group on the left and that group on the right there. But again, I think she's trying to figure out which one does she go with. Is she going to shoot on the left or shoot on the right, or really try to take the time and energy to try to find somewhere in the middle and really wait it out? I mean, we're now 8 minutes into the match and counting. Taking another one for a 9-7 low, yeah, and she's making some adjustments here, really hunkering in, not lifting up her cheek from her cheek piece. She's looking down. Again, even though her barrel's a little short and her tube extension here, blue tube is a little shorter, you can still see a little bit of movement coming through. For you and me, it can look like, yeah, that you can see just that little tiny bit of movement that she doesn't like. And it's always a struggle, and it's always a kind of an internal battle of, do you hold for the extra second, given that you're already starting to hold your breath, so you're not taking in new oxygen. Do you hold it for the little while longer and see if the hold gets any better, or if it's adequate enough for you to want to execute on it? Or do you reset entirely? Do you effectively break position? You take your cheek off the cheek piece, take a few breathers. Sophie coming in with a 10-6 on that, but I think she's seeing it for a very short period of time, and then she's deciding to take it. Yeah, just a little bit of wobble coming through on the end there. Nice and steady now. Yeah, for 9-8 out to the right. Yeah, and she's going to come off and break position really. Starting out with a 96, a little atypical for Sophie here. Generally, you start to see her in the 198s for kneeling, coming into prone. So she's a little behind her normal pace here. Looks like AJ really had a flyer out there. He's got an 8-8 on shot 7, but other than that, he's doing really well. He's only got another 9 outside of all of the X's that he has. Good look at Liz Probst here. Looks like she's now moved out of that left-hand group. She's now working on from the top of the bowl, coming down, taking her time. Oh man, and a 9-6. Ay ay ay. And you see Coach Mullins has now come out of the armory here, is really watching Liz. Yep. Giving those nonverbal cues there. Taking a quick look up at the board, seeing where her teammates are sitting at. AJ finishes up, finishes up with a 97 on his first card and starts out strong with a 10-5 on his next. Like we talked about a little bit earlier, Martin kind of sitting high. You can see that 10-7, great execution there. But whatever he saw, whatever he felt for that particular shot, he you saw him kind of wag his trigger finger there, probably hit himself. So whatever he's doing, he knows what it is. He's got just a couple of shots high, that 9-6 and 9-7, sitting high um where his sighting group was. Martin's got a really hard angle coming into the rifle for kneeling. Again, looking at the tip of that barrel, just trying to make out any little movement. You see the recoil wasn't very good there, and the result shows for it. 9-4 out at around 2 o'clock here. Just trying to get that rifle to settle is can be particularly difficult in kneeling here. You can see he's just being a little finicky about how the rifle is laying, how the rifle is sitting here. Taking a few deep breaths, trying to figure out where that rifle wants to lay before he comes down onto the cheek piece here. Yeah, he's just being a little finicky with his hands as well. Again, looking at the tip of that barrel, trying to find a little point of reference or a frame of reference here. Recoil was straight out to the right there. And I think that's why Martin wasn't necessarily happy with the 10-7, even though the result is good. Um, you can always tell when these athletes are struggling a little bit, or when they're not happy necessarily, regardless of the result. Everybody's trying to make sure that they execute a 10 the way that they want to execute it, and that it feels like a 10 before they even look down at the monitor. But getting the 10 after all of that is is only part of the equation. The 45 seconds leading up to it, making sure that the rifle is lying right, your cheek pressure is good, clean trigger execution, all of that just leads up to the the one moment, the one frame that the monitor actually registers the shot. And Martin finishes up with a 10-2. See, he wasn't very happy with that one either. But again, all of those shots kind of sitting high where his group insiders were. So we're not particularly surprised about that, even with that 10-2 sitting high up in the 10 ring. He comes out with a 194 with 11 X's. His teammate Brandon Evans finishing up with a 196 with 8 X's. And as the match goes on, that we're 15 minutes in. Okay, good. As the match goes on here, you'll notice that the athletes will change positions. Will move from kneeling to prone to standing. And what'll happen is they'll hit a button on their monitors, and it'll actually shift the position of the targets, and it will move from the kneeling position, which is about I don't know, maybe thigh height, down to the prone position, which is more of ankle or shin height. When that happens and the target actually shifts, it'll change the targets over from record to sighting, and you'll notice a gray triangle in the upper right hand corner of the target. We saw that a little bit in or you may have noticed that earlier in the 15-minute sighting preparation period for kneeling. But now that we've got some fresh targets out on the board, it's a little bit easier to see that. Looks like most of the Morehead State University shooters have finished up, or if not, are very close to. Looks like Adriana Beard has 2 shots left, working on a 100 on this series. She's 8 shots in, 8 tens in. Trey Myers doing well. He's got a 96 on his first, improved to a 98 on his second, finishing up with a 194 with 12 X's. Cooper Gray just moved over to Siders for prone. It looks like he's making the transition right now with a 190 and 6 X's out of kneeling. And Hayden Bell with a 192 with 10 X's, also improving off of his first target with a 94 and then a 98 on his second string. And there you go. Adriana shoots a 100 on that second series. She really started to pick up the pace there. 94 on her first, a 100 on her second, and with a 194 with 8 X's. Still waiting for the Wildcats to finish up kneeling here, but it looks like the majority of the Georgia Southern girls have finished up. We've got Haley Singleton with a 192 with 10 X's. We've got Emma Walrath, or Emmy? I'll have to double check. I think it's Emmy. Emmy Walrath with a 197 with 12. She's currently shooting Siders for prone here. Good look at her. Relatively high prone position. Normally, we see prone positions a little bit lower. You can just see how far back her hand stop is actually positioned on the underside of the rifle here. Very upright. You can even tell because her face is very upright in on the cheek piece. Typically, we see a much harsher angle on the cheek piece for the sling positions, very similar to how we saw Martin shooting kneeling. But again, all personal preference. You can really you can actually put a lot of weight into the rifle if you have the sling far back like that. Going across the board again for the Georgia Southern girls, we've got Emma Pullman with a 192 with 10 X's, and Bremen Butler finishing up with a 195 with 11. It looks like consistently everybody is shooting better on their second string. Seems to be a trend here. We've got Bremen with a 97 and then a 98. We've got Adriana Beard from MSU with a 94 and then a 100. We have her teammate Hayden Bell with a 94 and then a 98. Sophia Chigarello from the Wildcats is working on a 96 and now working on a 99. Martin with a pair of 97s, but now Liz with a 95 on her first string is now working on a 99 with her second. So it seems like everybody is really trying to shake out the nerves and get rid of the cobwebs in that first string of kneeling. It seems to be just consistent across the board. Scores were a little bit lower than what we were expecting. Georgia Southern definitely a top five team with the Wildcats. We really were really hoping for 198s and 199s coming out of kneeling to really put ourselves in a good position coming out of slings. Generally speaking, looking for 395s and up coming out of the sling positions. What that does is give a nice little buffer for standing. Unfortunately, Liz ends on that 9-7. I must have jinxed her. She moves the target over, but 95 on her first string and 98 on her second. Again, seems consistent that everybody is shooting a little bit better on their second string, and now they've gotten the nerves out. Got an hour and 10 minutes left in the match. Hour and 9 here in just a few seconds. Started out with an hour and a half, so it doesn't look like anybody's really taking their time. Every once in a while, we'll see some shooters really take closer to a half an hour in kneeling. It just seems to work out that way. But it looks like everybody's kind of on pace. With the block time for the small bore match, because you have to change positions, really it gives you about a minute a shot in kneeling, plus the changeover to prone, about 45 seconds a shot in prone, the changeover to standing, and then you get about a minute to a minute and a half a shot for standing. Um, Here we see a good look at here at Brandon Evans. Starting out as prone sighting with a 9-1. Generally, we're going to start to establish that group first, and then we'll start to see some movements here. So Brandon, yep, taking two shots and then deciding to take a few clicks over to the left here. And everything is kind of backwards because we're facing Brandon, but we're looking down at the target, and the target is backwards in comparison to what we're seeing. Yeah, and he takes those clicks over and he's got a 10-5 to show for it. Kind of rearranging his ammo here, making sure that it's a little easier for him to access. Less awkward you can make the position, the less annoyances you have, generally the better shooting goes. Looks like he might have gone a little too far with his adjustment. He's got a 9-8 now sitting at what appears to be 8, 9 o'clock. He'll probably take another one here before he makes another adjustment. You can even see that he likes to use an ammo box, a spare or cut up ammo box as a blinder. Not necessarily happy with that one. See, he's still kind of finicky, fiddling around with his rifle, his jacket, and where his ammo is sitting. We're shooters. This is a precision sport. Everybody is very particular and is everything needs to be exactly the way that they like it to be. You can see that Brandon really utilizing the newer short action rifles. So the newest or latest actions have all been redesigned to be a little bit shorter, and what that does is it gets the loading ramp much closer to their face. But what it does is it lets Brandon here actually just reach down without picking up his elbow, reach down, pick up the new round, and load it into the rifle and close the bolt without ever lifting up his right elbow. And you can see that that's really coming through on the consistency of his shots. He's shots 5 through 8 are really, really nice. He's got a 10-1, a 10-5, 10-1, a 10-7, and he's not spending the extra time redoing the position every single shot because he's having to lift up that right elbow of his and then put it down in the exact same spot. Now, just because he's not lifting it doesn't necessarily mean that he won't reset that elbow. He won't lift up or take up some of that weight and then bring it back down. And we'll see that as we go through prone and get some more close-ups. We'll see some of these athletes just they'll almost do a weight check or like a sound check kind of thing with that outside elbow, that supporting elbow. And it looks like we've got just a couple of oh, and Martin is moving right over. Yeah, he's a get at and go kind of attitude today with an hour and 5 minutes left. See where he starts out. Again, Martin has the latest fine work bow small bore rifle, so it is a very short action. Starts out with a solid 10-6. You'll see he decides not to use that to his advantage, but you can see right there he placed his elbow down and then he basically did a sound check with it. He lifted it up slightly and then put the weight back down in order to make sure that it was nice and solid and set in the mat. Again, that really harsh angle there with his cheek. Barely any movement coming through the end of that barrel, and it shows for a 10-7 on top of that 10-6. And you'd see again just that little bit of little doink or little boink that we're seeing him do with that right elbow. See right there, he does it again. What I'm using here is his little bubble level in comparison to what appears to be Coach Popsidore's leg. We're barely seeing any movement, just a little bit coming through on his heartbeat. 10-5 to show for it. See the see the smoke coming out of the bloop tube here. There you go. X's on X's. That's what we like to see. Even prone can be finicky sometimes. You can see Martin is really trying to just from one shot to another. Dead recoil too. Good job. You can even see him from one shot to another where that he'll shift around or he'll basically as the equipment starts to stretch and really gets warmed up because now you're lying down on the ground, you've got a mat underneath you, right? It's kind of like laying on the carpet and taking a nap. Um, you can the position can degrade over time. It's probably the best way to describe it. And as the sling starts to stretch and as the cuff starts to slide down your arm and as the jacket starts to shift, we'll see some folks they'll shift around their shoulders or their elbows in order to be able to mitigate any risk or concern of the degradation of the position. Getting a good look at the other side of the range here. Looks like Miss Walrath is working on a 200 in prone. She's 15 shots in, 15 tens in, with 12 X's to show for it. Haley with 1-9 so far and 9-7 on shot 5. Yeah, but that's characteristic for that group. She's sitting just left of the center, and she's got this kind of a kind of a swoosh of a group going, but they're all in line with one another. So whatever she's doing, I think she's got a bit of a timing error. So again, in the sling positions, not only are you trying to fight your natural body and fight the position, but you're also trying to time the shot with your heartbeat because you literally have a pressure cuff on your arm that you've said, yeah, like let's just link that up with the bottom of the rifle and try to shoot a really tiny dot 50 feet away. Um, that in particular will cause a heartbeat movement to come through the sights, and you can see it. Even inexperienced shooters can see it. It's just a matter of finding at what point are you actually going to execute that shot. Most people will decide to execute on the bottom of it. Some people decide to execute at the top, and some folks, right, wrong, or indifferent, may decide to shoot in between. And so there are times, just from day to day, position to position, that it can be difficult to find the rhythm and really get the timing right. And I think that's what we're seeing out of Haley. She's got the very typical heartbeat movement up and down coming through. And so does Walrath here. She's got a 200 with 17 X's for 397, 29 X's coming out of slings. Great position for her to be in. She's currently number one for the match so far in terms of score and position. And she's got plenty of time. We just crossed the 1 hour mark left. So she's finished up all of her slings, 40 shots in the sling positions in a half an hour. Doing very well. Getting a good look here at AJ for the Wildcats. Sitting a little low, but that's fine. He's still in siders. We see that gray triangle in that top right hand corner. And he's now, yeah, there we go. This is cool. So he's now got looks like 4 weak 10s that are all sitting on the bottom edge, kind of donating that 10 ring there. What's cool about AJ is that he's got a rear sight that doesn't necessarily have a normal windage and elevation adjustment. So you won't see a dial on the top of the sight like we did with Brandon when he was making those adjustments in prone. So AJ's sight, all of the elevation and windage is basically done on one dial. So you can see that you only have the you've got that gray or that silver dial that sits out. Yep, that he just adjusted there. And then underneath or outside of that, you have that black or that gray dial. One of them is for elevation, the other one is for windage, and they're all in the same spot. It's nice because it lowers the overall height of the sight. So it gets you a little bit closer to everything. And what's nice is that you don't necessarily have to make as large of a movement because now you can just come to the same place every single time. You don't necessarily have to bring your hand up and over the rifle in order to be able to get access to the elevation dial. So it's all in one spot for him. You can see here he's just making a position correction. Like we just talked about this and how over time the sling positions tend to degrade, and so you'll see shooters basically come out, they'll readjust to get everything back where it was, and then they'll come back in. Yeah, and again, just those little minute position corrections, trying to get everything to feel the same way as it did in Ciders when it was going really well. Very little movement coming through the end of AJ's rifle. And watch that nice snappy recoil come through. There we go. And AJ is on his way to finding the middle for prone. And it looks like Walrath is making the transition over. You can see she's grabbing her box to move her monitor up onto it for standing. You already see she's got her stand ready right behind her, trying not to disturb her teammates as best as she can. But across the board, it looks like the Georgia Southern girls are doing very, very well. Haley's got a 98 on her first card, two nines so far on her second, so she's working on a pair of 98s. Walrath with a 200 with 17 X's, leaving it up on the board for everybody to see. Emma with only 1 9 so far. She's only 7 shots in, though. She's probably going to be working on a 198. And Walrath changes her target over. Bremen also 1 9 so far. She's only 5 shots in, so again, probably working on a 198 or 199. Her shots are all sitting kind of low in the bowl right now. Looking for her to take a click or two up or shift her hips back a little bit. Adriana finishes up prone a 97 and then a 99, ending on a string of 7 X's. Great performance there, coming out of slings with a 390 with 21 X's. 54 minutes on the clock. Trey Myers a 98 and a 100 in prone, coming out of slings with a 392 with 26 X's. Hayden Bell with a 96, now working on a 99 with a very, very close 9-9 on shot 12, and now with a 10-5 on shot 18. He's now 6 X's deep into this string. Looking for 2 more for him to finish up well. So it looks like overall the Wildcats are just a little further behind than everybody. Sophie's only got 2 shots in for record for prone, now 3. They're all X's, so we've got a good outlook there. Looks like AJ, again, taking his time, kind of struggling to find the middle here in Ciders for prone. Brandon has now shot prone with a 198, coming out of slings with a 394 with 16. Coming back to talk with coaches, you can see him right there. Getting transition, getting his mind right for standing. See, Martin's got 1 shot left for prone. Good look of him shooting next to Liz. 99 on his first card, hoping for another 99 on the second one. He should come out of slings in the low 390s. Taking his time. Oh, and he's got a 10-1, just scraping by for a 392 with 25 X's. You can see he's just taking a break to really, he's just not happy with that. But again, overall, even transitioning from kneeling to prone here, you can see Martin's group is all sitting a little high. Hopefully he can figure out what's going on there and prevent it from happening in standing. It's typically a good standing shooter. And then Liz, a 50 with 2 X's. So 5 shots in, 2 X's to show for it. Shots 1, 3, and 5, all non-center 10s. So she's going in and out. 10-0, 10-4, 10-2, 10-6, 10-1. Now looking for another X. You see Martin back there talking with Coach Papasador again, doing a little download and recap of slings. Yeah, and it looks like everybody's kind of on pace here, doing fairly well. So we've got 50 minutes and change left. Most folks are finished with prone if they haven't already finished up the first string. Looks like Sophie is the furthest behind. She's got a 50 so far. Now a 60 with six shots on paper. Liz right behind her, now both working on shot 7. Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be struggling for really pushing it for time here. Figure about 5 about 5 to 10 minutes left to finish out prone. That'll put everybody in the 40 to 45-minute mark left for the match, and then they'll transition over to standing if they haven't already, and that should give them plenty of time to sight in for standing. Give them about 10 minutes for that, about a half an hour for the 20 record shots in standing. That gives them a minute and a half a shot. So I don't think anybody is going to be really pressed for time here. Yeah, we're seeing everybody. I think it's just the fact that today is NCAA qualifiers and there's some extra people in the range because there's another team and there's a third team and that means a third set of coaches. Everybody seems to be shooting better on their second series than they do their first. Liz and Sophie here, I almost going shot for shot. Liz drops a 9 on shot 7. Sophie drops her first 9 on shot 8. Sophie falling just a little bit behind. It looks like Liz has finally picked up the pace. She's taking a 10-7 on shot 10 for a 99 on her first string, but it's a weak 99. She's only got 4 X's. She's got a 10-0, a 10-2, a 10-1, 10-1, and then another 10-0. So the group is just a little wider. Just a little big, but it's relatively round, which is, it's a good thing. I'd rather it be round than I'd rather shoot a 99 round than have, a 99 flat or a 99 tall. Sophie coming off that 9-9 with, I think, the first 10-9 of the match so far. Bremen doing well. First non-center 10 on this string on shot 16. She had 5 X's in a row for shots 11 through 15. Yeah, we're seeing this trend here. Trey Myers finishing up prone, that at 99 and then a 100 after that with a 392 with 26 X's. Cooper Gray, a 193 out of prone for a 383 with 15 X's coming out of slings. Even Hayden Bell, a 96 and then a 99 in prone for a 387 with 23. Yeah, and taking a quick look back at Sophie and Liz, they're now back up to speed with each other. Sophie with a 10-8 on shot 11, Liz with a 10-2 on shot 11, now coming in with a 10-4. Yeah, we'll leave Liz alone here. I think I might be jinxing her, but looking at Sophie, she's got another 10-5 right on top of that 10-8, keeping it nice and tight. Brandon really taking his time moving over. You can see he's just moving his box up front for his monitor. Already got his target converted over. And you can see Martin making the appropriate adjustments to his rifle to transition over to standing. Again, the prone to standing changeover is going to be the largest and harshest changeover because you move away from a sling position entirely and you move to a unsupported position or an unslinged position altogether. Not only that, but you have to take off the hand stop, you have to put on a palm block. There's potential cheek piece change outs, probably sight change outs, butt plate change outs, where a lot of people can keep the kneeling and prone equipment relatively similar, if not the same. It's just a lot harder to do that in moving over to standing. See Liz really, really fighting for every point that she's getting here. Fighting for every 10. She's got a couple more deep shots in here. She's got another 10-4, and she's got a 10-7. Just a little bit of smoke coming out the end. 10-0 sitting low, and she's decided to take a click in. Really, really taking her time, trying to finish out with another 99 on her prone series. Yeah, and it comes out. She takes a click up, and then comes out with a 9-9, a 9-9 high. Looks like she's leaving that setting, so she might have called it there. Really, really having a hard time. Oh, she looks like she's in a little bit of pain. Okay. Yeah, we're going to start to see a lot of blank targets here. Most people are making the transition over for themselves. You can see everybody is starting to move their boxes forward. Everybody is starting to take their pants and their jacket to get the sling off and loosen up the shoulder straps. Makes it a lot easier moving around delicate and expensive equipment when you don't have big jackets and big pants swooshing around. 43 minutes on the clock. Again, most people we're going to see some dry targets here. We won't see any shots happening for a few minutes. So this is kind of the lull of the match. Not seeing too much activity. We see some stragglers here in prone finishing up their series, and most people will be moving over their equipment. Generally takes about 5 minutes to do it in a nice comfortable manner, considering we really have a lot of time left for the match. We got 42 minutes and change. Looks like Walrath has gone through Ciders for a standing and has moved over for record. Starting out with a weak 9 on shot 1, but recovering really well with a 10-7 and a 10-0. They're all kind of sitting in the same line. See what she does here on her fourth shot. See if we can't come up with a trend. Looks like AJ has started to pick it back up again. Took a break after that first series, coming right back into it with some solid deep tens. 10-7 on shot 11, back to back 10-5s on 12 and 13. Liz taking her time as well. Looks like Brandon is the first to take a shot in standing. Starting out really well, really close to the middle with that 9-8. So you shouldn't have to make any major adjustments to start shooting some tens. Liz comes back off of that 9-6 with a 10-0, kind of doubling up with that other 10-0 that she's got right there. You can just see it feathering right behind it. She's got one shot left for prone just to finish out. Yeah, and we're looking back at Walrath there. Oh, getting a final look here at Liz taking this last shot. Really letting that rifle settle down, relaxing that left shoulder, taking one last breath. There you go. Executes a nice deep 10-7. You can see they're just struggling to get out of that position, particularly in prone. Your handle fall tends to fall asleep. You get pins and needles, but you get used to it after a few years. Really, really fighting for every 10 that she's gonna get today. She's got a 99 on her first, a 97 on her second string for 196 in prone. Finishing out with a 389 with 15 X's. Good. Yeah. Getting a good look here at the Georgia Southern girls. We've got Walrath here, 8 shots in, shooting very, very well. She's got 2 9-1s that have basically doubled up on each other, but other than that, she's got 10s across the board. Yeah, and they're all kind of sitting in that same line. That's what I thought we were going to see here today. Definitely just some left and right movement coming through. See, she's really coming down hard on that forward supporting elbow. Yeah, and Emmy comes with 9-7. I'm sorry, 9-6 on shot 10, kind of following that same string. Like I said, right now it's just a bit of a lull. Looks like Haley right behind her is starting with a really nice tight group, just sitting a little low. Probably see her take a couple more shots before we see her move, take a few clicks in her sights. Like I said, in sightings, we're not really being particular about the value of the shot, but we're particular about the group and how it's starting to generate. Walrath starts out this string with a solid 10-3. So we're looking to generate a really tight group, figure out where you're sitting in the bowl, and then make the appropriate adjustment. And there you go. Haley takes a few clicks up in order to be able to just shift that group up a little bit more. And Walrath with a solid 10-7 right underneath that 10-6. I'm sorry, that 10-3. Starting off really, really well in her second series. She's loading and getting right back into it, taking no time, no wasted time to shoot another 10. Getting a look back here at the Wildcats. We've got 35 minutes and change left to go. Sophie has finished out prone with a 198, coming out of slings with a 390 with 21 X's. AJ just taking his last shot there. He's coming out of position. I think he realizes that he's got a boogie in order to be able to have enough time here. But he's got a 98 and then a 97 for 195 in prone with 9 X's. Coming out of slings with a 386 with 19. Brandon a bit over the place here. Starting to come back in the middle with that 9-9. Still in siders though, so again, just trying to feel out the position, figure out where the rifle's pointed, get the position right before he moves over for record. Martin starting out his siders and standing very well because of his rifle and his setup and everything. He's got another sight set and he's got a whole basically back end to his rifle that he changes out from position to position. So what that allows him to do is not only reduce the change over time, but reduce the number of shots that it typically takes for him to be able to transition over from prone to standing. So we generally start to see him starting out nice and tight in comparison uh, to some other shooters who keep the same equipment there. Good look at the pair of shooters, Brandon and Martin here. Brandon kind of moving in and out. He's now got a 7.7 on shot 10 in that same area as that 9.0 that he had on shot 8. And now he's got a 9.7 sitting in roughly that same spot that he had that 9.9 sitting at 10 o'clock. So he's bouncing back and forth here. Um, a little atypical. We've seen him shoot some really good standing the last few matches. I'm curious to see when he's going to put the rifle down and either reset or start double checking that, making sure everything is nice and tight. The great part about having all of the sights and equipment and all the risers and all of that, he's making adjustments there. Okay, so he seems to be well aware of his position right now. Great thing about it is that you can have sights and butt plates and cheek pieces and bloop tubes and risers and palm blocks that are all basically customized for each position. I've even seen people change out entire grip assemblies before. But the caveat to all of that is you're loosening all of these things that you now have to put something else on and make sure that that new thing is tight. Not uncommon for somebody to leave a screw loose or miss that one little torque or that one little hex key on this little tiny precision made element, and now the whole precision made element is wiggling and wobbling around and can't provide the proper support that the shooter needs in order to be able to shoot well. Yeah, so looks like Brandon has fixed the execution problem that he's got. He's now sitting high. He made a couple of clicks low and is now sitting. He's got 3 10s back to back to back. Martin also doing very well. He's also got 5 10s back to back to back. Got 31 minutes and change here, and Walrath has one shot left to go. Really nice group coming through. She's now fixed that little lateral group that she had. She's now just got a little bit of left and right coming through, but not atypical, especially for the second half of standing where position starts to degrade and it's the last shot of the match or the last series of the match. You've gone through a whole hour worth of shooting. Got one more to go, and she's working on a low 590 score with a very, very good X count. Kind of 590 with 40 X's, 40 to 45 X's is pretty typical, especially high X counts for that high score. Generally, what we see, if I could put a number to it, 590 with 40, 585 with 30 to 35, depending on the day. And there you go. And she ends her match with a solid 10-6 for 591 with 41 X's. Excellent score for her and Georgia Southern today. 30 minutes and change left in the match, and most people have started their sighting for standing. Everybody's just got a few shots up on the board. We see Trey Myers had a couple of zeros. So it looks like he didn't make whatever adjustment that he needed to make in order right off the rip in order to be able to get his sights down to where they needed to be. He made a gross adjustment, started shooting. He's got a series of sixes and sevens that are all doubled up on each other, and now he's made another gross adjustment. He's now got a 9-2 and a 9-8 that are sitting stacked on top of each other. So again, I think we'll see a small movement, another small movement out of him, and that'll put him right nice and square in the middle. Looking at Cooper Gray, he's got 3 shots on the board, all sitting a little low, a little bit of left and right. Again, not atypical for standing, so he's going to have to bump those up to get closer to the middle. Adriana Beard with a 10-0 and a 9-3, but they're all stacked on top of each other. She's got a 9-1 now out to the right. Not sure if she made a sight adjustment, she's gone too far, or if we're just seeing that typical left and right movement come through for standing. Seeing a little bit even from Emma from Georgia Southern here, 9-9, a 9-7, and now a 10-4. The values are fine, but again, still a little bit of left and right that we want to try to avoid, particularly in standing. And again, she's doubling up that 9-9 sitting out to the right. Quick look here at Brandon Evans, who started out his small bore standing portion of his match. He's got a 9-4 on shot 1, coming directly underneath it with a 10-1 to recover from it. Taking no time after he settled his supporting elbow there on his forward hip to come down onto the cheek piece. A little bit easier for us to see any movement coming through. He's got good recoil. It's coming straight up and down, but you can see his whole position is just wobbling a little bit. A nice frame of reference. If you're losing the blacks on the grays in the background, you can look at his name tag on the back of his jacket against the white background in between the air system that we have in the range. After he picks up his head here again, you may be able to use his black headband against that white background as well. That high contrast makes it really, really easy to see any movement. You can even use the little shoulder fold of the back of his jacket. Just look at the space in between it and the gray air handler right behind it. You can see that white space kind of increase and decrease. What we're seeing there is that left and right movement coming through in his back as well. And there you go. So we see him rolling forward towards the rifle as a right-handed shooter. So rolling forward would generally mean that we see some shots on the right-hand side of the bull, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He's still sitting on the left side. It looks like he's comfortable there. I'd take it a click right if I were him, just to give yourself the extra few tenths. It never hurts. But again, we're kind of looking for all these tens that he's executed on. He's got about a finger width worth of room sitting on his back there, kind of in that white space. So now it's super thin. It's opening up right about there. And there you go for another 10. So that'll be a good indicator for us when we start watching Brandon as he starts to go through his standing portion of the match. The group is still sitting a little vertical, but I'll take that over horizontal and standing. He's 5 shots in. He's got 25 minutes left to go, so he's perfectly on pace. Again, looking at his back, kind of trying to find that finger width worth of room, right? A little bit more, right about there. And he goes for another 10-6. Again, that'll probably be a good indicator for us here today. 25 minutes and change into left in the match. It looks like multiple people are still sitting in siders for standing. Not atypical, particularly when trying to get standing to shoot well and consistently well can be a little difficult on some days, particularly on a day like NCAA qualifiers. Looking across the board here, most of the Georgia Southern girls, if they haven't already finished, are moving into their second card. Looks like Bremen just shot her final or last. Whoa. Looks like she just shot 10 to finish up her. I'm sorry. She was in Ciders. Never mind. She's just made the transition over to Ciders. Looks like Emma has also about to make the transition over for record as well. Looks like Haley is about 10 shots into the standing match. $24 left on the clock. Looks like Adriana Beard from Morehead State is still in Ciders. Looks like her teammate Trey Myers also still in Ciders. Cooper's got his first record shot on. It's an 8-4. Not too much time here to make a lot of decisions. It's only 23 and a half minutes left in the match, so it's kind of take your shot and figure out if you're going to make the adjustment or not, and then you gotta get on to the next one to make sure that you don't end the match with time left, or that the clock doesn't basically get up on you. Quick look at Martin with a solid 10-9, two 10-9s. Sandwiching that 8 now with another 8-4. Yeah, and we just talked about this, about how all of these little tiny little tiny pieces of equipment and accessories are nice because it lets you be able to customize the rifle as you see fit and as you need it. But you saw there, as soon as he shot that 8-4 and he put the rifle down, he basically rotated it over and made sure that the thumb wheel or the adjustment knob was tight. So that's the first place that your head goes is, all of these cantilever things and all these little tiny screws and whatnot have to be tight first in order for the rifle to shoot well. Brandon doing very well. He's got a 99 on his first card in standing. He's only got that 9-4 on shot number 1, and he's got a 10-7. You can see his rifle there just on the stand behind Martin. Martin coming down onto the cheek for shot 5. Again, trying to find a frame of reference here for Martin. We can use the end of his rifle rail in that white space. You can even use the tunnel of his front sight there. Let's see what it looks like when he executes a 10, and then we'll see if we can't figure that out for a non-10. Martin's interesting because he likes to breathe into the position here. So solid 10, which is good. It looks like he's going to make a small adjustment there. On that particular shot, I was looking at his forward elbow being nearly parallel and in line with that little gray space just past the white strip there, just to the left of his support hand. Again, kind of using that high contrast white space as a way to gauge where he's currently sitting on the bull. Right, so now he's covered up that white space. We're looking for a little bit more, kind of like that. What's interesting about Martin is that he breathes into the position as he's moving left and right. you'll see him breathe and breathe and breathe. So when he takes a breath, he'll shift to the left. When he breathes out, he'll actually shift to the right. And you can start to see his shoulders start to relax in position. Taking a few holds on this shot here. Again, we're not seeing nice, solid, consistent position on that forearm right there. So we see just a little bit of white. See him breathing into that position. Now he's gone a little bit too far. Oh, and he has a 10-6 to show for it. Yeah, but now he's going to move his feet. Looks like his balance is a little off today. See Coach Popsadora right behind him, kind of camping out on that side of the range right now. Just crossed 20 minutes in the match, so we got 19 and change left to go. Looks like Sophie has made the transition over for record. AJ right in front of her, an 8-4 and a 9-2 to start out. And Liz has now moved over into record for standing. Got a boogie. Don't have time to make the decision anymore. Good first shot look for Sophie here. Teammate AJ coming in with a 10-0 off of that 9-2, making a couple more adjustments there. Sophie really taking her time. Really stretching that cheek out. Taking a quick look, we can see the whites of her eyes. Oh, and starts out with a 9-9 low. Yeah, and she's gonna take a click for it. Coming down on that cheek again. We can see her just watching her eyes. She's coming off the sights and back on, off the sights and back on. Just doing little double checks with her position and where she's currently sitting. And she made the right call off of that 9-9, taking that sight up. She's gotten the few tenths that she needed with that 10-2, and now she's decided that she's going to take it a little bit further. Going to take a couple more clicks to get it up and into the right. Get it, get as many squeak out as many tenths as she can. She's really going to have to get the position to settle in fast. She's got 16 and a half minutes to go. Only 2 shots down on paper, and she's taking now a second hold on this shot. Again, stretching out that cheek. Checking in on her hold, looking in, looking out. Recoil looked good, and it shows 10-4. Just has to figure out how to execute that a little bit faster. Looks like Liz has also picked up the pace here. She's gotten the memo that she doesn't have a lot of time, and she's going to be a little crunched here. 9-9 to start out, but she's coming in with a 10-5 and a 10-2 after that. Picking it up again for her fourth shot. Yeah, everybody seems to have really taken their time in the transition, or they. I think everybody took a lot of ciders in standing here. Looks like Haley Singleton is going to be the next finisher for the match. She's got just a couple of shots left, working on a 578. She's got a 95 in her first card. Now doing fairly well on her second. She's got a few wide nines coming through right now, but confident that she'll find the middle here. Two shots left for her again. She's working on a 558 right now. So we'll see her in the high 570s for the match. And at that point, she'll have 29 to 30 X's. So fairly good X count for the score. Like we talked about, Walrath finishing out with a 591 with 41 X's. Quick look at Liz with a 10-9 on shot 5. Again, I think she's gotten the memo here. 14 minutes to go, 15 shots left for record. Dead still. Oh, little bit of movement. Oh, and she's quick to look down. We saw her move just a little bit over to our right, her left, and then she executed that shot and then immediately looked down at the monitor there. Just execute, follow through the extra second, and that'll really work wonders. Yeah, see, she just took a little bit more time to follow through, let the recoil actually come back down a little bit, and she's got a 10-6 for it. You can see she's changed out her whole sight set here for standing at a completely different one. Very low sight set for prone. You can see her looking down the target. Yeah, again, just taking that little extra time to let the rifle come back down, settle back down on the bowl before looking at the monitor. That little bit of extra follow through seems to be helping her right now. With that 10-6 and now a 10-3, all nice and tight. A 10-5, 10-9, 10-6, and 10-3, all kind of stacked onto each other. And she's making up time as well. 12 minutes right now, 12 shots left to go. Taking her time on this one. Seeing everybody kind of finish out the first card. That means they've got about 10 shots left to go with 11 and a half minutes left. Actually, I'll recant my original statement. I think we're all going to see people finish within the last couple of minutes. I didn't think that we were going to have this because we had 50 minutes left, and most people had finished out their prone with all that time left. Haley Singleton finishes out with a pair of 9 O's on shot 19 and 20 for a 576 with 29 X's. Looks like Emma Pullman is now the furthest behind. She's got 13 shots left with 10 and a half minutes to go. Right in front of her is Sophie for the Wildcats. 12 shots left, 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. AJ coming around the turn with a 92 in his first series, and now starting out his second with a 10-1. Brandon Evans finishing out his match with a 99 on his first card, but an unfortunate 93 on his second. He did end on a 10-0 for a 586 with 23 X's for his match, 192 with 7 for his standing portion. Martin starting out with a 94 in his first series. Now 2 shots deep into his second, both of which are 9s. Liz running and gunning, a 98 on her first series. Now starting out with a 10-2 on her second. Sophie, 11 shots left to go, 9 minutes left on the clock. Like I said, we're going to have multiple people here finishing out with just a few minutes. Quick look at AJ, 92 on his first card. Looking fairly good for his second so far. 10-1 and a 10-5, and now he's got a 9-7 on shot 13. Doing a few up downs. Coming into his position here. A little bit of left and right. You can see the little brand symbol on his forearm getting covered up by the column there. And he's got an 8-5 low sitting at 7 o'clock there. Trying to figure out what's going on. He shouldn't feel pressed for time. He's got 7.5 minutes left, 6 shots to go. No problems there. You can see AJ uses a small lens on the back of his rear sight there. Just a small corrective lens in order to be able to really crisp up the target and the sight picture. Okay, who is left? We've got Emma with 6 shots left. She's definitely picked up the pace. 6 shots left, 6 minutes and change left to go. Bremen, 4 shots left. Adriana Beard with 6. Teammate Trey Myers doing very well in this series. Also with 6 shots left. Cooper Gray with 4. Hayden Bell finishing out his match with a 573 with 26 X's, a 186 with 3 X's in his standing match. Again, improving series over series, 91 on his first series, 95 on his second. Sophie, 7 shots left to go with 6 minutes left. 9-4 high on shot 11, 2 10s or 2 X's on shot 12 and 13. AJ coming off the 10-5 well with a 10-2. He's got a 92 in his first series. He's working on 95, 96 on this one. Like we talked about, Brandon finishing out his, doing a little reverse, a 99 and then a 93. Kind of struggled in the second half of his second series in standing. And now we've got Martin, 3 shots left. Liz with 4, really picking up the pace. Looks like she's put on the horse blinders, and she's got another 10. She's 7 shots in, 7 tens in to this series, looking to finish out strong for a high score in the high 580s here. Looks like she's just a little further ahead than her teammate Brandon. She's currently sitting at a potential 1 point better, but she's also 1x better right now, and she's still got 3 shots left. So um, looking for her to continue to finish out strong and yeah, really execute there. She's got another 10-6, 10-6 on shot 18. 2 more left to go for her. 4.5 minutes left. And it looks like the time crunch got to a couple of people here. We've got Cooper Gray with a 4.9 on shot 17, and then his teammate Adriana Beard with a 6.2 on shot 18. That clock really counting down, getting into the single digit minutes, can really start to affect a lot of folks, particularly if you're not used to it, and something has gone wrong, or something felt different earlier in the match, and you really have to take your time and execute on a different level than you have before, and now you're in the time crunch. It can be a little daunting for some individuals who haven't done it before. It's kind of like finals pressure, but in a match setting. And in a match setting, you have to get all the shots on paper in order for them to count towards the team score. So it's particularly important to be able to train in that environment and really get your mind in in a groove, or in a position to be able to execute in that time crunch and in that sort of pressurized situation. 3 minutes left to go. Liz has really made up some time. She's got 1 shot left to go, looking for another 10 to finish out. She would have had a hell of a standing. There she goes with a 10-6 on shot 10 for a 198 in standing. 98 on her first card, a 100 on her second, to finish out with a well-deserved 587. Very, very good. Sophie with just a couple of shots left. She's also picked up the pace, and it doesn't seem to have affected her score. The group is still a little tall, but that's what we see out of Sophie. She's also aiming for that 586 score. Just needs a couple of more tens to be able to do it. She will have high X count for the Wildcats here. 10-5 for her on shot 19. And it looks like the remainder of the Cats will stay up on the line, just waiting for her to finish out this last shot. Yeah, and everybody everybody really picked up the pace the last 5 or 6 shots here. Sophie and Bremen are now the last shooters up on the line. 1 shot left for each of them. Sophie looking for another 10. Bremen looking for a 10. Hey, there we go. And Sophie comes in with a 10-3X on shot 20, ending with a 586 with 34 X's. And Bremen takes her last shot as well with a 9-7, 189 with 9 X's, coming out of standing for a 582 with 34. So we've got some very high X counts here today, and the scores may not necessarily reflect it. We talked in the beginning of the broadcast here, 585 with around 35 X's and 590 with 40 X's were really kind of good overall scores to kind of gauge the score and X count ratios. So here we are with Sophie. She's got a 586 with 34. Very good ratio in comparison to Brandon, who's got a 586 with only 23 X's. However, moving over to Martin, 578. So even a lower score for Martin, but he's got 30 X's to show for it. So all of his tens, the tens that he did shoot, were very, very deep. But then we look over to Liz, who's got a 587. She's got the high small bore score for the Wildcats, but she only had 27 X's. So she had less X's than Martin, but she was able to make up for it with 9 extra points. So we'll let the clock run out here. We'll go down the list for scores, and at that point, we'll transition the range over to air rifle. Going down the lineup for the Wildcats, we've got Sophia Ciccarello ending with a pair of 98s in standing with a match score of 586 with 34 X's. Teammate AJ Hotko, a 92, improving off of that with a 94, ending his match with a 572 with 23 X's. Brandon Evans, a nearly perfect 99 and then a 93 in his standing series to finish out with a 586 with 23 X's. Martin Voss, 94 and a 92, ending with a 578 with an impeccable 30 X's. And Liz Probst with a 100 on her last series for a 198 with 12 X's in standing to complete her match with a 587 with 27 X's. Moving over to the other portion of the range where we have Georgia Southern and Morehead State University, we have Miss Singleton with a 189 with 6 X's in standing to finish out her match with a 576 with 29 X's. We have Miss Walrath with a 591 with 41 X's, a pair of 97s in standing to clinch out that match for the high small bore score of the match. We've got Miss Pullman, who's got a 189 with 5 X's, just underneath Miss Singleton's 189 with 6 X's, finishing out 1 point better overall, identical X count, 577 with 29 X's. Got Bremen Butler over there with a 189 as well with 9 X's, finishing out with a 582 with 34. Great X count there. Moving over to Morehead State University, we have Adriana Beard with an unfortunate wide shot there. That's 6'2" on shot 18, finishing out with a 571 with 25 X's. Teammate Trey Myers, 97, 96, very consistent scores here in standing, even with that 8.8 on shot 20, ending out really well with a 585 with 34 X's. Cooper Gray, ending with a 552 with 16, and Hayden Bell, last one for us with a 186 with 3 X's and standing to finish out with a 573 with 26 X's. Again, at this point, we'll transition the range over for air rifle. I believe we have a air rifle match start time of 11 a.m., which means that sighting preparation period will start at 10:45. So that'll give everybody about a half an hour to have a little brunch, get another cup of coffee in them. I definitely need it today. You see us just moving those boxes over there. So we'll move the whole firing line forward. And if you are upstairs or are coming into town, you are more than welcome and encouraged to come down into the range to view our athletes here for our NCAA qualifier match today. Like I said, we'll pick this back up at around 10:45. Make sure you keep your speakers high and loud so that if we do have any announcements, that you can hear them if we do have any developments. So we'll check back in, and in the meantime, thanks for tuning in. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody, to the air rifle relay of our match here today. For the Wildcats against Morehead State and Georgia Southern here. We've just started our 15-minute sighting and preparation period for air rifle. Again, free time for any of these athletes to talk over with coaches, get a game plan for their match, get their minds right, or otherwise make sure that their rifles are set up the way that they need to be and are sighted in. Looks like everybody is just taking their time here. Again, the air rifle is all going to be done from the standing position here today. We won't have any other position. And while everybody is figuring themselves out, setting their rifles up, we'll do a little recap here. Looking down the list at some high scores for the match so far, we have got Emma Walrath with a 591 with 41 X's. For Georgia Southern, we've got from Kentucky Liz Probst with a 587 with 27 X's. Teammate Sophia Ciccarello with a 586 with 34 X's. Coming right behind her, Trey Myers from MSU, 585, tying Sophie with 34 X's. Bremen Butler from Georgia Southern right behind them with a 582, tying with them, the two of them with 34 X's each. And with Hayden Bell with a 583 with 26 from MSU. So top two scores from each team. Looking good so far for the Cats. And Walrus 591 is definitely going to help them have a good qualifier score here today. Again, as much as the matches throughout the regular season contribute to the season average score, today is really worth 50% of the NCAA qualifying score. Right? Because we're going to take that season average and then we'll take an average of averages, so to speak. We'll take today's team score and we'll average it with that team average. You can see there's a bunch of people down on the range, bunch of commotion. Give everybody a real feel of what NCAA's is going to look like and feel like. So again, most people are still feeling their positions out. We can see most of the Cats still even haven't take their first shot. Furthest one in is going to be Brandon Evans. Right behind him is Liz. They have 5 shots on paper and 4 respectively. Again, everybody just feeling themselves out, making sure that the rifles are set up. Again, because the position won't change for air rifle, the rifles are always set up for the standing position. What that means is, generally speaking, we'll see sighting shots all very close to the middle of the target because there's not going to be large changes in either body or position from day to day. So, for instance, the widest shot that we've seen so far is a 9.0, right? Whereas in small bore, the widest shot that we might see is a 4 or a 3, and then we'll start to see those shooters migrate those groups in. But generally speaking, air rifle will tend to see tighter groups to start out, tighter groups throughout the match, and the scores just because of how the target size is in relation to the distance that they shoot at and some of the other variables that happen in the mechanics of the rifles and the positions. air rifle scores will generally be higher. So if you have a 585 in small bore, we'll generally see low to mid 590s in air rifle. And the two don't necessarily go hand in hand because they're they're two separate matches. However, generally speaking, high small bore shooters are also very good air rifle shooters. Like I said, everybody is kind of taking their time because air rifle is air rifle, and because it's only the one position throughout the entire match. A lot of people like to start a little bit further into the setting and prep period. So here we are, just under 9 minutes left, and most people have maybe 2 to 3 shots up on paper. Furthest one in is going to be Liz, who's got 6 shots, and then Walrath, who's also got 6, and then it looks like Hayden Bell, who we can see just on the right hand side of our screen here. He's also sitting at 6 as well. Looks like Brandon now has 8 up on the board, but again, had a few nines and now he's, shooting tens back to back to back. So, air rifle generally is much more consistent over the course of the match. We'll tend to see 98s, 99s, and 100s. The match is also compressed. So we're taking the same number of shots, 60 record shots, and we're compressing it down into a shorter time frame. And we won't have any position adjustments from, let's say, kneeling to prone and from prone to standing. So we won't have too many lulls in over the course of the match. If we do, then it's generally because shooter has literally come off the line to go talk with a specific coach or otherwise take some times for themselves. They may come back into the team room, grab a quick bite to eat, to keep their blood sugars nice and up and stable, or otherwise get some water to make sure that they don't burn out their eyes. Brandon shooting very well so far. He's now got 6 10s, sorry, 6 X's back to back from each other, 10 shots into his sighters with plenty of time left. This is also a nice strategic period for shooters to basically get their cadence right. So the way that the air rifle match works out is in an hour and 15 minutes, 75 minutes. What effectively does is give you a minute a shot. So you'll shoot the first 20 shots and then take a 5 minute break. Take the next 20 shots and then take a 5 minute break and then finish out the match with the last 20 shots. What that'll do is it'll put you at an hour and 10 minutes under the hour and 15. It never quite works out that way, but it's a good way to structure the match. Get a good look at the leaderboard here. The Wildcats are currently sitting 1 point ahead of Georgia Southern. What's important to note here is that this doesn't necessarily count towards the win-loss record of the teams, but it's a good way to understand where the teams have just placed overall against each other. Georgia Southern and Kentucky really duking it out for qualifying for NCAA's, as well as duking it out for winning NCAA's. Both teams have had some tremendous scores over the last couple of years and have really demonstrated a level of execution and success that, either one of them, flip of a coin, could be number one team in the country on the day of NCAA's over the Friday and Saturday match events. Here you can see Coach Mullins just giving Brandon Evans a little bit of pointers. He's noticing that vertical group coming through on his target. You can see he's got a 10 squeaking out the top, and now he's got 2 9s squeaking out the bottom, basically stacked on top of each other. What Coach Mullins was doing was basically telling him, watch out for the vertical and look particularly at where the butt plate is sitting in your shoulder. For air rifle, we're not allowed to have any butt hooks, um, or hooks that actually come underneath and wrap around the underside of the arm. But we are allowed to have them in small bore. So the equipment is not a direct one to one transfer. You know, you can't just take your air rifle and take your small bore, put them up next to each other, set them all up the same in terms of sight height, in terms of butt plate height, or even stock length or length of pull, and expect them to shoot the same. It just doesn't ever quite work out that way. There's also limitations for, or extended limitations for sight height as well as palm block depth. Old rules, I want to say, were like 90 millimeters off of the center line of the bore. I think they've extended that to 120 or 150, but we'll have to check the rules on that. Again, you can see everybody just making some final adjustments here. You can see Sophie making a quick adjustment not only to her feet but to her cheek piece here. Again, the changes are a little bit faster paced. Um, in air rifle, there's reduced recoil. There's recoil isn't eliminated because we are taking a mass and we're propelling it at 500 or 600 feet per second. So there is a little bit of recoil, but the rifles have built-in absorbers and like recoil systems in order to be able to take up a lot of that. So there's a little bloop that we'll see, or a little bump, call it, that we'll see come through on the end of some barrels. It's really really hard to see, but if you're looking really closely, we'll see if we can't catch it today. Sweet look down the line here. Again, from left to right on the range, we have the girls from Georgia Southern holding up 4 points, followed by Morehead State University on points 5 through 8, and then Kentucky taking up the last portion of the range there from points 9 to 13. Got about 2 minutes left in Ciders. Everybody seems to have found the middle or has come back in. Brandon Evans, almost 20 Ciders in so far. After those two low nines and getting that advice from Coach Mullins, brought it right back up into the X ring with four X's so far: 10-4, 10-7, 10-5, 10-7. Martin staying in the middle, finding the middle and staying in the middle. He's got a nice, tight group that he's generating in the middle. Minute and a half left. Liz has got a lot of vertical coming through her group right now. She's got a 10-2 on shot 11. Isn't necessarily to be something to be concerned with. However, what we're looking at is she's started in the low side of the bull and has now worked her way up a little bit too far and is now kind of trying to find the middle again. She's got a 10-7 off of that 10-2, but I think we're going to see a lot of that vertical movement coming through on the target today. And then uncharacteristically, Sophie has actually got a little bit of left and right. Looks like her the center of her group is sitting just to the right of the center of the target. I mean, we're talking about by maybe a millimeter or two, but it's still sitting a little to the right. She's got some left and right movement coming through. 30 seconds left in Ciders. Looking to see some fairly high air rifle scores north of 595 today. I'll come off the mic here in just a minute. But at this point, zero time left, insiders and prep. We'll go ahead, restart the targets. And Coach Mullins will announce the hour and 15, the 75-minute block time for the air rifle relay here today. and we'll see who breaks the ice for us. Sorry about that, folks. Just had to come off the mic for a couple of minutes here. But it does look like everybody is starting out the match very strong. Looks like Brandon is definitely holding the middle here. He's got now 4 10s up on the board, had 3 X's, now a non-center 10, that 10-1. Looking off a little bit, rolling that pellet in between his fingers, taking some time. Hopefully for having another 10 here. Again, looking at Liz's target here on point 13. Yep, we're definitely going to see that vertical group for her today. Sophie really taking her time. We'll see if she's got another difficult air rifle match ahead of her. If you remember just a few home matches ago, she was taking 3 or 4 holds per shot in air rifle and was really, really fighting for every 10. Did an excellent job that match. I believe she had a 597. Looking to do a little bit better than that here today. She's the 599 queen, current record holder for NCAA air rifle with a 600 with 59 X's. Starting out well with a 10-5 for her. Yeah, Martin staying in the middle again. X's all the way through, shot 4, 10-7, 10-2, coming right back in with a 10-7 and a 10-8. Brandon staying in. He's shooting well and shooting fast. 6 shots in so far. Only 3.5 minutes into it. So everybody seems to be doing well. It looks like AJ has already come off the line. He's got a 9-7, a 9-9, and now a 9-7. You can see him just beyond the line talking with Coach Papasadora. Not the greatest way to start the match, but what you can do is come off the line, talk with coaches, figure out what's going on, and then come right back up to it and do your best to not drop any more. Again, fairly consistent performance across the board. The Wildcats, the only 9s that they've shot are the ones that AJ has on his paper. Brandon is clean so far, 8 shots in. Martin is clean so far, 5 shots in. Liz, 7 shots in, clean, as well as Sophie. Again, really kind of taking her time here. Other half of the range doing well so far, but it looks like there's a few more 9s peeking out on their end. Getting a good look here at Brandon. Just 10-7. Look at that. and rinse and repeat. Yeah, he's definitely in the zone for air rifle. You can see the all of the little added weights that he's got. So he's got an added weight on the rail underneath his rifle. He's got a weight, a smaller weight on his barrel extension. Then he's got an additional really fat kind of weight sitting on the middle of his barrel there. You can just see it past the end of his air cylinder in this view, right on the edge of our screen. And he finishes out his first series with a 100 with 9 X's. Only non-center 10 was a 10-1 on shot 4. And we're less than 6 shots into the match, so we are moving fast and moving on our way. Yeah, and he's gonna keep drilling them. He's doing really well right now. Taking a quick look across the board for the Cats, we've got Liz Probst, who still has that vertical group sitting, coming through on the target. She's got a 100 with 8 X's. However, they're still all on the right-hand side of that bull. She's got two non-center 10s, a 10-0 and a 10-1 that are awfully, awfully close. And then she's got another 10-2 sitting right on, basically right in between them right now. You know, we talk about integer scoring and decimal scoring, and in air rifle, the two can kind of go hand in hand. What really matters, because haven't quite gotten we haven't quite gotten that far in terms of needing it though. Um, we really focus on integer score in terms of NCAA rifle and the score calculations, and this team won and this team lost, or these two teams tied. It all comes down to integer score. Was it a 10? Was it a 9? Was it an 8? And then we tally up X's. Is it an X or is it not an X? When it comes to air rifles specifically, the decimal values start to mean a little bit more, simply because the shots and the groups and the scores are all a little bit tighter. They're all a little bit higher. The margin for error is a little the margin there's a slightly larger margin of error in comparison to small bore. Look at him go, and Martin's got a 100 with 10 X's to start out the match. Solid, solid performance. Be great to see a team score in the upper 2390s today. That would be really, really good to see. But when we talk about, decimals like 10.2, 10.4, 10.7, the value is important. 10.7 is a great shot, like we're looking at Martin on his screen right now. A 10.2 is still a 10, it's just not as good of a 10. And it's a red flag. It sounds weird to say that a 10.2x or a 10x in general can be a red flag, but it definitely is. If the rest of the shots sitting around it are 10.4s and 10.6s and 10.7s, a 10.2 is the outlier. That's the oddball out. And so it's important when looking at some of these scores that you recognize not only that the level of precision and the level of accuracy for a lot of these shooters is extreme, and that they may not be satisfied even with a 10.7, and they're definitely probably not going to be satisfied with a 10.2 if the rest of the shots are 10.7s. But the fact that they can see and they can feel half a pellet worth of movement. We're talking about a 4.5 millimeter pellet. So we're talking about 2 millimeters worth of movement from 10 meters away. Kind of incredible when you consider all of the little factors, all of the little things that have to go right in order to make sure that every shot is a 10 and you can shoot consistent 10s. AJ coming back from that conversation with Coach Papasadora, taking his time coming back up to the line. He's going to double up that 9-7 sitting out at 4 o'clock. However, at this point, because you can't go back to Ciders, everything is for record. He's got to make a choice and ask himself, am I confident with that 9-7? Did I put it there? Or do I need to make an adjustment to my sights or my position in order to be able to find the middle? Right now AJ's shooting donuts, right? Where he's going around and around the circle and can't quite find the middle of the donut to shoot a 10. However, right here, he's now got 3 shots that are tripled up on each other. The last 2 that he took, he executed well. He's got a 9-7 and a 9-2, so he's dropped another 2 points, but that should give him the confidence to be able to move his sights, click the appropriate number and direction, just like he did. And that should put him or give him lots of confidence to say to himself, if I execute this next shot exactly how I executed the last 2, it should redeem a 10. It should reward me with a 10. So, given that AJ has now reestablished his position, he's now figured out where the gun is pointing, and he's made the sight correction, and he gets a 10. May have been a little too far. You can see him there. He's making another small adjustment to try to correct that down a little bit. Taking his time again, trying to execute exactly the way he did on shots 4 and 5. Trying to produce another 10. See him open his eyes. See a little bit of bump coming through the end of the barrel. Unless he decides that he doesn't like the sight picture and he's going to reset. Again, looking for that little tiny bump. And he's got a 9-8. Brandon coming off the line, shooting his first 9 on shot 21 and then a weak 10 on 22. Both doubled up at 3 o'clock. He's 22 shots in now, 1 point down, 17 X's, and is basically paired up with Liz. Liz is now got a 200 up on the board with 17 X's. Sophie also clean so far. Martin dropping his first point on shot 15 with a 9-9, and now again on shot 17 with a 9-6. 15 minutes into the match, and everybody seems to be underway. Most folks looking across the board are definitely into their second and third series. Sophie just trailing behind, taking her time, staring down that target. Again, looking at the end of that barrel, looking for that little pop right there. And there we go. Solid 10-3. She's not quite happy with it. She's going to take another click out. So you're adjusting her elbow inside of that jacket by extending her arm and then getting that material to lay right. doing that real big neck extension coming down onto the cheek piece. You can see her finger just starting to feather that trigger a little bit. And then she makes her final approach down onto the target. Again, just looking for that little tiny bump coming through the end of the barrel. Right, like right there. Perfect. And she's got a 10-3 on the opposite side of the bull. She's looking down at wondering whether she's gonna take that click out, but she's and she can't decide what to do. She's good. She's she wants to take a drink and then puts it down and then is holding the rifle and then he comes back to the water bottle. So the decision to whether that she's gonna come back one click or not when she took the click in is definitely a struggle that you can have, especially when things are going well enough. They're all tens and they're all X's. She's 14 tens in, 14 X's in. It's going well enough. But trying to really just eke out the few more tenths, right? Not being happy with the 10 threes. It's a hard decision to make, even for somebody at Sophie's level. AJ still struggling to find the middle here. We thought we had it, or we thought he had it after that 10-2. And even with that 9-8, it looks like the whole group is just kind of centered. But now he's got an 8-6 sitting out to low left, very similar position to where his wide shots were going in small bore, oddly enough. So whatever he's doing to place the shots out there, it's at least consistent with his small bore match, which makes sense because it has to be something to do with the standing position in general because we only started to see it in his standing portion of small bore, and he seems to be doing the same thing in air rifle. So whatever he's got going on, at least he's doing it consistently. And if you're doing something consistently, then it's easy to be able to make the singular correction and eliminate that problem. Like I said, a few folks here are kind of taking some breaks right around that shot 20 mark. Like I said, it doesn't always work out that way, but it's a it's a nice checkpoint. Oh, interesting. And it looks like we might have a malfunction problem. Oh, this is we'll have to check in and see what's going on here. Um, what you saw there was there's a couple of things going on here. There's a um, there's a rule in place that says that oh, and Martin is just taking all of his gear off. Okay. So there's a rule in place that says that you're not allowed to effectively discharge the rifle just because you want to. So in air rifle, you're not allowed to discharge e- empty air, and if you shoot a pellet off of the target, it's still considered a zero. Effectively, would be the same as if you intentionally just shot air. The whole idea is that you load the rifle to make it hot, and the intent is that the rifle is hot and it must go. It must become a record or a sighting shot at that point. It must be put on paper effectively. In Martin's case there, for whatever reason, he was having, some kind of malfunction maybe, um, and for whatever reason, needed to either expel air or maybe what happened was he loaded 2 pellets, I'll have to ask about that. But if he loaded 2 pellets and realized it too late, then what Coach Papasadora did was she came over with a bucket to be able to capture the two pellets so that they didn't go down range. It's not very often that we get to see that interaction, but we'll have to ask and see what happened there. Martin came off the range, came back into the team room with us, just for some alone time and for some water. Take a quick break. You can see he's entering the range in the background right now. We'll see him walk across, come back into the armory. Little season overview of Morehead State University and Georgia Southern. Morehead State record of 6-4. They won the OVC small bore championships. And just recently, Hayden Bell set the school record for air rifle to 598 with 53 X's. Excellent job there. Georgia Southern, incredible season so far. Claimed their fifth straight Southern Conference championship, with Miss Walrath coming in with Small Bore Athlete of the Year for SoCon. And we saw that today, 591 with 41 X's, just continuing off of that same performance that she's had in her conference this year. Looks like most folks have hit the first turn. If they aren't, they're coming up to it. Looks like the furthest back is going to be Cooper Gray. He's working on shot 13 right now. But the rest of his teammates are well under their way. Adriana Beard is only down 2 points. Both of them she lost in her first 10-shot series. Her second series was a 100. She's now got a 10-7 and a 10-2 on shots 21 and 22. Doing well there, 19 X's. So the only non-center, the only X's that she hasn't shot were the 2 nines that she had. Or I'm sorry, looks like she's had one somewhere in that 100 here. But again, phenomenal X count for the score. Looks like Trey Myers coming up on shot 20 and 97 on his first, and 99 on his second, maybe. He's got one more shot to go. 52 minutes left. Cooper starting out his second series well with 2 10s. But now coming in with a 8-6 out at 1 o'clock. Hayden Bell continuing off of that performance that he had, setting that school record. He's got a 99 on his first card, working on a 99 on his second. Just needs to stay consistent, stay in the middle. He had a very good group sitting right in the X ring, and now he's come off of that 9-6 with a 10-1 out at 9 o'clock. Looking at the women from Georgia Southern, very good performance across the board, and they are shooting very, very quickly. Haley Singleton on the right-hand portion of our screen, 98, 99, 100, is already on shot 32. Her teammate, Walrath, already at shot 41 with 3 100s in a row, 99 on her first series. Emma Pullman, a 100, then a 99, now working on another 99. She's got a 9-8 sitting high, and now recovers very well with a 10-7 down in that same group that she had those triplet of 10-6s. Bremen Butler's got a what appears to be a test group. I'm sure she's not. Yes, I'm sure she's not using a bench right now. But you can see there, tripled up the 10-6, 10-5, 10-7, coming back to it, doubling up on 10-5s. Now with a 10-8. The outside edge of most of her shots is sitting inside of the 9 ring, and that's just impressive shooting. And now she's got a 9-7. She's coming at the half. approaching with a potential 299 with potentially 26 X's. Very high score, very high X count, and that's what we were expecting here today. So the Wildcats are currently sitting at a 1751. Again, just the way that the relays work out and who is considered a counter for small bore and air rifle. We just don't have the full small bore or air rifle scores yet. So as the match goes on, we'll give everybody a sense of where the three teams are sitting here today. Again, not necessarily important from a win-loss perspective, but a good sense of comparison. Georgia Southern and Kentucky are definitely top five team contenders. And so the two of them will be, quote unquote, duking it out today to see who comes out on top. And Bremen finishes out with at the half with a 299 with those 26 X's that we projected. She's got a 10-5 on shot 30. And in the meantime, Miss Walrath has a 10-9 on shot 43, now 4 X's deep into her fifth series. She's only down 1 point, that 1 point on her first series, and she's got 40 X's. So she's only down 3 non-center 10s and the 1-9. Coming back to the Wildcats, 48 minutes left to go. So we're not even 20 minutes into the match yet. Liz is still clean now with 26 shots up on the board with 23 X's. Sophie is has just dropped her first 9, a 9-9 on shot 18, a little far out to the left. We were seeing a little bit of left and right movement come through on her sighters, and we're starting to see that open back up on the second series. But she's come back in with a 10-4. That just seems to be where she's sitting right now. You can see a few 10-3s and a 10-5 sitting between shots 11 and 14, and then multiple 10-4s between 15 and 19. That's shots 15 and 19. Now I'm working on shot 20. A quick look over at Liz with her first record 600 in match setting the other week, looking to duplicate that performance. Barely any movement coming through the end of the rifle, and she's following it up with a 10-5, almost at the halfway point clean. So everybody's doing very well. AJ recovering off of that 91 series with that 95. Brandon coming back in a little short on that third series. He's coming to the half with a 297. It's a really good start for him. And he's starting the second half strong with a 10-5. Looks like he just had to warm himself back up before he found the middle again. And Martin finally comes back up onto the line. He's not quite uh he's not quite the slowest shooter. We've still got Cooper Gray who's working on shot 16, Martin working on shot 19. But Martin's definitely got to pick up the pace a little bit. And Liz Probe starting her second half of the match with a 10-9. She's not taking a break again. She's just going to keep on keeping on. Martin adjusting his feet, checking his natural point of aim here. Again, relatively easy because every time you shoot air rifle, you're always going to shoot it from the standing position, and so you're always going through the same motions or the same checks and balances leading up to coming back up onto the line, even in practice, right? And that's the important part about this is that every time you come back up into position, it has to be on. It has to be exactly in the middle in order to give yourself the best opportunity to keep on shooting tens. Like we talked about in the small ball portion of the match, Martin likes to breathe into his position and then let it settle, and he comes back for a pair of 10-4s, still sitting center line in that group. So he's come back up after that what appeared to be a small malfunction or maybe a double loading on his part after that break, and now he's got a 198 with 18 X's. So the only two non-center tens were being like X fiends today. Only two non-center tens that he's had with the two nines was the 9-6 and the 9-9 that he had, and coming right back in on top of those 10-4s from the previous string with a 10-7. Sophie coming off the line, what appears to be for a small break. Otherwise, she's just moving awfully slow. She's only got 20 shots on paper. We're now sitting just over a half an hour into the match. 45 minutes marks the half hour mark. We're just under that. We just elapsed 43 minutes left. Everybody is doing well. I'm looking across the board at the bottom of the screens here in the team room, and it's tens on tens on tens on tens. Liz with another 10-9. I'm sorry, that's the same 10-9 that she had on shot 31, but nearly doubling it up with the 10-8 on shot 35. She's now 35 tens deep, 31 X's to show for it. Doing very, very well. Looking to, again, duplicate that performance that she had during one of our last home matches. Yeah, Wildcats are doing very well. And Brandon coming off of a 9-9 with a 10-9 on shot 39. Nines on nines on nines, I guess. 41 minutes left. He's just at the I'll say the second third, just about to finish it up. And he's doing really well. He'll be only down 4 points. He shoots another 10 here. He'll only be down 4 points, and he'll have 30 to 31 X's. He doubles it up for a 10-8 to a 396 with 31 X's. 20 shots left to go. So he'll end up with a mid 590 score and somewhere in the 45x range, but we'll see what he does here. And a good look at Sophie, really taking her time. We'll see. We'll count how many holds that she's doing. 22 shots in. We're now about coming up at 35 minutes into the match. Taking her time, letting the rifle settle, then coming on to the cheek piece. See, she'll look off. She'll check in, check her sight picture, see where she's at, and she'll do that a few times. She'll start to come on to the trigger as she starts to stare down her sight picture. Shoots a 10, makes a small adjustment down. See the trio of shots that she has on paper so far, all sitting a little high. So I think that's a reasonable correction. Generally, Sophie, we see bit of up and down movement because of how short-statured she is in comparison to the target height, since the target height is standardized for everybody regardless of how tall or short you are. And so when short-statured people have um, need to come up to the target, you generally start to see up and down or vertical groups quite often. It's either coming from their hips being jetted out as far as they need to be, or it's coming from various levels of cheek pressure because of how high up they have to get the rifle and how high up their or how far forward their hips have to be. You can even see a good look at Liz and just some of the hard angles that she has to kind of put her body in order to be able to get the rifle just to point at the bull in comparison to Martin, who's the exact opposite, who has to almost point down at the target, who barely has any hip movement whatsoever or hip shift whatsoever. So while we're talking about this, we do have a semi-special guest here, returning to us as an alumni for Senior Day is Allie Busler. Oh, I said it wrong? Busler? Oh, Bisler. Oh, I've been around Sophie too much. So she joins us now 2 years out of school? 1? Oh, man.
Up.
You are now hot on that mic.
Okay.
Okay. I can hear you very well.
Okay.
All right.
Back up.
No. You can even move it closer.
No, I'm shy.
So how's life?
It's good.
Good?
I live in Mississippi now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Will is now working at Ole Miss.
Yep, he's the head coach of Ole Miss.
So if anybody wasn't aware, we now have 2 head coaches in the NCAA rifle circuit who are previous alumni of the UK rifle program. That would be Will Shaner, head coach of Ole Miss, as well as Richard Clark, head coach of University of Nebraska. And Allie and Will are together, and they've now moved together and are living together in Ole Miss. You guys in Oxford, or are you just outside of town?
We live just outside of town.
Cool. You guys fare well with the weather?
Yeah, we survived. He was on a work trip and they got stuck, so I was by myself during the whole ice storm, and then the power went out for a couple days, but we were okay.
He just left you.
Yeah, he left me in the
dust. So one of the things that I always like about Kentucky is the wide variety and how eclectic. Ooh. That's better. Thank you. Yeah. Just the wide variety of people and where they come from, and the variety of majors and industries and careers that everybody winds up going in. So tell us a little bit about what you majored in school and what you're doing now.
Yeah, so I majored in elementary ed in college, and then my senior year I was student teaching and had my practicum, and I really loved teaching a lot. And then when I moved to Mississippi, I got to teach, and I teach first grade now.
Cool.
And they're my little babies. They're my 20 best friends.
Your mom is also a teacher, right?
Yep. She also teaches first grade just in Minnesota.
Gotcha. Any inspiration from your mom? And
yeah, we send each other stuff all the time. We're like, hey, I found this. Okay, I found this. And we go back and forth for holidays and stuff. We wanted to send each other's class Valentines. Like my class would write her class Valentines and
kind of like pen pal style?
Like a pen pal, but unfortunately the ice storm ruined those plans.
Oh.
So maybe next year we'll do it.
Yeah, that stinks. But you guys were without power for like 5 days?
Yeah, we didn't have power for 5 days, and then water was on and off because it would freeze.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Well, how's life been treating you outside of UK athletics now that you're a year out looking in?
It's good. It's definitely a change, and being back here is different.
Mm-hmm.
It's good, but it's different being in the team room but not being part of the team is weird.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, this all seems very familiar. Like we
Yes.
could just pick this back up again.
Yeah, but then it's like, oh no, these aren't my teammates. They're just my friends now.
Yep. What I always find interesting is at some point in everybody's career, and seems to hit a few weeks into their senior season, everybody it kind of hits them,
Hmm.
right? Uh, when did it hit for you that during your senior season that it was like this is it, like we're gonna put everything out on the table kind of
Hmm.
thing? And what did it feel like knowing that while you may not be part of the team anymore, but you're not necessarily leaving your family,
Hmm.
right? We here at UK, we really strive ourselves on team culture as family culture.
Hmm.
And I know that for a lot of people coming in, um, that's one of the things that attracts them to this team. So
Hmm.
what was it like for you now having to look at the family from the outside in kind of thing?
Yeah, it was definitely different. I mean, I feel like in October last year, it really hit me that like, okay, this is it. And then
Oh,
when I
so like right off the rip.
yeah, because right off the bat, like I had to start my practicum and I was basically working in a job and I couldn't really be at team practice anymore because that's when school is,
Mhm.
because school starts so early for the little kids. And so it hit in October. I was like, okay, this is it. This is it for me. I gotta really like I have to keep like trying to have the relationships with the people in different ways. And so trying to figure that out was hard last year. But this year I don't mean it's easier to have relationships with people because I can just
Yeah,
text them.
well, I mean, they're first graders too.
Yes, yes, yeah, they're it's a lot easier and more fun. I don't know. It's different from being in the team room and being with people my age to like now I'm working with little kids all the time,
Mhm.
but it is really fun.
What is the best part about your job?
Every day when I say good morning to them and they give me a big hug and their little two teeth smile, and just having like the day in and day out and all the changes in teaching, like the same day never happens. Like the routine is the same, but the kids always have something different to say, and that's
Mhm.
probably my favorite part is all the change from day to day.
Anything in particular that attracted you to first grade or I'll say preschool, but that particular age group of
Mhm.
kids, teaching them in particular versus middle school or high school.
I just think there's a lot more growth. Like at the beginning of the year, going from being able to read cat, bat, and like smaller words to now being able to read like all these bigger words, and the growth in seeing them go from a beginning level reading book to like
Hmm.
they can read chapter books now is like the growth that they've made in a year is a lot, and it was really fun to see that. So that's
Good.
definitely why I like the little kids.
On a different scale, but same sentiment. I tutored cats for physics and calculus,
Hmm.
and to be able to teach somebody, hey, this is the easy roadmap, and they're like, oh, and you can see kind of
Hmm.
that like light
Yeah,
bulb hit,
yeah.
and you work with them over the course of a semester, and then now you're helping them study for their final
Hmm.
exam, and they're spewing out all of
Yeah.
the things. I I I agree with the sentiment. I find the
Hmm.
same thing there's a lot of satisfaction on
Yeah.
a personal level that comes from being a part of not only somebody's success but their development
Hmm.
in whatever the field may
Yeah.
be, whether it's reading cat
Yeah.
or bat or whether it's college
Yeah.
calculus.
Yeah. No, I really like seeing all the growth. And they're my little cheerleaders. Sometimes they tell me, they're like, "You're the best." And I'm like, "Oh, say it again."
So I always like asking because I I always like to see people's insights, but do you still have your college rifles?
No. So after like before graduation, right after NCAA's last year, I my parents drove, so then they brought all my stuff home, so I cleaned out my locker really early last year. But they my parents pretty much sold my small bow right away, but I still have my air rifle just in case I want to ever take it out.
Yeah.
But for right now, I closed those doors.
Yep. And a lot of people tend to do that.
Mhm.
There's this lull of like, all right, we did this whole thing
Yep.
for 4 years,
Yep.
5 days a week kind of thing,
Mhm.
and then let's taper off. And then normally I see people come back to it within a couple of
Mhm.
years. Um, I still have mine. And
Mhm.
that's why I always ask, because
Yeah.
you either get one end of the spectrum or the other.
Mhm.
Everybody's either keeping their guns because yeah, I'll pick them up one day when I'm old,
Yeah.
and then other spectrum's like, no, I'm done with it. Like, get rid of it. I'm done with that
Yeah.
chapter.
It's funny you say that because when we went to Colorado to visit Will's family for Thanksgiving, he
Mhm.
brought his rifle stuff back. So who knows what he's gonna do, but it's in Mississippi
It's
now.
now in Mississippi.
Yep. So who knows? Maybe he'll come back.
Maybe
Maybe not competitively though. We'll see.
just for funsies.
Just for funsies.
Yeah. Well, it's nice having a full range to your disposal and being
Mhm.
able to, quote unquote, go in whenever you want, kind of
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Now, is Ole Miss is still has the separate building for their range right across from the hotels?
Yes.
Um, is it and it's exclusive for the Ole Miss rifle team, right?
Yes. Yep. That's just their space. They share the building with ROTC,
That's
but
what it
they
is.
don't share the range at all.
Yeah, and that's common. That's common. What it seems like across multiple
Yeah.
schools too, because Barker Hall is formally a ROTC
Mhm.
building as well as an education space. So
Yeah.
there's classrooms upstairs, but in the basement section where the ROTC room is, there's the UK rifle team room and the range.
Yep.
It kind of leads out to say the quad or the
Mhm.
student center area. So it's very common among the schools to have kind of a combined ROTC
Mhm.
and rifle team kind of space. If you were to put your finger on it, what do you miss most about shooting rifle in the collegiate level?
Oh my goodness. There's so much, honestly. I miss like just being in the team room and hanging out with the people. But if I had to pick something like shooting wise, I miss shooting kneeling. Like
Really?
something about it just is so satisfying and I miss like going to practice and just getting and kneeling and just going and trying everything to figure it out. So like maybe like the daily problem solving, but also just kneeling in general I miss.
One of the very common threads that I talk about over the entire year is how kneeling is the worst of both worlds and yet the best of
Mhm.
both worlds at the same
Mhm.
time. Dealing with all the balance issues,
Yeah.
quote unquote, with standing, but at the same time, it's a sling position.
Mhm.
And I agree. It's very when it works well, it's very satisfying.
Yes. Yep.
When it's not working well,
It's not at all.
it's not at all. It's
Yeah.
very, very frustrating.
Yep.
Well, good. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that shares that sentiment.
Yeah.
Um, so at this point, you're 1 year out. Is there? I guess the only people on the team that you may not be the most familiar with now are going to be the freshmen,
Mhm.
right? But you wouldn't have recruited them. You did recruit them then,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
So this is interesting because I had this experience with Richard because I recruited Richard as a
Mhm.
senior, and then we basically swapped places. He was
Yeah.
then a freshman on the team, and now and then I was out,
Mhm.
right? What did it feel like to you of being like, yeah, like, hey, please join the team, and here's all the family atmosphere and
Yeah.
everything, but now, hey, sayonara, you won't see me.
Yeah, no, it was weird. And, like, I hosted Elisa on her visit, and so trying to really she's a great fit, I think, from when she was on her visit, like, I loved her immediately, and I knew she would be happy here, and so, like, being like, you're gonna love it," and they're like, "Bye."
Bye.
It is weird. It is weird, and, like, not having, like, a relationship with her that
Yeah.
much anymore it's just different.
Yeah, and it's particularly difficult because like, you've moved, you've
Mhm.
gone on, you've started the beginnings of your
Mhm.
career, right? And not all of that is going to happen in the same place that you went to school.
Yep.
I think more often than not for people that doesn't,
Mhm.
they either they transition entirely. We've got alumni across the country
Mhm.
and through one industry or another. But I'm with you.
Mhm.
I understand it too, because even now it's like, Kat will come home from being on the range all day and they'll have a recruit, and I'm like, who the
I don't
heck,
know who that is.
who the heck is
Yes.
that,
No, that's
right?
exactly what it's like with Will and I. He's talking about the recruits, and I'm like, "Okay, that's great."
Yeah,
I don't know who that is.
like who do we like again?
Yes.
Like, oh yeah, this girl Lisa. Oh, okay, all
Yeah.
right. Okay, put that one and stick it upstairs.
Yeah.
But uh next thing I'll ask you about is, now that you're looking at the scoreboard, scores have gotten kind of crazy the last couple of
Yes.
years, right?
Yes.
So we've broken 3 team records, and we've broken 2 national records. We now have the overall, actually, we now have all individual records. Braden has the small bore record with a 599.
Yeah.
Sophie has the air rifle record with a 600 that Braden has tied.
Yeah.
And now we have the air rifle team record, as well as the small bore record, as well as the team total record.
Go Cats.
Go Cats. But all of that has happened in the last 18 months. From when you started to the time today,
Yeah.
I think the scores have gone up. The team scores have gone up, what, 20 points?
Yeah, I would say. Like even my freshman year, the qualifying score was not as anywhere near. Like I feel like a 47-30
what it was like,
wow, you're top 3.
You're pushing it.
Like you're wow. And now like for 47-30 to be almost 8th is crazy. And just seeing like the top 2 teams both have 47-50 averages is insane to me.
Yeah.
And looking at the rankings, even
the
compared to
average,
a year ago, like
yeah,
even compared to a year ago, it's crazy.
The average is above a 47-50.
Yes.
So like, again, to just keep that in mind for everybody that's listening in, to have a 47-50 average, again, it's across 3 scores in 3 different locations, and we talked about that, but just between 2 different numbers, if you shoot a 47-45, you have to shoot a 47-55 to just maintain the 50 average.
Yeah.
And to even think about that, when I was shooting was, who the heck is doing that?
Yeah, and to not only have 1 team but 2 teams.
And then other teams are hitting that number
and
consistently.
Like, Ole Miss, I think it has a 47-45 average right now, and like that's 5th.
Right.
And that's crazy because that would have been number 1 and been crazy 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
I when we were doing commentary for NCAA's, I looked at it because I was curious. And I said, well, okay, what's the score that wins NCAA's every year? And just chart it out over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
On average, the team that wins will move up 4 points from the year prior.
Wow.
So it doesn't sound like a lot, right? Because it's less than a point per person across the whole weekend.
Yeah.
But you multiply it over 10 years, and all of a sudden it's 4,700 one year, and then 4,741 10 years later.
Yeah.
And my fear is that at some point we're gonna start hitting the threshold of, well, where's the limit gonna go, right?
And when is it gonna stop? I remember when we shot the school record freshman year, I think it was like a 47-52, something around. It was over 50, and that was crazy. I mean, that was a really good score 4 years ago. And then all of a sudden, everybody started doing it, and then it was not a big deal anymore. And we were like, "Oh man!" and now Kentucky hit the 47-60, and now I feel like it's probably going to happen again, where you'll see more of it.
So I made. I was talking with the team a few months ago in the fall, and Braden asked me if we'll ever see somebody shoot a 600 in small bore. And I told him at the time, I think by the end of 2027, somebody will shoot a 1200.
Yeah.
And he was looking at me kind of like, you think? Like, look at where the scores are going, buddy.
Like, Braden, you're 2 points away.
You're 2 points. You're 2 points away. And how many 600s have been shot? We had 2 600s shot by teammates for the first time this year.
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Yeah.
And like we talked about, like breaking the barrier of 47-50, someone's broken the barrier now. So right, it's just going to happen.
Yeah.
And it'll happen naturally. But and again, I'm partially talking about this because I'm looking at the board and I'm looking at Liz, who's
she's
clean.
Yep.
and we'll divert off of that to make sure we don't jinx her. But now Sophie is the 599 queen. She's
Mhm.
done very well over her career. She is a senior for us, and this will be her last home match, and
Yeah.
hopefully not the last match that she has with us.
Yeah.
But for a lot of people, their qualifier day is their last match with
Mhm.
the team, or at least their last home match,
Yeah.
because after that it's their conference championships, which
Mhm.
they'll go to, and then from there it's NCAA's.
Yeah.
There's really not anything in between.
Yeah.
So for a lot of them, like, this is the last hoorah,
Mhm.
right? Did you ever, particularly in the last three matches, so qualifiers and GARC championships
Mhm.
and NCAA qualifiers, did you have the sense of like impending doom of like
Yes. It, like, all of a sudden, I feel like all the matches were fine until qualifiers, then it was like, "Okay, this is not necessarily the next 2 are not guaranteed."
Yep.
Like, at least NCAA qualifier is guaranteed,
Yeah.
but then conference, you don't know. I mean, usually Harry would bring everybody, but
Mhm.
you don't know if you're, like, on the scoring team or not,
Yeah.
and then NCAA's, they can only bring 5, and you're like, "That one's really not guaranteed."
No.
And so it hit qualifier, and you're like, "Oh, now I don't know."
And during COVID, was it you or was it Emmy that was an alternate for the team one year where there was like the sixth man policy
Mhm.
where you were allowed to bring an extra in case somebody got sick,
Yeah, I think that was my sophomore year,
right?
and that was Emmy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think I don't know if they kept that rule in place. I'll have to
Mhm.
double check with Kat.
Yeah.
But like you said, like that, and I sent I sympathize and I have the same sentiment of I had the same kind of impending doom of like,
Mhm. Yep.
this is it. We got to put
Yeah.
our heart out
It's like
because we
either
don't
now
know.
or never.
Yeah.
Like, this is it.
Hmm.
And realistically, like, I knew I wasn't gonna keep shooting, and
Hmm.
so then it felt even more like a countdown.
Like
And, like,
knowing the guns were gonna go back in the case and
yeah,
sit
and,
there
like,
for a while.
eventually, like, that was gonna be the last shot I ever took. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just weird.
Do you have your last piece of brass?
No. Nobody told me to keep it. But in my defense, I didn't know it was my last.
Fair
Like, I
point.
truly didn't know
Fair point.
because I didn't know, like, NCAA's, we didn't know until, like,
That's
the
right.
week before,
Hmm.
and so I didn't know it was like, I didn't know GARC last year was gonna be my last match, and then it was, and I was like, "Okay, I mean, well,
Yep.
it is what it is, gotta
Mhm.
move on."
So, well, enough lamenting. Looking back at the board, looks like everybody is doing fairly well. Brandon has finished up his match with a 593 with 44. That's pretty good considering his performance over the last few matches. He's got 3 100 series sitting in there. He ended on a solid 10-8, but he had a 97 overall in that card. But he's got some really close nines sitting
Mhm.
up in there. He's got a 9-8, a 9-9, and a 9-7. Liz is now clean through shot 50, has just shot another 100 with 10 X's, with another 10-9 on shot 42, and then another one on shot 45.
Mhm.
Um,
If you were Liz, would you click your sides? Just curious. I'm not her, she's got her own thing.
but would you?
I would. I would maybe go up
What?
one.
Oh, you would go up
I
one
would go up one and then
just to put it in there.
yep, and then see if things move, but also,
Oh, you're not
I'm
her.
not Liz.
Now, you were a clicker.
Yes.
I remember you being I'm not going to say frantic, but you were very quick
Yeah.
to say, let's put a click in it and see what
Mhm.
happens, kind of
Mhm.
thing. And more often than not, I find myself saying, like, just looking at the targets and
Mhm.
saying, like, okay, like, they're sitting on the left-hand side. Like, even if you're calling them there,
Yeah.
put the click in
Yeah.
to just get the extra few tenths.
Yep.
And if it puts you out on the other side, okay, fine,
But now you're on the other
but now you're on
side.
the other side of it,
Now you
right?
gotta have a middle.
Right. Now
Yeah.
try to find the middle.
Yes.
And I think I just, again, watching some of the targets and people getting into the sense of like, yeah, it's still a 10,
Mhm.
but you're like, oh, it could be a better 10.
It could be better 10. Yeah. Although 10.7 is it's a good 10.
Yeah.
I wouldn't complain about a 10.7.
No. Would you still click on a 10-7?
Yeah. I would click on my last shot.
Really?
Yes, I would click on my last shot. Almost every air gun match, I would
Click on the
shoot my
last.
last shot, and then look at it and be like, I should have clicked earlier, and then move it. So then at practice the next time, I would be able to start better. I don't know.
Mhm. Which one did you like more, air rifle or small bore?
That's a very hard question. I think I started out liking air gun more in college, and then as I got more comfortable shooting small bore, I like small bore better
Mm.
because there was more pieces that I got to be in control of than air gun. Felt like I was just controlling the same thing over and over again. But small bore, I was like, ooh, I can move my butt plate.
Something else to work on. we talked. I mentioned earlier about like there's a lot of little trinkets and everything that get adjusted and changed out in small bore.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of different ways to get small bore to fit the position really well. Whereas like air rifle, you're kind of stuck because you're always shooting the same position, which is nice because the scores are obviously higher and the margin for error is a little bit bigger. But overall, there's just a lot more like you can get the rifle to fit you kind of thing in small bore.
Yeah.
So leading up to your collegiate career, were you practicing small bore or air rifle more often?
I was practicing air gun more often. I was lucky since both my sisters shot in college, my dad kind of had it figured out by the time I got into it. And so he built a range in our shed. So luckily I could do that. But since it's Minnesota and we didn't really have access to indoor small bore ranges, 90% of the year is snow, so it would be really cold shooting small bore. So I think I like shooting air gun more because it was inside and I could do it whenever I wanted, but small bore it had to be at certain times of the year.
And talking with a lot of other people, it's always seems to be an access issue. Where yeah, you need to have a a basketball court nearby to do basketball, but almost every public park has a basketball court.
Yeah.
And of course, you're not going to go out there when there's 3 feet of snow and ice on the ground.
Yep.
But when it comes to rifle ranges that number one, are uncommon to begin with, and number two, not every range has the capability of shooting both small bore and air rifle, right? And number three, like you were just talking, where small bore ranges are few and far between, but dad built an air rifle range in the shed.
Yeah.
It becomes a matter of convenience kind of thing. But I was the complete opposite. I almost exclusively shot small bore. In fact, we were only doing one practice a week on like Wednesday nights, I think. And at one point I was shooting 3 or 4 times as many shots in matches during the summer than I was in actual practice.
Yeah.
But for you, at least for air rifle, it looks like you had the opposite.
Yeah, there's definitely more opportunities in Minnesota for air rifle.
Yeah. See, and I'm sure if I asked Liz or Braden, they would tell me that small bore is way more popular in Texas.
I think that's exactly what they would say.
Yeah. Liz coming off of a break, coming back in with a 10-7, clean through 51, crossing her fingers under the table. Sophia also doing well, clean so far on her 5th card, only down 2 points. A little, I guess not low on the X count. She's got 41 X's now, 45 shots in. So you take out the 2 9s. She's only had 2 non-center 10s so far in the match. Getting a quick look at Liz on the screens here. Just feathering her trigger, trying to execute another good shot. It's always kind of daunting. You look down and it's 100, 100, 100, 100.
Yes. Yeah. I never had that.
What was your best?
599. And the 9 was on like my 26th shot. I think.
So like right in the middle.
Yeah, so it's perfect. Do you remember your senior match? Or your senior day, I guess.
I do. I think I do. I think it was the day I might have been my junior year, but I can't remember. It was kind of weird though, because when I came in, it was myself, Will Dixon, Kevin Suey, and Jenna,
Mhm.
and it was nothing like recruiting
Mhm.
is today, and nothing like the communication is today, and
Yeah.
like social media and all that. So that summer, Will and I shot at nationals, at NRA nationals in Indiana, and I saw him with a Kentucky shirt on, and I was like, "Hey, are you going?" We had no
You had
idea.
no
We
idea?
had no
That's
idea.
hilarious.
So I got the offer in, I want to say, like March April time
Yeah.
frame, the as a walk on, and Will got basically got the call right after me,
Mhm.
and there was no like email that got sent out saying like, "Hey, congratulations, here are the email addresses and like contact
Yeah.
information for all of the people coming in." But then he mentioned that Kevin from California was coming in. Said, "Okay, that's, don't I don't know the guy. Do you know the guy? I don't know the guy. Well, I guess we'll find out."
Yeah.
And then later that summer, we Jenna became a kind of a drop in.
Mhm.
She was a late recruit, but Will wound up leaving the team halfway through his sophomore year.
Mhm.
Kevin also left. He transferred to a school back in California. And then Jenna graduated a semester or two early.
Mhm.
So by the time I got to
Yeah.
my senior day, it was just me,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily remember it because I that's not very common, right?
Yeah.
At least in nowadays, like most people stay the whole 4 years
Yeah.
at their school. There's some transfers here and there, but
Mhm.
it's few and far between in comparison to the population as a whole. It's not like basketball or football where there
Yeah.
seems to be a dozen new transfers every other day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I got flowers.
Yay.
Yay. Um, and but I had the same kind of feeling. It was like, all right, this could
Mhm.
be the last one.
Yeah.
I saved my last piece of brass
Mhm.
like 4 or 5 times
That's
because
so
I
funny.
had I had no idea.
Yeah.
And for a lot of teams and a lot of shooters, I think shooting at a high enough level to qualify for the team,
Mhm.
but one day you might be number 6 and one day you might
Yeah.
be number 3. It can be on top of the stress of everything else
Mhm.
going on of like, yeah, like I've got to figure out my life coming
Yeah.
out of college. you know that little thing right there of not knowing if it's going
Mhm.
to be my last is
Yeah.
it's just, it eats at you, it really
Yes, and you
does.
have I feel like you have expectations for your senior match too because you
Hmm.
wanna compete well your
you're
last
you're the
time,
senior.
and you're the oldest ones,
Uh-huh.
like, you wanna compete well, and you also it could potentially be the last time, like, you really don't know, and so I understand what you're saying, and I think it's hilarious you kept the brass 4 or 5 times. Nobody told me to do that.
I and I almost missed it. So I held it after my senior day,
Mhm,
and then we were going to Garks. I said, okay. Made it to Garks, held it after that match, and
mhm.
then found out I was in the final, so I had to throw that one away.
Yeah,
That was 2. Held it after the final. Okay, fine. May Found out I was going to NCAA's. Held it after qualification for NCAA's, and then
yeah.
figured out I was in the
Oh
final.
my goodness.
So I finally got it, and
Yeah, that's quite the end of your career.
God, it was like, oh well, I can't save the last pellet, and I wound up not saving the last tin,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, it was daunting, and it was just like, are I'm looking in this little tiny
Mhm.
plastic bag of like, are you gonna be my last one? All right,
Is this the one?
is this the one?
Nope.
Nope. Throw you out. Go on to the next one. Well, we got just under 6.5 minutes left. Most people, if they haven't already finished out, are about to finish out. The furthest behind for us is going to be Sophie. She's got 8 shots left. She's really been taking her time the whole match, but I'd rather her take her time and really try to squeeze out as many tens as she can versus trying to rush herself at any point. But at this point, she's really got to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
Um, you were always a fast shooter in air rifle. You always finished in like 40 minutes or less.
No.
No? Or am I
No.
remembering the
No, I
opposite?
was slow. I had to time myself. The first 30 shots would or the first 20 shots would take me half the match. So
Oh, you were an AJ.
yeah, I would like 75 minutes. So you would halfway is 37 minutes and 30 seconds. I had to do the math or I would be behind and I would stress myself out. So I would shoot the first 20 shots in probably about 37 minutes. And then I would have to go very fast.
Run and
yep.
gun.
And then usually the third and fourth series were slow.
Yeah.
Not as slow as the first 20.
Starting to ramp up the pace a little bit.
Yep. And then the fifth series was very fast because then I would be behind and I had to go
pick it back up.
And then I would usually finish with about 10 minutes left.
AJ seems to do the same thing.
Yeah.
He starts out 20 minutes. It's almost on the dot between a half an hour and 35 in the match. And then towards the end, he'll finish the last series in 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, he probably learned that from me.
Terrible influence.
Good influence. No.
Watching Liz here take her last shot. Shot 60. Oh, man. At this point, she's now taken her second or third hold on this. She's got plenty of time. You can see her again. She's just breathing into her shoulders and letting them fall and relax down. We got about 5 or 6 people just watching the monitors here in the team room.
AJ's really going fast, though.
Yeah, he is.
You're right. His last 10
is Speedy. Speedy Gonzalez is the name of the game. But looking across the board, some extremely good air rifle scores, particularly from Georgia Southern. 595 for Haley, a 598 for, is it Emmy or Emma?
Emmy.
I thought it was Emmy. Then we have Emma Pullman with a 595 with 50 X's, just besting out Haley by 2 X's. We've got Bremen with a 597 with 51.
Wow.
So far they're only down maybe 15? Yeah, 15 for the air rifle team. That's really good. 595s and up is generally what we like to see from top tier teams. That generally puts them in the 23, 85 plus realm. As long as they shoot a decent small bore score, that generally puts them in a good position for a good team score. Liz now taking another hold on this last shot. Really,
I get it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Hey, for a 10-1, she shoots another 600 with 53 X's.
Go, Liz.
Oh man, back to back 600s. You can see she's just waving her head.
Good for her.
Yeah, just wagging her head of like, I can't believe it just happened again. That little smirk, and there she goes with clicking her sights off, after the last shot. Might as well, right?
Yeah.
Can't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have any shots left.
No. Might as well. Be better at practice then.
Mm-hmm. Couple of minutes left in the match here. Looks like Sophie's group has opened up just a little bit. She's got 9-8s, 3 9-8s back to back. But we kind of saw that the progression there. Seeing some 10s in the beginning of the target, some X's in the beginning of that series, drop down into some weak 10s, those 10-0s, and now dropping into 9-8s.
Yeah.
So what are your red flags? What were your cues to tell you, like, hey, position is deteriorating, or hey, I'm getting tired, or, I really need to, like, put the gun down for a minute and really think about this?
Yeah, well, about every 10 shots, I would take a break. I wouldn't necessarily get out of position completely. I usually tried to make it, since it took me so long, I couldn't get off the line very much.
Yeah.
But once I shot a 9, like my first 9 was usually I was okay. But then the second 9 in air gun is when I would go off the line and go talk to somebody. Mm-hmm. Because for me, once I shot the second 9, I was thinking about it, and it flipped to score instead of how it's going.
Yeah.
And then that's when Harry or Kat would have to talk to me and get me out of that mindset and back into what is important, how I'm shooting it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really focusing on doing the process to produce the 10s versus, hey, I need to shoot a 10.
Yes. Versus I've shot 2 9s and now I need to shoot a 10.
Yeah.
Yep. Especially if they were on the same target. Usually if it was on the first 10 shots and I've already shot 2 9s, I was starting to spiral.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I read up a lot about, particularly in my senior year, was not necessarily like visual cues or anything like that, but was manifesting
Mhm.
tens. There was a study done that said something like 70% of athletes that visualize their success
Mhm.
are successful,
Yeah.
but it works the opposite way too. If
Mhm.
you're visualizing not being successful,
Mhm.
there's something like a 90% fallout that you're
Yes.
not going to be
Yep.
successful.
Yeah.
And I found it very interesting to be like, yeah, like if you're focusing on not shooting nines,
Mhm.
it's different than thinking to yourself, let's go shoot a 10,
Yeah.
because you're thinking about success versus not failing,
Yeah.
right? And while the two kind of go hand in hand, you're going to shoot a 10 or a 9, right?
Yeah.
It's the mindset that changes that really makes the difference
Yeah.
there.
Yep, definitely.
And there you go. And that is the end of the air rifle portion of our match today. Going across the lineup, we've had some excellent scores. Um, we'll start out with Georgia Southern. We'll work for our way from points 1 through 13. If you wouldn't mind chiming in for the Wildcats, doing points 9 through 13 for me.
You want me to say the
Yeah.
scores? Oh goodness, can I even see?
Can you see them?
No.
Okay.
I can do 13.
You can do 13? All
Yeah.
right, I'll leave 13 to you.
Go Liz. 600 with 53 X's. That's very good.
Alrighty, so going down the
Sorry,
line.
Billy.
That's okay. Going down the lineup here, starting out with our women from Georgia Southern here. We've got Haley Singleton with a 595, 48 X's. We have Emmy Walrath with a 598 with 55 X's.
Wow, that's
It's
a lot of X's.
it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's tight. Over the course of the match, she's only down 2 points.
Hmm.
Which means that she only had 3 non-center
Yeah.
tens throughout the whole match.
That's really good.
That's really good. It's almost it's basically averages out to 1 non-center 10
Yeah.
per series.
Yeah.
That's tight. Then moving over to Emma Pullman, the unfortunate 9-0 on shot 59. I'm not sure what went on there, but she still geeked out with a 595 with 50 X's. Her teammate Bremen Butler with a 597 with 51 X's. So all of the ladies for Georgia Southern sitting in the mid to high 580s, coming out very well for an air rifle team score. Moving over to Morehead State University with Adriana Beard shooting a 587 with 43 X's with 2 100 series on series 2 and 5. Her teammate Trey Myers extremely consistent, shooting in the 99s through the midpoint of the match, finishing on another 99 for a 591 with 44 X's. Teammate Cooper Gray from MSU with a 571 with 27 X's. And Hayden Bell, who does have the school record for MSU with a 598, finished out with a 595.
That's good.
With 47 X's, with a couple of 100 series and multiple series of 99 in there as well.
Yeah.
So very consistent performance for him, and good to see that that breaking the record wasn't just a fluke, and he's going to continue that performance.
Yeah. Is he a senior?
He may be. I've seen his name around for a few years.
Okay. I'm wondering if there's other seniors or if it's just, I think it's Hayden and Adriana.
Think so.
I think those are their seniors, and I'm not sure if Georgia Southern has seniors.
Okay. I'm
curious.
I am too.
Yeah.
And that reminds me, I have to ask about I saw this earlier, maybe you did when you were in the range, but they had to break out the little air rifle bucket for Martin.
Yeah.
Did he load 2 pellets or something like that?
Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
All right, we'll have to ask.
Yeah, well, I'm curious about what was happening because Liz needed it too.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, during Ciders, Liz had it.
Oh, this is very intriguing.
I know.
I've never seen it used.
Really?
I've never seen it used. I like not even in my entire tenure.
In the past, I think they just shot it into the backstop.
But now there's
like
this,
they would raise their hand and shoot it in the backstop because it was the tarp.
Sure.
And so it didn't. They didn't need it. So I think maybe it happened. We just didn't know it. And now that we don't want to shoot in the it.
Okay.
So I think, yeah. Keep going. Go Sophie.
Yeah.
She's next.
Go Soph. We'll do this real quick because Coach Mullins is in the range giving our senior speech. 595, 48 X's for Sophie, a 569 with 22 for AJ Hodko, a 593 with 44 for Brandon Evans, a 590 for Martin Voss with 46 X's, and Liz's perfect 600 with 53 X's. With that, we will cut the broadcast for us right now. We'll switch over to some audio in the range where Coach Mullins will be talking about our seniors.
You know, cheered for them the entire time, and they did a phenomenal job this year. You know, our golf team does some really cool things. You know, so just across the board, the support that you guys give to each other, I think is very, very special. That's what makes us, and we're very proud of that. So with that being said, they're going to change first, but we're not doing any hair or anything like that. All right, so that means I've got to talk for another 2 or 3 minutes. I'm not going to have good things to say, and I'll get all emotional. Where's Evan at? Somebody's put a post on social media today that said, is somebody peeling onions or cutting onions? Because it is a very emotional time for me, because you guys they are part of our family. One of my former assistants said at one time that, you know, we joke around, I always want a big family, 10, 15 kids. She goes, hell, Coach, you have the biggest family of them all, right? I mean, I've been fortunate to be here for 38 years. So, yeah, there's a pretty good group. I see Emmy over here. I mean, this is how far we go back. Ted, stand up. That's one of my former teammates from 1985. No, Ted not go way back. He actually got a chance to retire. He got a real job and worked for 25, 30 years and then retired. But we are, you know, and I think if you do this thing called athletics, you do create that family. And that's what makes it special, right? I mean, it makes it special. It doesn't matter what team you play for. You know, it's the school you play for when you have that emotional connection. And that is really, really cool. So for the athletes in the room, enjoy that. You know, because as Martin says, I knew when I got here that it was going to end. And it will end. Yeah, it does. And I'll tell you a funny story while they're getting here. Because he's another one of our alumni in just a second. But when it ends, you don't just leave. Just move on to the next chapter in your book. Because you'll always be part of the Kentucky. And that's pretty cool. So hats off to all the athletes in the room. I'm going to enjoy watching you. And I'll say something nice about my seniors, but in the meantime, I'm going to give you some good entertainment. So Mason, stand up. There we go. So this guy right here in his infinite wisdom, turn around, face the crowd so they all know what Listen, I've got a picture of him and I next to that. See, because we do a lot of, I hate change. It's literally that, just the older version of it. How old were you? 10, when he was 10 years old. So it wasn't a recruiting violation. We came on the But Mason, what year was it? Your junior, senior year?
Yeah.
Your junior, senior year, we're sitting in the team room, and Miss Bissler over there, one of his teammates, was complaining about her picture. She was a freshman, and she goes, my picture just doesn't look good. And in his infinite wisdom, he told Allie, said, Allie, don't worry, you're going to be a lot prettier when you get to be a senior. Those are his exact words. Instead of saying that senior glow that comes about you. What's that card? You know, so I mean, that you guys are a family, right? I mean, we have a bunch of little families that go into medium-sized family and into the bigger family. And it makes us very proud to always bring in folks that are very good people to represent you. Right? Because we all represent each other. We all represent the UK on our shirt. And that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Now, where are they at? I'm running out of things to say. Sam, tell them they got 30 seconds. We're going to start with that. And I'm going to retire. I'm going to be the senior. And I'm going to get all the cool gifts. All right. No, it is exciting that you guys came down. It really is. I mean, it's something very special. Obviously, this is our most high-pressure match of the season because we're trying to qualify for the NCAAs. All the work that they've done up to this point is 50%. And so what we do today is the other 50% and adding that together. So we started Senior Day a long time ago, probably 15 years ago during this event because it was their last home event. And then now all of a sudden The seniors are getting all emotional. Onions are being cut in the team room. Everybody's crying. And they also have to perform at one of their under the most stressful times. So, and with you guys being here, you don't know how big that is of just helping them move to the next level, which is pretty good. Well, without ado, we have our 4 guests of honor. So we'll just start in order. This young man right here, AJ Hotko, he came to us 4 years ago, and in his recruiting pitch, I said, AJ, I love you, you're great, you're good, but you're going to need some swagger. AJ, we were lacking a little bit on the swagger, but we were super proud of AJ. He's done a tremendous job for the team, both on and off the range. He's been a key component to help work the chemistry behind the scenes, and my athletes know what that looks like as far as where the team goes. And he's done a tremendous job just representing us and being engaged. So with that being said, Coach Cat made AJ a book that has all the pictures that coaches don't get to see. And she literally does. She asks the team, do you guys have any pictures? And they email them pictures over their 4 years, and she puts a little book together for them. But we don't get to see that till after they graduate, because there might be some incriminating pictures. Next we have Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans has taught me more about being a police officer. No. Brandon came to us. He actually is graduating a year early. He's taking the job in Virginia of being a police officer. He came to us from Alaska, where he transferred in after his freshman year, and he has done a phenomenal job. He keeps the vibe on the team popping, and he keeps it going in a unique way. But we're super proud of the work that Brandon has done. He's had great performances. He had a good performance today. He was on the counting team, shot a .593 air rifle. A good job for Brandon. Now we have an English as a second language person. Again, you notice the difference in the chemistry of just when I introduced. Martin has also done a great job. It just in how he carries himself, the energy that he brings, sometimes a lot of energy. And he is a big person, so the energy is very strong. Martin has also done a tremendous job for the team. He's been in starting lineups pretty much most of the time for the last 4 years here. And we're looking forward to seeing what the next chapter in his life is going to bring. I'm trying to talk him into taking the coaching job in Norway so that we kind of have a little bit of a pipeline as far as bringing recruits in. And I said English is a second language because when people doesn't want to say something's name, he says that person that's English with a second language. Last but not least, we have Sophia Ciccarello. She is from Italy. She came to us again as a freshman. Pretty decorated athlete, finished 9th in the Olympics, coming out when she got here. Again, the other three have done a tremendous job for us. In the starting lineup, has done some really cool things on the range, some really cool things off the range. Because I'd say if it probably wasn't for some of these guys, some of you guys probably wouldn't even be here, right? So the relationships that they've built and helped integrate rifle within the athletic community took a lot of work, took a lot of effort, right? And we're really proud of that. But I'm super proud of Sophia, even though I probably will never be her favorite because to this day, we've won a lot of things except one, and that's the cooking competition. She made gnocchi in the cooking competition, and not me. My other coach's husband was the judge.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was him.
But it was really, really good. No, I love all 4 of those guys. I've been excited to have them part of our family and excited that we have been part of their journey. Right? And I tell them, just like I tell all you guys, once you're a Wildcat, you're always a Wildcat. So congratulations to the 4 seniors. home match. We still got a few more matches. Matches, a few more things to accomplish. But I appreciate you guys coming out today. It means the world to me. And I know it means the world to me as far as the support. So if you guys want to do this, and then we're going to kick all these folks out and we're going to get ready for the small board. AJ, you got speed? Okay. Speed! Come on, show some swag.
Thank you.
Or as in Italy, we say.
How do you guys have speed? Come on.
As they say in Italy. Thank you.
No, they've done a great job. All right, pictures?
Yeah, let's get one of all 6 of you first, and then we'll let the coaches step out. So we'll just get together. Yeah,
Look, and I even went and changed clothes, so we met.
Yep, that's perfect.
Behind the scenes, we already have their stuff back and they're out of here. Yeah. This is right, but we gotta have it perfect. We gotta have it perfect. All right, Charlie.
That should be good.
So, you know that's it. Look. Yeah.
All right, everybody in orange.
Hold on, let me fix my hair.
All right, that's good. Now coaches step out.
All right.
Just let them more. All right, everybody in orange again. All right, I'm good. Whatever you need after that.
All right, that's right. Parents, you got it.
Did you want me to sign this?
Hey, Ted, can we get a volleyball life? Yeah.
Y'all just
Yes.
stay back there.
shot. Is it good? It's disgusting. Like that?
To be able to shoot 590, above 590 twice in one match was pretty good. It felt really good.
It was a good weekend. Learned a lot of lessons.
Brutal.
Sorry to bother your training, but who won 5-0 on 5 shots? I'm just curious. Okay.
Alrighty, everybody. Well, thank you for tuning in for the first portion of our match today. What we will be doing is if you go on to the NCAA Rifles website, you'll notice that Georgia Southern is now bested Kentucky by a measly 1 point. They're currently sitting at a 35-40 aggregate score against University of Kentucky's 35-39. Morehead State University is currently sitting at a 35-02. Again, kind of curious that the scores are not fully updated, but that makes sense considering that we do not have all of the counter shooters scores in yet. That is because the rest of them will shoot on our second relay. We will be doing this again, full match, small bore, and then air rifle, and we'll be walking through everybody on those proceedings. Quick shout out to our seniors and their dedication not only to the sport but to our team and the culture that we have here at the University of Kentucky Rifle Team. So thank you, AJ. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Martin. And Brandon, I'm so happy that you were able to find your home away from home here at Kentucky. Give us a few more minutes. What we'll be doing is transitioning the range back over to small bore to start the second relay, and we will tune back in with a start time. So keep your speakers loud for us here so that when we tune back in, we let you know we can begin the second portion of our match here today. We'll be back in a minute. Thank you.
So I'm shooting. I turn around and see the face. And that was a concern. Because I didn't know. If I knew it, I mean, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Sounds like you care a lot. Huh? Sounds like you care a lot. I was very concerned, actually. And I have every reason. BP, do I have every reason to be?
Who is this person? Depending on your concern. What were the concerns? Or you're just like, why? If your concern is why, then yeah. But who's this person?
It's
Checking in. Sound check. Yeah, there we go. Now it's coming through. Okay, great. Alrighty, everybody. So today, again, NCAA qualifiers broken up into 2 relays. Today is a tri-match. So that does mean that we will have counters from all 3 schools represented on both relays. And in order to make sure that we fire a shoulder-to-shoulder match among all competitors between all 3 schools, we have to break up the qualifiers or those counters, those counting individuals, between between 2 relays. Effectively, we have to split the range into thirds between Georgia Southern, Morehead State University, as well as the University of Kentucky, in order to be able to make sure that we have a shoulder-to-shoulder match being fired across the entirety of today. Got a few minutes left sitting in our sighting and prep period for kneeling. You can see here, Elisa has come off the line and is talking with Coach Papasadora right now, just behind the pillar. Trying to get her mind right. She's got about 3.5 minutes left in sighters. And if we take a quick look here at her target, it looks like she's definitely struggling a little bit more than usual. Doesn't have too many 10s up on the board. So now that she's done with that, she'll come back into position. You can see she's going to try to lay down her knee exactly where she needs to. But going down the lineup here again, you can kind of see that we've broken up the range into thirds here. It'll all kind of depend on how many shooters each of the schools brings, all of the traveling teams come in with. So Georgia Southern had 4 shooters on the first relay, now have 3 on the second relay, so they will have 7 shooters total. And then Morehead, I think, had 4 on the first, now 4 on the second, so they have brought 8 total. And then the University of Kentucky just happens to be that the rest of the range was there were enough points on the remaining portion of the range for all of our shooters to get a crack at it today. Always good, especially for freshmen to be able to come into a home match and still get experience, even if they aren't necessarily part of the qualifying or counting scores. So right now, Sam and Braden are, so to speak, on the line. Those are our 2 counters for this particular relay. If you go online to the NCAA Rifle.org website, you go over to today's score card and scroll down on that page. You'll be able to see a squad column where there will be a small checkbox. And if that box is checked, that means that that particular person's score will be counted as a part of the team score. So we can see that Martin's small bore score was used for the first portion of today, but his air rifle score wasn't. In place of his air rifle score, we'll be using we'll be using Brandon Evans' 593 with 44 rather than Martin's 590 with 46 X's. So we did pick up a potential 3 extra points just by shifting over that one individual for counting score. Getting a quick look back at first relay here. We got Georgia Southern. We have Emmy Walrath with a phenomenal 591 in small bore, 598 in air rifle for a combined 1189 with 96 X's. She will not only walk away with high small bore for first relay, but she will also walk away with high combined score for first relay. Elizabeth Probst coming in with back-to-back 600s in air rifle. She will end up today combined for small bore and air with an 1187 with 80 X's, so just behind score in terms, just behind combined score in comparison to Emmy. Falling just below her, Sophia Ciccarello from the University of Kentucky with a 586 small bore and a 595 air rifle, a little lower than where we typically see her. But we were talking with Allie earlier this morning about how, it's particularly for seniors, this time of the year with only 3 matches to go can be a bit of an existential crisis in terms of, is this going to be their last match, and the end of their collegiate career is coming up on them. And so, I'm not necessarily surprised to see that Sophie's scores are just a little bit lower, seeing that she may have been a little distracted by that. But she comes out with an 1181 with 82 X's after first relay. Coming into Morehead State, Trey Myers, 585, 591 for a combined 1176 with 78 X's. Georgia Southern's Bremen Butler with a 582 and 597 air rifle. The ladies from Georgia Southern really, really showing up in air rifle this morning. She comes out with a combined 1179 with 85 X's. And Hayden Bell coming off of that great 598 program best in air rifle with a 595 today in air rifle for a combined 1168 with 73 X's. Coming back into the match, we have started our 1 hour and 30 minute match clock. So again, at this point, we'll move over everything from citers into record, and immediately everything counts. So we'll immediately start to see the 2 strings, and we'll start to see scores get tallied up. Looks like right off the rip, Elisa is starting out and trying to make today hard. She's going to work her way back up here, starting out with an 8-4, coming into a 10-1 on that next shot. Braden starting out really strongly with 3 X's back to back. Sam also very strongly. He's got a 9-8 on shot 3, but he's coming back into the bull really well with that 10-8 on shot 4. Yeah, and Elisa 10-0 and go. She's got a 10-1 on shot 2 and a 10-0 on shot 3. Looking for her to tighten everything up a little bit. Good look for her here, shooting right next to Braden with the 3 feet of sight risers that he has. A little bit of movement coming through the end of Elisa's barrel. You can see that she's just taking a few breaths, trying to get the rifle to settle in. You see her fiddling with her hand a little bit. Still taking a few deep breaths. And taking a moment to herself after that 9-2. You can see she's, rather than making a sight adjustment, she's actually adjusting her cheek piece. So maybe she was sitting a little high or a little low in that sight picture, trying to stay as consistent as she can. Braden doing phenomenal right now. He has nothing but X's and is drilling the 10 ring right now. And Elisa coming off that 9-2 with the 10-1, and she finally takes that click down. You know, we mentioned it earlier with Allie, and that she's she's a clicker, and that even if the shot is a little out of the 10 ring, taking a click generally won't put you out the other side or put you so far out of the middle of the bull such that if you execute a good shot, you won't have a 10. And there's something to be said about deciding to take put the click into the rifle versus, actually calling it there and saying, okay, well, I know that I put it there and I know that I called it there, but making sure that the position is still solid enough to be able to execute it in the middle. It can be difficult sometimes to try to make that decision, particularly on the fly, or if you're in a time crunch, like Allie was explaining, that she basically puts herself in of like, yeah, the first 20 shots I finish up in like 35 minutes, and then from there it's, you kind of have to put the blinders on and say, yep, I don't have enough time. I don't have time to make a decision. I have to do what's needed to be what I have to do and keep on going. Braden and Sam shooting very quickly, only 5 minutes into the match, coming up on 6 minutes into the match. And Sam is already on shot 11, has got a 97 on his first series, now has a 10-5 to start out his second. Braden coming in with a 99 with 9 X's on his first series. Unfortunate 9-8 on shot 9. Quick look at Sam. Nice tight position, nice tight hold. That recoil was just a little far out to the right. Kind of see it bounce up and then kind of move towards his right, what would be our left here on the screen, and that's coming through on the target. It's a 10-5, but it's still sitting on the right hand side of the bowl. We'll watch that recoil one more time and see where a shot lands. See him just take up a little bit more of that trigger, squeeze, follow through, and look at that nice solid recoil for a 10-3 right on top of the 10-5 he just had. Really watching the end of that barrel, silver contrast against the white jacket of our media team back there. We're just looking for a very tiny movement. We're looking for nice snappy recoil. And then the other thing we're going to watch is Sam's trigger finger. He's just going to squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. We'll see some of that distance being taken up. We'll see the rifle recoil. And we'll see Sam's finger pull through, or basically squeeze through that recoil until he looks down. You can even see through his blinder where he's actually looking. Position is already nice and level. It's nice and tight. You can see he's taking a few deep breaths here, staring down the bull, watching where that little tiny tunnel is pointing. He's looking down, very similar to Sophie, and then coming back as a little double check for himself. And he comes in with a solid 10-8. He's following through, and then he's looking down. Quick reload, getting it done. He and Braden are basically going shot for shot at this point. Braden with a 10-8 on shot 15 as well, with now a 10-1 on shot 16. Sam following right behind him. The two of them are shooting lights out right now. There you go, and Sam with a 10-3 on shot 16 and a 10-5 for Braden on shot 17 here. And there you go. So, this seems to be the theme of the day here, but of making sure that you don't lose yourself in the score. Here we have 7 10s up on the board for Braden, now 8. And what we've just seen is a 10-5 on shot 17 for him, and he took clicks into his rifle. He decided, no, I need to move this out to the left. Took a couple of clicks, and now he's out to the left with that 10-3. And what's most important, and now he's still sitting on the left-hand side of that 10 ring with 1 shot left to go. And you can really see he's got a lot of weight into that rifle. Not seeing a lot of movement, and that recoil is up and down, nice and snappy. There you go. He's got a 10-3 on his last shot for 199 with 18 X's coming out of slings. Not bad considering he's just recently broke the small bore record with a 599. So there you go. He's down his 1 point. He's got to go clean the rest of the match. No, but in all seriousness, we can't expect to break a national record and do it again the next match. It was a national record for a reason. It's because nobody has ever done it ever before. And to think to yourself, well, like, yeah, that's my new standard. That's the new line I have to draw in the sand to measure myself against is very, very difficult to do. See there again, 599 NCAA record small bore score, and he's also tied the NCAA aggregate record with a 1198. So you can imagine over both matches. Here he is talking with Coach Mullins about his clicks. He's doing his little download that he likes to do. You can imagine shooting a 599 in small bore and then doubling it up with a 599 in air rifle. Only dropping 2 points over the course of the entire day. So now that we are doing the math here, we're now 12 minutes into the match. It looks like we do have a couple of other folks that are finishing up kneeling. We've got George Kuhn from Morehead State, who's just finished up with a 190 with 6 X's. You can see him just deciding to lay on the floor here, sit down, just let the pins and needles come out of his feet. We've got Maria, who just finished up with a 9.9 on shot 20 for a 189 with 7 X's. And right behind them is Hannah Goyne with 2 shots left to go, looking to improve off of that 87 that she had on the first card, working on a potential 92 on this one with another 2 10s. Tori Watts and Mazzo from Georgia Southern, 2 shots and 1 shot respectively left to go for them. Tori working on a 195 for her kneeling match. Not sure if I mentioned it, but Sam Adkins finished out with a 196 with 13 X's. You can see him on the left-hand side of our screen right there, taking off his equipment, just taking a little bit of breather before he goes back in for prone. Looks like he and Braden are going to be going shot for shot. They're bringing their equipment off the line and will transition cheek pieces, sights, butt plates out for kneeling. I'm sorry, for prone. Got a detailed look here of Jacob St. Hilaire for the Wildcats. Rocking a double blinder here, so he's got one sitting right underneath his visor, basically to try to eliminate some of that peripheral vision, really get himself in the zone between him and his rifle and his target. And then he's got another one that's actually attached underneath his iris on his rear sight to make sure that he can't actually look forward and that he's only using one eye on the target. Yeah, and you can see he really didn't follow through well on that one, didn't like it at all. Tossed out into a wide 9 on shot 19. Trying to get another 10 here to improve on that first target, that 95. Looking at just the end of that barrel to see if we have any movement coming through. There we go. Finishes out nice with a 10.5x for a 191 and 7 X's for Jacob. He's coming right out of position, changing the target over, and making that transition here. Getting a quick season overview for the Cats. Doing very well, ranked number 1 in terms of that 3-score average that we talked about on first relay. Again, it's going to take the 3 highest scores shot at 3 different locations to basically come up with a team average over the course of the seasons. We use the best of the best, but they have to be at various locations. It's not like you can, quote unquote, cheat and use 3 of your home matches because they were the highest scores that you had. No, you have to be fair about how you determine, the number 1 team in the country right now. But back to back team records, 47-52, 47-59, then a 47-62 to break the NCAA record team score on that day, tying the NCAA record for air rifle score, team air rifle score with a 23.95, and just prior to that, breaking a school record small bore score with a 23.68, all in the last, 4 weeks. Kind of incredible. Team is really starting to ramp up the scores, really start to put the pressure on some other teams around the country. Looks like we've got a few stragglers left here in kneeling. It looks like Matilda is really taking her time. She's only 6 shots in so far. Yeah, she is still in kneeling. She's definitely struggled here a little bit. A couple of X's to start off, only to follow it up with an 8-5. So she's down 2 points all in one shot, and now is really struggling to find the middle again. Tripled up some 9s, and unfortunately none of them were clustered. They were all kind of spread out, and now she's got a 9-6 out to the left. You can see she's just picked up a rifle there to give herself a little bit of a break, kind of reduce the mental load a little bit. So we'll come back to her, but looks like Matilda's just struggling a little bit. Give her some time to figure things out. Looking at Hannah Todd for the Wildcats, this is a great illustration of what it feels like to shoot donuts around the 10 ring. You can see that she's got 3 9s between shots 11 and 13, and there's this little space in between all 3 of them where you can just see the edge of the 10 ring kind of sit. And this is what I mean by shooting donuts, is that you just kind of go round and round and round in such a point where you have a donut hole, and the donut hole is the 10 ring of the target. And there's just some days where it just winds up where the group is just a little wider than normal, and you can't figure out or find a way to just convert over the extra 10th or 2 to turn the 9 9s into 10 O's or 10 1s. It's going to be really frustrating somehow. Close-up look here at Sam Atkins. You can see him just making some small adjustments to his cheek piece height. So he's changed over most of his equipment from kneeling to prone. Looks like he's using the same butt plate, but you can even see here he's trying to get his sling to lay just right. He's even taking one more link up in it to tighten it up a little bit. And then he's going to route that and get it out of his way so it's not touching his hand. It's been Spending a lot of time on the setup here, and most of the success that top tier rifle shooters have will tell you that the setup is 99% of the work. 99% of the work will go into that setup, because setting up the shot well to begin with, before you just start throwing bullets down range, is really, really important. Right? Sam changed over his entire position, has changed over all of his equipment to produce a 10 on the very first sighting shot. Here he is coming in for number 2 sighter for him. Super, super tight. We're not seeing hardly any movement at all on the end of the barrel. Very, very tight recoil. Barely any jump coming up. There's just a little bit of shake left and right. You can see him just taking a few little millimeters up and down into his cheek piece that he 3D printed. Got 2 10-1s up so far. Looking at the end of that barrel, you can see him blinking, and that barrel isn't moving at all. Yeah, and there we saw a little bit more recoil. He's now got a group of 3 shots that are sitting low, and he's taking that click up in his sights. He does have a shorter sight radius, and we'll talk about that and why that's important. But that shorter sight radius is going to make it so that the sight adjustments are a little bit more gross. They're not nearly as fine. And by only taking that one click up, I think we're going to see him kiss the middle here.
Yeah, I do too. And that's a Yeti? Yes. That's really pretty.
Yep. And he kisses it with a nice 10-6. He'll probably put a couple more shots in there. I'm going to say 2 or 3 to really validate that that's where the group is going to sit. So he's got a 10-6 here, looking for another 10-6 or higher stacked right on top of it before he really goes for record there. Getting a quick look across the range here. Elisa Boozer coming out of kneeling with a 187 with 4 X's. Really struggling through that, but we did see a relatively wide group in her sighting period. Jacob coming out with a 191. Emily coming out with a 188. Still waiting on Hannah. Seeing if she can improve off of that 91 she had on her first series. It looks like she's going to do well so far. Again, only down those 3 points. So she's working on a 47 with 5 shots in and 5 shots left. Even if she repeats that same performance, she'll end with a 94, and then it'll be an improvement off of that 91. We can see Braden kind of working his way into the 10 ring there from that 1 to 2 o'clock realm, just walking his group in shot by shot. Yeah, okay. So it looks like Sam's position is starting to settle out. He was sitting low in the bowl. He took that click up. He was sitting high, and now we can see just progressively, shot by shot, his group is just starting to settle back down a little low. I'm not sure if he's gonna actually scoot his hips back in order to be able to just raise the group up a little bit, or if he's actually gonna take another loop out of that sling to tighten it up, or if he's comfortable with where he's at and he's going to make a side adjustment. All right. So Jacob coming out of kneeling with that 191. Seeing a little bit of that negative cant that we typically see out of him. Little outward cant for a right-handed shooter. Typically we see athletes, they'll have an inward sort of cant in order to be able to get that cheek piece and that sight alignment right, so they're not actually tilting their head. Some shooters just decide, or through their position or what they've found, they have a negative cant or outward cant, and it just happens to work for them. For Jacob today, however, seems to be struggling a lot with this vertical movement, particularly in prone. Doesn't seem like he's trying to can't find the rhythm here between shooting high or shooting low, and it's typically not a function of having that outward cant. As long as the cant's consistent, that's really what matters. Doubling up that 9-7 with a 10-3 here. Loading for another one. Again, 90% of the problem is just figuring out where the rifle is grouping and trying to get it to do that consistently. Because once the group is tight, then you can move it around the bull wherever you want it to. And now so he's gotten 3 shots basically right on top of each other, and has now decided to make that movement. Not atypical for us to see that 2 to 4 shot group generated before they'll actually move the shot. Yeah, and I'm glad we're talking about this too. So Braden doing phenomenal. Looks like a test group, for crying out loud. He's got 3 10-7s and 2 10-6s and now a 10-8. And they are just stacked, and there is no movement on the end of that barrel. We can barely see it. Barely see it if we look through the front sight and we're looking at the box in the background. You can kind of see the shades of yellow on the box in the background change a little bit through this front sight. So there is a little bit of movement, but it ain't much. Super, super tight, nice and focused, robotic. He's even got his ejector turned on the other way, so shots are actually ejecting out of the other side of his rifle. It's actually fairly smart because it gets the brass out of the way, versus normally the brass would actually kick towards you where you're actually loading from your ammo block. But this is nice. Look at this. It's super consistent, very robotic. Take the shot, follow through. I don't even know. I can't even see that he's looking at the monitor before he's loading for the next shot and just chugging along. comes out of his first card with a 100 with 9 X's for a 299 with 27. Kind of halfway through the match, but he's still got 10 shots left in this position before we can say that he's out of slings. And we've just crossed the 1 hour mark. Despite the transition where he's got to change all of that equipment over for prone, he's still going about a minute a shot here. We're half an hour into the match, and now he's got 31 shots up on the board total. Again, it's really, really difficult because you can see him blinking. We know we have a live feed into the range, and it looks like it's a still frame. You see, he's just holding a little bit longer than what he would normally in order to execute a 10 there. Decided to basically break that process, said, no, I'm overholding, took a deep breath, and I'm sure that we'll see another 10-8 on that next shot. Good for him. And I'm glad that that Sam took the extra time after he took those couple of clicks up in his sights. He took almost 20 sighters there in prone, finally letting his position settle. He's now gone for record. 4 shots in, 4 X's in. Still sitting a little low in the bowl. Maybe not anymore with that 10-5. Sitting a little high in there, but it's an X and it's good. Again, we're talking about very small margins of error, but 10-5s and 10-6s are generally where we like to see 10s and prone. Obviously 10-7s and 10-8s are better, but really, really difficult at that point to get the rifle and the ammo to tune down to 10-7s and 10-8s. Right. I mean, at that point, they would, they would have to be laser beams because we know that, physically you're not executing on the exact same spot every single time. So in that sense, 10-5s and 10-6s are absolutely acceptable in prone in terms of how deep you can really get them. You got to think 10-5s across the board for 10 shots is a 105. That's a pretty good prone score. Of course, if they were all 10-6s, even more so. But 107s don't come around very often. If all 10 shots were 10-7s, 107s are very uncommon when it comes to 10-shot series and prone. You got to think, in order to maintain a 107 pace, 107 average, for every 10-5 you shoot, you have to shoot a 10-9. And how infrequent are 10-9s? Right. So like looking at Sam here, he's got a 10-3 and a 10-7 to match up for an average of a 10-5. He's got a 10-4 and a 10-6 to average out to a 10-5. He's got a 10-5 and a 10-4. It's pretty close there. It looks like he squeaked one out on shot 10 for a 99 with 8 X's. We were seeing a little bit of left and right in his sighters for prone. Hoping to see him come out of slings with that solid 395. That'll put him in a really good spot to come into standing. Braden comes out of prone with a 199, coming out of slings for a 398 with 36 X's total. Jacob doing really well now that he's moved over for record in prone. He's squeaking in there with a 10-0 on shot 6, but it's still 10. And that's what we'll do. We'll take 10s wherever we can get them. 6 shots in for a 60 with 5 X's. Taking this time in this next one. Hannah starting off really well in siders for prone with a 10-3 and a 10-5. Quick peek here at Emily Marn for the Cats. 86 on her first card. Oh, I'm sorry, 96 on her first series in prone with 6 X's. Emily is a little unique. She is, I think she is right-handed, but she is actually left eye dominant. And so it could be, they've actually transitioned her from shooting lefty to shooting right-handed so that the mechanics of her position match her handedness, even though she's using her non-dominant eye to actually look down the sights. And the scores have been improving because of it. Very difficult to... There she goes. She's coming in with a 10-0. Rinse and repeat. Really difficult. You can imagine if you tried to brush your teeth with your non-dominant hand, if you normally brush it with your right, try brushing it with your left. If you open a door with your right hand, try opening it with your left hand. Fairly common among lacrosse athletes because they basically have to be ambidextrous in order to be able to maneuver their stick around. But for rifle athletes where you can only really shoot the gun one way, it's really, really difficult to try to force yourself to use your non-dominant hand because then the mechanics are just all off. Coming off that 10-0 with a solid 10-7 for 3 X's in so far for her second series. 53 minutes left on the clock. Right around, there we go, another close one with a 10-1. So it looks like she's bouncing in and out a little bit. She's got some ones right on the edge, and then she's got some ones that are fairly deep. Just got to keep doing that. Do it for another six shots. End up with a 100 for a 196 in prone. That's pretty good. Coming up to the 50-minute mark here, several shooters have. Oh, and then she goes again with another 10-0. She's getting really close there. We'll notice across the board some empty targets. Again, we're going to start making that transition over. We're going to see a lot more commotion on the behind the firing line. Everybody, like Sam there, is adjusting everything on their jacket. They're taking out the shoulder strap. They're removing the sling. Getting the rifle physically transitioned over, changing out butt plate sights, the whole 9 yards. Hannah, however, still lagging behind a little bit in prone. She's got 11 shots left with 51 and a half minutes on the clock. So she takes about a minute a shot here. She'll come out of prone between 40 and 45 minutes. Generally speaking, the changeover takes about 5, and then she'll take another 5 to 7 minutes in sighting after that. She'll probably start record for standing, assuming nothing bad happens, with probably about 30 to 35 minutes remaining. She's got a round group developing here, but you can see it's all kind of clustered right at the 1 o'clock realm. So she's just got to bring it down a little bit. Don't be afraid to take those clicks in. Oh, and then she's moved over for record at this point. So she doesn't have she still has all 20 record shots for prone left. Ooh, with only 50 minutes left to go. And it looks like most people have finished up slings at this point. So she is definitely the furthest behind.
Sorry. I feel like it's always you.
Looking across the board here, starting with point one with Georgia Southern, we have Tori Watts shooting a 199 with 15 X's out of prone for 393 with 25 X's out of slings. Her teammate Mazo, the 196 in prone for a 388 with 18 X's coming out of slings. I have Matilda still working on siders for prone, coming out of kneeling with a 185 with 8 X's. So it looks like Matilda and Hannah are almost shot for shot. So Matilda's made the transition over with 49 minutes left on the clock. Still has 20 record shots in prone, changeover for standing, sighting in for standing, and then the 20 shots for record in standing. So quite a bit left in the match for her. We got Hannah Goyne for Morehead State University with a perfect 10-9 on shot 20 to complete her prone with a 198 with 10 X's, coming out of slings with a 376 with 13 X's. Most of those X's, 10 of those 13 coming out of prone. Chloe Shannon coming out of prone with a 199 with 17 X's for a 388 with 22 out of the slings. George just moved over his target, but he's got a 195 in prone for a 385 with 16 X's coming out of the slings. Maria Koenig with a 189 in kneeling, 192 in prone for a 381 with 19 X's. Moving on to the Cats here, we've got Sam and Braden, who are probably the furthest into the match at this point. They were the first to finish up prone, and I believe the first to finish up kneeling, and I believe the first pair to finish up prone as well. They're basically going shot for shot. Really, realistically, the only difference between them is the 3 points that separate the two right now. Braden just has a few more X's on Sam, and with that, those extra 3 points. Sam has a 196 out of kneeling, a 199 out of prone for a 395 with 31 X's against Braden's pair of 199s in the sling positions for a 398 with 36 X's. So the two of them have accumulated more X's in the sling positions than some of the shooters have accumulated throughout the entire match. Think of it that way. Very, very solid 10s, very deep 10s, solid shooting from both of them. Moving on to Lisa Boozer, still struggling a little bit here in prone. I think this is just going to be a common thread for her in the sling positions today. She's got a couple of more shots left to go to potentially to get a pair of 96s in prone. If she does, that will put her at a 379 coming out of the slings. Yeah, another 10-4 on shot 19 for her. One more to go for her record in prone. And takes it for a 9-6 high. Kind of sitting in that same cluster of shots that she has sitting up at 12 o'clock. Coming out with a 191 with 5 X's. Out of prone for a 378 with 9 X's out of slings. Teammate Jacob, working on his last shot in prone has a very good series here, trying to improve off of that 98 he had on the first one prone for a 99, looking for a 99 on this one. His teammate Hannah kind of getting the picture here. She's taken 10 shots for record in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Then since she's transitioned over for record and prone, starting out with a 95 in her first series, now starting the second one with a 10-4. Like I said, I think she's realized that she's got to pick up the pace a little bit in order to be able to finish strong and finish on time. Picking up a 9-9 on shot 12 and putting one click down in her sight to bring that in and get the few tenths that she needs. Jacob picking up that last 10 for a 191 out of kneeling, a 197 out of prone for a 388, 20 X's total. Skipping over Hannah real quick, we're looking at Emily Marn. Oh, good decision there. Click down after that 9-9, came in with a 10-8. Good job, Hannah. Looking at Emily, she's got a 188 in kneeling and a 193 sitting in prone, giving her a 381 with 14 X's. Yeah, and Hannah's finally found that groove here, coming off of the 10-8 with a 10-5 right next to it. See Hannah take a couple of deep breaths. Yeah, see that group is just clustered a little high. Even with that 10-3. Still an X, but it's still, all of those shots, even with that 9-9, they're all still clustered a little high. Just has to take another click down, and I think she'll find that she's gonna grab the few tenths that she really needs. Oh man, there she goes, puts a 10-2 right on top of it and takes the click in. We'll see where these next four shots go, but I'm willing to bet that we're going to start to see them shift down just that little extra bit in order to pick up those few tenths that she needs. When we talked about this earlier, I mentioned earlier about sight radius and how that affects the click value of the rear sight. Yeah, there we go. And now she's starting to move that group down a little bit with that 10-4. All right, we'll stay here for a few minutes while I explain this. So everything has to deal with angles and measurements and all that. But generally speaking, most of the sights that go on these rifles will be 10 clicks per ring, roughly speaking. The guns aren't lasers, and so it's kind of hard to be able to say, the rifles will center, edge to edge. They will move, 10 clicks per ring from their factory settings. Realistically, it's one click is what I think 1 millimeter out at 50 meters. By the time you compress the target down to 50 feet, it should match because the target size is a ratio of the distance that you're shooting it at. But the further apart the rear sight is from the front sight, one click of movement actually will move the shots less and less and less. So if you have a really big sight radius, that is the distance between the rear sight and the front sight, because you are moving the same amount with a bigger radius, you effectively change the angle at which the rifle is pointing at a smaller format or a smaller dimension. So by doing so, by extending the sight radius, you can actually increase the fineness of the sight of the clicks in the sights, and you can actually make it shoot more like 1 in 12 or 12 clicks per ring, or in some cases even 15 clicks per ring, depending on how long your barrel is, how long the sight extension is. But if you ever buy an aftermarket sight, what they'll do is tell you what the sight or the click values are at a specific sight radius. If you compress the sight radius, if you make the sight radius shorter, as in the barrel is shorter, or you don't shoot with a bloop tube or an extension on the end of the rifle, then what you're going to do is you're going to increase or decrease the fineness and increase how gross the adjustment is. So you're actually going to move 1 click in your sight, maybe, or 8 clicks in your sight, might be 1 ring versus 10. So it's important when you start messing around with some aftermarket attachments or some barrel lengths and this, that, the other thing, that, yeah, the rifles are all built relatively the same, but just because one person has one KK500 and another person has another KK500 and they use the same rear sight, that doesn't necessarily mean that one person's rear sight will match up to 10 clicks per ring and the other one will match up to 10 clicks per ring, because it's a function of the physical dimensions of the rifle. Just important to know, if you ever wind up buying an aftermarket bloop tube or a sight extension, or you realize that you have to change out your barrel later on if you shoot out a barrel, and need to upgrade or go to something custom built, that's a factor that you take into account when you change out the barrel. Besides changing, the characteristics, the internal characteristics, you have to recognize that there's external characteristics as well. If you go with a longer barrel, if you change out to a longer sight radius, that will change how the rifle performs and acts. Let alone talking about tuners and how much weight the rifle has on it and where the weight is. Just talking about the barrel length can affect how many clicks per ring the rear sight actually adjusts on target. It's just something to keep in mind when changing barrels out or looking at different models of rifles, if you decide to upgrade at any point or decide to move over to a different manufacturer. Now that most folks have made the transition over to standing, we're under 40 minutes left in the match. It's about where people tend to fall, somewhere in the half an hour realm, half an hour left in the match. We'll start to see people make the transition over for record. Looks like Sam and Braden here on screen they're probably going to change over for record here fairly soon. Sam seems to be making a few more adjustments on the rear end of his rifle here, just to try to fine tune his position for the day. You can even see him. He's checking that cheek piece, and Braden is just, he's got a nice tight knot already starting to develop in his sighters. Just got to move it to the left a little bit in order to pick up a few more tenths and really, really execute the standing that we know he's capable of. Yeah, he's got a 10-0 on shot 7 for Braden, and you can see him reach over and start to put those clicks into his rifle. I think at this point he's very confident of where that rifle is pointing right now and where the group has started to develop. It's still a little vertical. I think if we're going to see him lose any points right now, it'll be out of the top or out of the bottom. Sam coming back onto the target after making his cheek piece adjustments and doing those little double checks. He's found the middle with a 10-4. And Braden now finally making his way over to the other side of the bull. I would have called him an odd man out for not wearing a supporting hand glove, but that seems to be a trend right now. A lot of shooters have just chosen not to use one. We can actually see that Sam does have one in comparison to Braden. Kind of would have been taboo a few years ago. It wasn't very common among some elite shooters, and now it's picked up some traction. We've got multiple shooters, multiple Wildcats that decide not to use a glove on their supporting hand. And I know I just mentioned it, but I said that if we're going to see Braden drop any points or squeak one out, it was going to be at the top or out the bottom. Just made the transition out to the left by clicking his sights, and now he's got a 10-1 sitting high. He's still in sighters, which is fine. We saw him kind of reach over. I think he actually made another adjustment. I think he took it a click or two down. Yeah, and he's doubling it up with a 9-8 high. And it looks like he's called it there. But again, and the group is nice and tight. It's nice and round. But just the extra couple of dents is all he needs in order to be able to prevent those nines from showing up. Getting a good look at Sam. His cheek piece adjustment has proved fruitful for him. He's got a nice tight group coming through, and it is sitting a little low in the 10 ring. I think he's going to take this shot now. Yeah, Sam's going to make an adjustment. I know he is. Yeah, there he goes. Takes it a click up, takes it a click left. Braden coming a couple of clicks down. Two of them are sitting in a really good position. They've got they're still sighting in, but they're pretty close to finding the middle here. And the two of them just have the 20 shots left in standing and just over 30 minutes to do it in. Braden, yeah, still coming back onto his sights to get that group to just move down a little bit. And there you go. He jumps over for record. I'm curious to see where it lands. See Emily coming off the line here, really struggling in siders for standing. She did have a little bit of left and right movement coming through. You can see she's talking with Coach Papasadora here, just talking through getting that rifle to settle down exactly where she needs to before she starts squeezing the trigger and executing that shot cycle. You can see that she had 5 shots that were all kind of in the same line, and then she had a wide one in the 6 ring here. And yeah, this is the position I thought Hannah was going to be in. We got just under 31 minutes left in the match. We called it right. Hannah was going to start her sighters for standing, between the 30 and 35-minute mark, and here we are. We're sitting at that point. That's going to put her in a bit of a crunch. She's got 20 shots left to go for record. So does Jacob. Jacob is just in front of her. He's only got 4 sighting shots on paper right now. He's got a couple of 10-2s that are on opposite sides of the bull. He's deciding to load in position. See that negative cant coming through there. Sitting real far out. It seems pretty solid to me. You see, if you look at his ear or his hair, you can actually see he's moving just left and right just a bit, and it's coming through. He's got a 10-0 on one side of the bull, a 9 on the other, and 2 10-2s also sitting in on opposite sides of the bull. So they're all kind of left and right. Jumping back over to Braden and Sam, both of them with 9 9s at some point in these 4 shots, but they are tied up for score in the standing match right now. We were right. 9-9 for Braden, sitting low. We talked about it, called it. And Sam just struggling a little bit with that left and right. He's now got a couple of 9s sitting there on shots 4 and 5. However, what's interesting is that the group that he's developed here only has 1 flyer. And the flyer is what appears to be a 10-0. What appears to be a 10-0 sitting out to the left, but the 10-7, the 10-3, the 9-9, and the 9-8 are all kind of on top of each other. I'm curious to see if and when he decides to either click it in, or if he's actually going to move his feet in order to be able to just get the group to come over that minute bit. I mean, we're not talking half a bullet hole over to the left in order to be able to just gain the extra couple of tenths in order to come out with a really solid small bore score. Braden's group has definitely started to shift low in the bull now. We saw him take multiple series of clicks down in his sighting period. He was sitting high up in the bull, and now the group has started to finally shift down for him. He has dropped that 9-9 out low. He's working on another shot here. And he puts it right in the middle of those other shots there. It's a 10-4. It's still sitting low. You know it's low because you can still see the 8. The 8 imprinted on the top side there. Couldn't see if he made any kind of sight adjustment, but I'm hoping that he just takes the click back up on it. Taking a small break here, didn't like that. Not pressured or stretched for time by any means. So he really likes watching that rifle just settle and looking down the sights here. We don't have necessarily a good look at his eyes because just because of the camera position and the fact that he's a lefty. But just barely any movement coming through. He's got a little bit of left and right sway, and he's timed it well for a 10-7, but again, still sitting low, and there he goes. He's finally getting the memo here. He's taking those clicks up. I'm not sure how many he's going, but it looked like many. And that may be a result of the fact that he's got the long barrel setup as well as a long 8, 9, maybe 10-inch extension tube on the end of his rifle as well. So again, he's got to take more clicks into the rifle in order to be able to move the same amount as other folks. Looking for this shot not to go too high, but just right. And he puts a 10.6 right on top of that 10.7, and I can see the internal battle now. It's like, well, come on, like I put however many clicks into it. Move up. It's almost like you have conversations between you and your rifle. Looking for this next shot to kind of cover up that the 8 there on the bull. Give him a few more seconds. Sam finishing up his first series with a 97, and Braden with a 9.9 out to the left on shot 9. So he's working on a 98 for this card. Elisa also getting the memo here. 24 minutes and change left. She has moved over for record in standing, and everything seems to be going her way. She has a 10-1, a 10-0, a 10-3. So she is clean so far, 3 shots in. Hannah is definitely on the bubble here. Just crossed 24 minutes remaining in the match, and she is still working on sighters for standing. She is not alone, though. Matilda has just taken her first shot in sighters for standing with 23 minutes and 40 seconds left. We're probably going to see a couple of minutes left on the clock for them before they manage to finish up. Good look at Jacob doubling up that 10-4 with a 10-5 on shot 3. He's got a 9-0 sitting a little wide in comparison to those first 2 shots, or those other 2 shots. And now he's tripled that up. And yep, he's decided to take a click into it. Now, with Rifle Cant and some other sites, so we'll get into this now. Rifle Cant is not only important from a consistency perspective, but Rifle Cant is also important when it comes to sight adjustment as well. So in particular, and it's not necessarily a disadvantage, it's something to just keep in mind, is that assuming that the rifle was straight up and down, and you adjust up, down, left, or right on the rear sight of the rifle, what happens is the point of impact versus point of aim moves up, right, left, and down. Well, when you cant the rifle, in, out, left, right, negative, positive, doesn't matter. What's important to note is that you are effectively adjusting up as up and to the left, or up and a little bit to the right. And so it's important to know that you or understand that on top of moving up, you also have to move over a little bit to the left or to the right. So in Jacob's on Jacob's target, this was really good because we saw him do this. He's sitting low in the bowl, so he knows he has to come up. He triples up 3 X's in the same spot, and he comes up 1 click. Well, to Jacob and his position and how he cants the rifle, his up is not just up. It's up and to the right. And so what does he do? He comes over to his windage dial and says, okay, I'm going to take 2 clicks up, and then I'm going to take 1 click left in order to be able to effectively compensate for the cant in his rifle. It's not a dead science, so there's not a 2-to-1 ratio every single time. It's probably closer to a 4-to-1 or a 5-to-1 ratio, depending on how gross or how much cant you actually shoot with. There are some people that shoot with lots of cant. I mean, like easily 20 or 30 degrees worth of cant, and so for them the ratio is a little bit different. But the ratio is very tiny, but it's enough that you notice it. And what Jacob is noticing there is that he's in the middle of the target. He's just low. So whatever he has to do, he has to come up, and whatever he comes up, it will put him out to the right. And he doesn't want to come out to the right, so he's got to take a click left. I think just by looking at the last 3 shots here, I think he's taken it a click up too far. I think he's got to just take that out, and that'll actually help him here, because all those 3 shots are now sitting just a little too high. Had that really nice tight group, and it's opened up a little bit over the last 3 shots, but that's fine as long as everything is centered. "19 minutes left on the clock here." Yeah, and Jacob's got a 9.6 also sitting high up on the bull. I'm looking for him to recognize that I think he took it 1 click too far up. He didn't need to make that much of an adjustment. He just has to take it back out again. Taking a look here at Elisa Boozer for the Wildcats. Started out strong and has unfortunately been through a little bit of a struggle boat here since that 10-3 on shot 3. Got a 8-7 on shot 8. Trying to come back in as much as she can with that 9-4 on shot 9. Looking to finish up this with a 93 with another 10. Yeah, that looked great. Good solid recoil for a 10-1 for a 93 with 1x on her first card. Let's see how she starts up this next one. We'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Yep, and Lisa puts a 9-9 right on top of that 10-0. I'm sorry, that 10-1 that she had on her previous target. Looks like everybody is just feeling themselves out on their first targets again. And just outside again, out to the other side. Taking a small break here, getting some blood back in her feet so she can feel her way around. Get another quick look at Lisa here. Crossing her fingers, you can find the middle here. It looks like she's just outside of it. Just dancing around the 10 ring. Taking her time on that. Taking another hold here. And we'll see where she ends up. Quick look at Sam Atkins here. Has finished up his match with a 588 with 39 X's, ending on two solid 10-6 and 10-5s. Braden coming in clutch with a 100 with 8 X's on his last standing series, finishing out for a 197 with 15 X's. Comes out with a 595 with 51 X's. Got 13 minutes left in the match. Looks like Sam is just going to take some time for himself. Take the extra bit of time to do some holds and be up there and wait for his teammates to finish out their match as well. Like we said, about 13 and a half minutes left in the match. It looks like Hannah has picked up the pace and is now made up some time. She's got a 94 on her first card and has started the second one here with a 9-4. Emily with a 89 on her first card, starting out with a 10-0. Get a good look here at the other half of the range. Coming down the line, it looks like some other shooters have also finished up their match. We've got Tori Watts from Georgia Southern with 3 shots left. Her teammate on point 2 with a finishing up with a 196 with 9 X's and standing, a 584 with 26 X's, 27 X's to finish out her match. And it looks like Matilda is just trying to finish out at this point. She has 12 shots remaining with 11 and a half minutes left on the clock. Like I said, I think we're going to have a few folks that are going to be sitting in the single-digit minutes, really trying to eke out as much as they can. Hannah from Morehead State University ending with a 188 with 7 X's in standing for a 564 with 20 X's. Chloe Shannon right behind her. She's got 4 shots left, working on a score in the high 570s. Speaking of high 570s, George Kuhn with a 10-5 on his last shot, 99 on his first series in standing,
And he had a 95 on his second with 3 9.9s for a 194 with 9 X's, ending his match with a 579 with 25 X's. Maria Koenig also finishing out with a pair of 90s in each of her standing cards here today for a 561 with 21 X's. Coming back around over to Sam, we got a 588 with 39. Braden's a 595 with 51. Just taking that extra time to take a few extra holds, keep on practicing, even in a match setting. Looks like Elisa has 1 shot remaining. To finish out her match. Trying to shoot another 10 to end it here. Jacob doing very well in this last series. 95 on his first with 5-10 so far on his second with 5 shots in. So he's got 5 shots left for the match. Looking to end out with a score in the low 580s. Elisa ends on an unfortunate 9-9 for shot 20 in her standing match. So she'll have a 183 with 2 X's in standing to come out with a 561 with 11 X's for the match. Jacob taking his time here. Got plenty of time. He's got just under 9 minutes left with 5 shots to go. Kind of grouping that 9-5 in with the others there. Got to take a 1, click over to the right, get out just a few more tenths here. Hannah continuing to run and gun through this last series through standing, taking a couple of shots here in the last minute, and they're doing just fine. The 10-6 and a 10-4 for her. She got 2 more shots to go. Emily right behind her with another 4 shots left to go. The 2 of them going to end up finishing in the same ballpark here. Hannah is working on a 570 with a potential 25 X's. And Emily working on a potential 564, somewhere in the 17 to 18 X mark. And we've had a couple more people finish out. So Tori Watts finishes out with a 585 with 31 X's. Like we talked about off of first relay, 585 with somewhere in the 30 to 35 X ballpark is typically where we see those mid 580 scores sit. And once you start to approach 590s, right around 40 X's is generally where those scores tend to sit. And that's coming through on Sam's target as well. He's only 2 points away from that 590 mark, and he's only 1 X off. Oh, there we go. Hannah Todd finishes out her small bore match with a 10-9 on her last shot in standing, a 94, and then a 95 for a 189 with 9 X's in standing for a 569 with 24 X's for her match. Just under 6.5 minutes left to go. Matilda working on shot 15. Jacob with 1 shot left to go, again trying to end in that low 580 realm. Matilda taking shot 5 just as the 6-minute mark passes by. One last shot for Jacob, 2 more for Emily, and they've got plenty of time left. Emily coming in with a 9-9 on shot 19. 1 more to go for her. Oh, and Jacob squeaks in there with a 10-0 on shot 20. And you can see that tight group that he started to develop right on the edge there. He's got 3 10-0s that are all sitting there. Last shot for Emily. You can see her pick up her head, put it down on the cheek piece there. Come down one more time. And a third. And a fourth. It's got 1 more to go. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. And there she goes for a 9-4 on shot 20, ending on a 560 with 17 X's. All eyes on Matilda from Georgia Southern. She has 3 shots remaining, 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Now 2 shots remaining. It's always easy when there's one last person because you hear a shot in the team room. There's only one person that you need to look at. Yeah, these last 3 or 4 shots, she's definitely picked it up a little bit. Pace has definitely quickened. Processes have shortened. Seems to be working well for her. She's got 3 10s in the last 4 shots. There you go. 10-0 on shot 19. 1 more to go for her. Hopefully, she continues with this quickened pace. It seems to be working out well for her. I would hate for her to just look down at the clock and tell herself, oh, yeah, I've got plenty of time left to take this last one, and then totally switch the process on herself and not even realize it. Coming down to 2.5. Not hearing anything. 1 more to go. 1 more to go. Oh, and she's doing exactly what I was hoping she wasn't going to do. She's now looked down at the clock and said, oh, I've got plenty of time left. We're waiting and waiting and waiting. And now she's changed up her process on herself. Shooting fast was working. She's now taking 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes on this shot. Last one. Oh, and she comes out with a 10-3 for a 186 with 7 X's, improving off of the 92 she had in her first series with a 94, ending her small bore match, with a 565 with 23 X's. And that concludes the small bore portion of our second relay match. Again, as with every other match, just like we had this morning, we will transition equipment and rifles and the range over for air rifle. We'll see some folks enter in from the right as they come in to help with the equipment changeover. And we'll get situated for air rifle. Coach Mullins coming over to the far wall there to grab the brass broom. and we'll just let that clock run out while we are transitioning the range over. At this point, if you are still listening, still tuning in, thank you so much for your time. We just have one more match left to go. That'll be the air rifle match for second relay. If I'm strong enough to do it for 8 hours, hopefully you are too. Tune back in if you are still listening in. Please keep your speakers up and loud for us. I do not know what the start time will be for air rifle, but I can imagine it'll probably be at 3:45 Eastern Standard Time. That'll put the 15-minute sighting preparation period ending at 4 o'clock. And then we will move right into the hour and 15-minute block time for air rifle. That'll have us finishing up just after 5, and we'll probably conclude around 5:30. So if you are still tuning in, thank you so much. Please continue to, and we'll come back shortly. Thank you.
like to listen.
Alrighty, sorry about that, folks. We are well underway in Ciders and Prep for air rifle. But across the table from me is our very own Elizabeth Probst from the University of Kentucky. We're going to bring her on for a short interview, and while we're interviewing her, we'll talk about some of the proceedings of the match and see where we get.
Sounds great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I know that some of these questions are a little off the cuff, but we talked about, give us a framework of some of the questions that we were going to ask you. So first off, right off the rip, second 600 in a match setting.
Yes.
How did it go today?
It.
Really... I know I'm like asking you like, hey, how did your perfect score go? But like,
honestly, looking through the sights, my hold was great. But honestly, my body was feeling really rough.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a lot of pain, even through small bore. So it was a lot of like, how can I manage how my body's feeling?
Mm-hmm.
But I also felt like a lot of comfort when I looked through my sights and saw like a really good hold. And I was able to set up a really good shot and execute a really good shot. So, I mean, in a way, I wasn't really surprised by the score at the end, because it was just a day that, looking through the sights, I was like, yep, that's perfect. This is exactly what I need, and
cool.
What I've been searching for.
So you found over the last couple of matches, now that you've had, I know that you mentioned last time we talked that this wasn't your first 600. You've done it in practice before. So like, have you started to figure out, so to speak, like what a 600 hold kind of looks like?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there have been many matches where I don't have, I have a great hold. It's a 600 hold. It's just everything else that really gets me.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly just execution, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
That gets me in matches, and I push a few out there, but here lately, like even in practice, even on like the really hard days, I've been able to find that hold and kind of dial in everything I've needed to dial in, and have just be able to work towards it and figure out what's working and what's not working. So
good. Now, we did get a few close-ups of you shooting prone in particular, and I know that you mentioned the pain and everything coming through your back in particular. Mm-hmm. And what we saw was that you were basically like letting the rifle out. Basically, you were still linked up to it, but you just put your head to the mat, kind of thing, and just take a few deep breaths and really fight through it. It was very clear through slings in particular that you were fighting for every single 10. did you have to, or did you feel like you could let up a little bit, or were you still really pushing for every 10 you saw in air rifle as well?
I mean, in prone, kneeling, honestly, just nerves of starting the match is what really got to me. I felt pretty good, but going into prone, like I was in a lot of pain once I really got down there, and it was honestly probably a good thing that I felt that way, especially going into air because I was able to use it. But it was just 5 shots at a time, just because I needed to take more time in between a couple of shots, but I also knew if I did that, I wouldn't have enough time to really sight in and get comfortable in standing. So it was kind of a give and take of pros and cons of what to do. But I truly think that I made the best decision I could in prone, and that's what helped me in air rifle. And I was just able to tell myself, okay, let's try to get through these shots, and then put together I just put together a plan of let's get through 20 shots. If I can make it through, if it gets too painful, I can stop. But also just try to get to and what I can and just break it up.
A common theme that I mention a lot is really trying to structure the time of the match as well as possible, because if something does go quote unquote wrong, right, it can be really easy to just lose track of time. It can be really easy to spend a half an hour or more in kneeling when you've already been in there for 15 minutes because of the preparation period, right? And then it's like, okay, well, now we really have to boogie in prone. And then, like you mentioned, to really set yourself up for success and not be rushed when it comes to standing, right? Because you don't want to have this whole roller coaster of time crunch and, oh, now I've gotten my time back kind of thing, trying to rush through things. Do you find, or really, I guess my question is, what's your typical structure? How long do you typically take for small bore in terms of how long for kneeling, how long for prone, and then how long for standing? Do you have a structure that you, or what we call a bandwidth of how long you expect to take?
Yeah, honestly, my goal for kneeling is to not go over 30 minutes.
Okay.
So to have about an hour to shoot prone and standing. So I hope to be done with kneeling before I get to an hour left in the match. Some days I can do that. I mean, today was, I was able to manage time well and manage myself and how I was feeling. And other days it takes me the full 30 minutes. And then I'm like, oh, okay, that's great. I'm glad that's over with, but now I really got to get moving. But typically I try to get done within the first 30 minutes of the match, be done with kneeling, and try to be done with prone when I have about 36 minutes left.
That's very specific.
I don't know why. That's just the number. My brain's like, yeah, that number, 36.
Well, considering, okay, so the difference between an hour left and 36 minutes left, that's 24 minutes for the changeover to sight in and to shoot the 20 shots for record. That's about what I would say is normal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's roughly a minute a shot by the time you're down there, and then it's maybe a few minutes of changeover and then getting all the equipment up and off and all that. So the way I always framed it was it's about a minute a shot in kneeling, so it's roughly 20 or 25 minutes, and then it's about 45 seconds in prone that kind of sets you up with about 50 minutes left for the transition and the sighting in for small bore, because just standing can be finicky sometimes, and not to feel rushed, particularly in sighters, because they do take a while, and because you're dealing with the level of balance, it just elevates everything.
Yeah. I mean, I actually talked to the coaches about this the other day of I can shoot standing. I know I can. I know it's my best position probably every time. And but at the end of prone, I'm already thinking okay, how much time do I have? Is that going to be enough time to sight in? Am I going to be able to get settled? Plus take all the shots that I want to take.
Going through that internal battle.
Yeah. So I don't know. For some reason, 36 is the number that I landed on. Of that's going to give me enough time to sight in, change over, sight in, get settled, and then shoot my 20 shots. So,
do you find you get out of the groove even if you have more time left, right? Because if you have less time, then obviously you get into a time crunch. But we saw this last relay where I think it was Matilda actually changed up how fast she was shooting at the very end of the match.
Mhm.
She shot faster to make up time. And then on the very last couple of shots, we saw that really start to extend. She was taking somewhere between 30 and 45 seconds a shot. And then the very last one took over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So my question is, if you have more than 36 minutes left after prone, let's say you're at 45,
Yeah.
right? Do you find yourself changing how long you're taking in standing per shot, or do you try to really keep the same cadence?
Yeah. Typically, I just kind of let myself relax. Like if I have 45 minutes, I mean, because there's times that's happened, I typically like go ahead and switch over,
Mhm.
and then I give myself time to just stand there, sit down, and just take a breath, take a drink of water, and just kind of let myself be. Because I mean, it seems like a really slow sport, but it moves really fast when you're doing it.
Definitely.
And so it's kind of nice just to have that time and be like, oh, okay, I can sit here, I can be still, I can be me, and I don't have to worry about anything else. And then I can go up there and I can get settled and sighted in, and then, you know, finish my match out. So
Nice. So, second 600 in a match setting.
Yes.
Have you shot a 600 in between the last one?
no.
Oh, interesting.
So I had one practice match and then one match last weekend. My first match after my 600 was a 596. And I dropped 3 points in the first.
Saving
12
all the
shots.
saving all the nines and just dumping them.
Which is kind of funny because like the last time I shot a 600, it was like 629.9 or something decimal, and then I shot at 596 and it was a 631.8, and I was like, oh, okay. Which I thought that was kind of funny, but yeah, I've had 2 matches in between, didn't quite get a 600, but.
Now, I talk about it often where we're still focused on the integer score and how really 10s are 10s and X's are just add-ons. But even that we're using the decimals to gauge how good the integer score was. You mentioned your 600 was a 629. And then you had a lower integer score, but then it was a higher decimal, right? So the 10s were deeper, even though you dropped another 4 integer points. You know, so that means that over the course of the whole match, you made up another 6 whole points worth of decimal. Like, you know, you extrapolate that out as another, you know, 10th every other shot or something like that.
Yeah.
I find it very interesting because we've started to see really, really high scores. We just had the first doubled up 600 by the same teammates at the same match.
That was exciting.
Yes, it was. And I remember I was talking with Braden in the fall about when the first 1200 was going to be shot. You know, he asked me, you know, when do you think the first 600 in small bore is going to be shot? I was like, dude, you're about to get that in a couple of weeks.
I know. That's what I keep telling him. It's just like, yeah, you're right there.
Yeah.
You're gonna get it. Like, there's no doubt about it. So.
And then, you know, how many 600s and air rifles have been shot? North of 50.
Yeah.
Right. And there's more and more that pop up every year. I'm sure that by the end of 2027, somebody will shoot a 1200.
Yeah.
And at some point, you know, who knows? We may go over to decimal at that point.
Right. I mean, that would be crazy. I'm actually really excited to like see how that goes, because I mean, we had Braden last weekend, 599 small bore.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy in itself, and he's shot, I think 597s now is what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, today 595. So I mean, he's killing it.
Yeah.
And his air rifle last weekend, 599. I mean, he wasn't far off. And
no.
There's so many others that are, you know, catching up and getting pretty close to that. So.
And what his 9 in standing that day was a 9.9?
9.6.
9.6, so it was a little bit wide.
Yeah, he told me, he was like, yeah, no, I saw that one. I whipped that one out. That was all me. And I was like, well,
right.
It happens.
So right. Okay. Yeah. You know, here's the guy saying, yeah, I broke the record, but I definitely put the shot out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just right there. So how did this 600 in air rifle today compare to the previous one? Because you seemed a lot more relaxed on this one, even on the last 2 shots. I mean, the framework of the last 5 shots between the two of them was almost the same. The last couple of shots, we just saw you take a deep breath in, really relax those shoulders, let them sit down, right? And you came back up and you executed. You took multiple holds. We saw you put down the rifle multiple times, didn't like them or whatever the hell. But other than those last 5, how did they compare?
Well, I mean, taking a second to even talk about those last 5 both matches, like, you know, the last time that 600 was in my head. I knew how close I was, and I mean that's something I've been working towards. And you know, like I talked about how I'd had 600s in practice a couple of times, but I mean even then that was before I was even here. So it'd been a while since I'd had one, and so I mean it was nerve-wracking. But today, like those last 5 shots, the entire range was silent. And I was fine. I was fine until it was silent. I think shot like 36 to 40, I kind of felt it. And I was like, oh, like I got another one. Yeah, this is crazy. And I came off the line, calmed myself down, and I was fine. I was just going for it. I was like, you know, this looks good. And honestly, through this entire match, I was comfortable. Good. And but no, as soon as that range went silent, it all hit me, and I was like, oh, all the eyes are on me. Like everyone's watching. And those last 2 shots, just like my heart rate really skyrocketed, which I'd worked really hard through the whole match of just keeping it low and like making sure I was breathing right and all that kind of stuff. And I did really well of managing it. But as soon as the range went silent, it was hard. It was hard. I was just hoping someone would like scream or something, just so I could be like, oh, okay, not all the eyes are on me anymore.
I equate it to breaking the ice with like somebody taking the first shot of the match of like just need the noise out there. So like, yep, okay, we're good. Somebody's taking the first one and it wasn't me. I always, I don't know about you, but I always waited for the first shot to go off. Because it was like just it's like nails on a chalkboard for me.
For me, it's like insiders, I'm usually the first one or one of the first, just because like
but for record,
and I load like I load. I'm like, I'll just be the first one. Like I just need to get this one out. And I don't really like. I care where it goes. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I don't really care where it goes. As long as you know, like it's just down there, and then I kind of settle in. But when it comes to record, someone's got to shoot before me, and I typically just like take my time loading, and I don't like sit there and just wait for it. I take my time doing what I'm doing, set up how I need to set up, and kind of slow everything down. But once that first person takes a shot, then I'm ready to go, and I get back in the rhythm. So.
Good. So as long as I'm not the only person in that boat.
Most people I think are like that.
Okay, cool. I'm just whoever wants to be brave enough to take the first one. All you.
Oh yeah.
All you.
Not for me. I think it's typically Brandon. So I kind of know what his gun sounds like. Yeah.
Seems to be the trend.
So I'm like, oh, okay, he's taking a shot. Yeah, we're fine.
We're good. So let's take a minute to talk about the last 5. The last 2 in particular.
Yes.
Dead close.
That was tough 2 shots. It was. I actually called both of them out. 59. I was like, oh, that's a 9. There's no.
Did you call them low though?
No. I couldn't really tell where it was going. I just knew my hold was not good. I took a shot, and I was really kind of frustrated with myself for even taking the shot that I took, because I was like, oh, that you knew that wasn't out. Like, why are we chancing it here?
Sure.
And I was like, yeah, no, that's okay. Like, it's fine. It's just one. And then I looked down, and it was a 10-0, and it was still really quiet in the range. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Here we are.
Yeah. So I was just like shaking my head, kind of like a cat, and I was like, that wasn't great. And I loaded. I looked through my sights, and I was like, oh, this is worse. And I finally took the shot, and I was like, oh, that is out there. That's not even a 9. I was like, best guess, an 8. If we're lucky. Yeah. And then I heard everyone clapping, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way that's a 10. And then it was a 10-1, so it was better than the shot before. And I was like, I'm not going to argue with it. So
I had one shot like that
one of my last standing shots at NCAA is my senior year. And heart rate's going all over the place.
Right.
Take it. I'm like, yeah, that's an 8. There's no way. Look down, it's a 10. I'm like, well, at least I went out with a bang.
Right.
But no, I feel for you, because having gone through the sport and been in a situation where you're looking down the sights as best as you can, and the hold is just like, it feels like the bull is bouncing from one side of the front sight ring to the other side, and it's like, here we are.
Yep. And at that moment, it's just like, I don't know about anyone else, but for me, it's just like, I know how to time a shot, because there's been times where I have really bad hold the whole match.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna time it and pray that I'm right.
Yep.
And it worked out, thankfully. But I would prefer it to not be like that.
Wouldn't recommend.
No, don't recommend. Not at all.
But you should definitely train for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when you need to do it, at least you have some experience.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
1 second. There we go. Okay. So, you've talked to Braden about how he's, paper width away from basically cleaning a full match. And maybe you have an insight on what's going through his head when he goes through a match. But here he is, 7 shots in, 7 X's in. I know that you and Sophie have both been put in that position before, even leading up into shot 30, shot 35, shot 40.
Right.
When you get to this point, at what point are you looking down and kind of looking at the score and being like, all right, it's 100s across the board here. Do you do anything different, or what's the first thing that comes into your brain, and when does that happen?
Yeah. I mean, I think it just depends on where your head's at that day. Honestly, like today, like I said, it didn't hit me until shot 36, and even then, it was just like, I mean, I shot a lot of 10s, and then I got to shot 40, was 10, looked down, 400, 4 100s on my screen, and I was like, okay, yeah, it's there. Like, there's no denying it. And I mean, last time I kind of tiptoed around it when I came off the line and I was talking, and this time I just put it out there. I was like, if I keep it in, it's not going to end good. So I put it out there. I was like, yeah, so let's just address the elephant in the room. I'm working on a perfect score, blah, blah, blah. And
this is your conversation with.
This was, I think I said it to Harry first,
okay.
And he was like, I mean, I wouldn't really say it's an elephant in the room, but if that's what you want to call it. And I was like, well, like, it's there. It's not going to go away. At least not right now until I go back up there. And if I shoot a 9, I shoot a 9. Hopefully not. And so we just kind of talked about it. Like, yeah, it's there. Yeah, I've shot one before. I could do it again. I also have 20 shots. And anything can happen in 20 shots.
Don't know till you do it, right?
Right, yeah.
Good. Anything else you'd like to say, mention, talk about?
No, I don't think so. I don't have anything.
Okay. Well, I hope that you have many more 600s left in you.
Oh, I hope so too.
Yeah. And I appreciate your time. Thanks for giving us a little insight for not just your first, but your second record 600 in the collegiate rifle realm. And we'll talk to you next time.
Sounds great.
Hopefully after the third.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see.
All right. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, you heard it, folks, straight from the mouth of Elizabeth Probst, doubling up on 600s here and giving us a little insight on what she's thinking about and what she thinks about when she looks down at the screen and she realizes, I'm clean through shot 40, and getting it out there and talking with coaches about it and saying, it's up to me to determine whether I go clean until the end of the match or I drop one out.
And I think it's really important to recognize that that collaboration between athlete and coach is paramount. It's so important to be able to have that conversation and to talk about the hard things that are going through your mind when it comes to a sport where precision is absolute. Getting a good look here across the board, particularly at our athletes here on the end. Emily Marn sitting on the left-hand side of our screen, and Hannah Todd over on our right-hand side here. The two are actually doing fairly well here, but looking down the board for the Wildcats, we have Sam Adkins starting out with a 99, coming in with a slightly weak 70 for 7 shots in, 7 tens in. You can see here he's got a 10-0, 10-1, and a 10-0 all sitting vertical, and so that group looks just big enough in order to be able to not be clean, but he's maintaining it so far, and that's good. Braden Pizer shooting right next to him with a 99 on his first card. Man, the two of these guys are going neck and neck all day today. The two of them, excellent air rifle shooters, so we're looking to see both of them come out on top. Braden clean through this series so far, 4 shots in. Elisa still struggling a little bit in the standing position. We kind of saw that in her small bore, but it's definitely coming through on her balance left and right and shot timing right now. She's 8 shots in with a 9-6 and a 9-1 on shots 2 and shots 8. So she's coming back up to the line after taking a break here for working on a 98 on this series. Jacob St. Hilaire keeping pace with Sam Adkins and Braden Pizer has a 99 in his first card as well and is clean through shot 13 on this card. Again, Sam kind of bouncing up and down, back and forth inside of his group right now, looking to really kind of tighten that down, squeeze it in a little bit in order to maintain those 10s. Looks like Hannah is coming off after taking is coming off to take a small break. She's got back-to-back 9s, 9-8s sitting right on top of each other. I think she's coming back to have that conversation just to understand, what might be going on, or, hey, I've got back-to-back 9s at this point. I really don't want to triple them up. What do we got to do differently? Again, having that really important conversation with her coaches. You can see her in the back there talking with Coach Papasadora, giving her a download of all the things that are happening right now. Giving ourselves a quick look here at our progress so far through second relay of our NCAA qualifiers. We have Kentucky's very own Braden Pizer with a 5.95 with an astonishing 51 X's, followed very closely by Sam Adkins with a 5.88 with 39 X's. Big difference there was their standing positions. Braden just happened to come out on top, but the two of them were only 3 points apart coming out of slings. Followed by them is Georgia Southern's Tori Watts and Zara Gonzalez Mazo with a 5.85 and 5.84 respectively, 31 X's and 27 X's respectively as well, nearly tying each other in score and X's. Followed by them is Morehead State's own Hannah Goin with a 5.64 with 20 X's, as well as Morehead State's Maria Koenig with a 5.61 with 21 X's. Again, just a quick look back at our small bore portion for Relay 2. Getting a great look across the board here for the both sides of the range. Looks like many of our shooters are now into their second, approaching their third series. On Kentucky's side, of the block here. Some other shooters here are still actually clean. Looks like Matilda is clean through shot 8. She's got a couple of weak 10s in there, one sitting out on the right here with that 10-0, and another one sitting out to the left, 9 o'clock, with that 10-1. Her teammate Zara just behind her with a 100 series on her second string for a 196. Or no, I'm sorry, 198. Tori Botts also doubling up on that 98 on her first series. She's down one so far on shot 13 with a 9-7 straight out at 9 o'clock. Looking for some more 10Xs coming up. Quick look here at Sam Adkins from the University of Kentucky. You can see he's actually using his engineering skills here. He's actually used the 3D printer to basically manufacture these little blocks that fit right underneath his sight and his cheek piece, not only to elevate the cheek piece, but also to hide some additional weights inside. And you know what? It's blue. It's Kentucky. Of course it's going to be blue. But he ends his second series with a 99. You can see him using that little tiny micrometer dial on the side of his cheek piece just to move that piece of material in and out ever so slightly. Again, we're talking about millimeters here. So what Sam is recognizing, or what he's trying to do here, is he's got some shots sitting on the left-hand side of the bowl. Okay, what could be happening, or what he could be trying to do, is moving that cheek piece to the right. And what that's going to do is it's going to get his face a little bit further into the rifle. Yeah, and I think he's just recognizing he's got some weak 10s coming through right now. Going to come off for a short break. We're only about 20 shots into the match so far, and everybody seems to be relatively on pace. Again, roughly a minute a shot here in air rifle, 5-minute breaks after each 20-shot series, so to speak. The only one I might be worried about is George Kuhn from Morehead State University. He's only got 12 shots on the board right now, starting out with a 93 on his first card, with a 9-8 on 9-8? Might be 9-6. On shot 12 here. And like I said, we're almost 20 minutes into the match, so if we're just counting 1 minute a shot, it looks like he's about eight shots or 8 minutes behind the pace here. Same thing goes to Matilda. Again, coming up on 20 minutes left, and she is now on shot 12, or has taken shot 12. She's now on 13. What is good, though, is that she is clean for it. She is taking her time and is producing good 10s. She has a 120 with 9 X's. So she only has 3 non-center 10s, and all of them were on that first card. Braden finishes up his first 20 shots right at the 20-minute mark, coming up here with a 199 and 18 X's, down 1 point, down 1 non-center 10 on shot 17 there with that 10-0. Sam taking that break after shot 25. He's at a 248 with 17 X's. So Sam is living life on the edge just a little bit. Oh, man, there's going to be a line sitting. There's got to be a line sitting for coaches here. You can see Sam just standing right behind his chair here, just taking his jacket off, getting some fresh air, cooling down a little bit, recognizing that his score to X ratio may be a little bit further off than what he likes it to be. So he's just taking his time here, probably doing what Liz talked about. What she does is just come off the line or she finishes her prone series early, really just taking the time for herself to get her mind right and get Sam's mind right in order to execute for the rest of the match. You can see Braden just giving him a quick nod and recognizing that the two of them are basically going shot for shot and that the two of them are on the same pace. Looking back over here at Emily Marr, a pair of 96s on her first series, doing very well on this one. She had 5 10s in a row between shot 21 and 25. A couple of weak ones in there, but nothing bad about that. She's got a 9-9 on shot 26, sitting at 3 o'clock, follows it up with a nice solid 10-4. General group is just sitting a little low. I'd like to see her take one click up because it's not going to hurt. The 9s would still be 9s, but she can eke out just a few more 10s, and that's really going to help her, especially trying to avoid some of those 9-9s. It's all a matter of probability. You can see here, and what I'm noticing is that she takes multiple mini holds, and what those are is sometimes what we see Sophia do is she'll do mini holds. She'll look down the sight, she'll check her sight picture. If she doesn't like it, she'll come off, or she realizes that she hasn't fully approached the bull to a point that she likes. She'll actually look off. She'll divert her attention away from her sight picture, and then she'll come back and check it again. Everybody does it a little bit differently. Here we can see Emily is actually literally physically moving her cheek and her head up and off the rifle, and is then coming back onto it to recheck that position and recheck that sight picture. You can see here, she's looking towards the wall, getting the rifle to settle. She's picking up her head, coming down onto the cheek piece, and then she's doing it again for a second time to hold it, to double check. Then likes it, understands that that's what she likes to see, and is now taking the time to load the rifle. Let's see how many she does here. Always winds up that the cheek piece, if you actually just look straight across the position, it always winds up that the cheek piece just sits right underneath the nose. It's not a dead set rule or dead fast rule, but it's just something that always winds up being the case. There you go, 3 head nods. Yes, yes, yes. You can see that finger just come into the trigger guard. And she takes it for another 10, a nice solid 10-5 there. Looks like Sam and Braden have approached the line once again, the two of them taking a few holds before they actually execute some shots. Braden breaks the tension between the two of them with a solid 10-4 on shot 21 to start out his third series. And it looks like Sam is going to follow suit for a shot 26. May take another hold or two here before we see that shot come onto the board. Looking down the line here, we've got Jacob with a solid 100 on his second series for a 199 with 16 X's. He is working on a slightly better score than Sam at this point. He's actually more on pace with Braden in terms of score and X's. He starts out his next series, his third series, with a 10-6, just slightly better score than Braden. For that shot overall, Jacob's sitting 2 X's behind Braden, but they are tied in terms of only having one down on their first series. Ooh, and Sam's going to live life on the edge still. He's got a 10-1 on shot 26. Still keeping it in there, but man, is that close. Looking back down the line to the other end of the range here. Hour and 15-minute time for the whole match. We're approaching 45 minutes left, so it's about the half-hour mark. Kind of concerned for a couple of our shooters here. We've got George, who's now picked up the pace, which is good. We've got a couple of other shooters, Chloe and Hannah, who are on pace with Braden and Jacob, so we're not concerned there. Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah is on the next series. So Chloe is now taking shot 22 on pace with Jacob and Braden. But Matilda, I'm still a little worried about. We're on shot 16 with her. She's working on 17. She's actually come off the line to take a break. We can see her sitting in her chair behind her point right now. And time is slipping away. Half hour in, only 16 shots. She's no longer clean. She's down 2, had a 9-8 on shot 14, and now a 9-9 on shot 16. Looking to see her kind of pick up the pace here. I'm getting concerned because she's got 44 shots left and 47 and a half minutes to go. And assuming that she doesn't take any breaks, that means that she's going to end up with single-digit minutes left on the clock by the time she finishes that out. Sam recovering off of that 10-1 with a 10-2 and now a 10-8 and then a 10-5. Finally starting to migrate that group a little bit closer to the middle. Braden going clean so far on his series, and Jacob looking to match that performance as well. Again, looking for that little pop that comes through the barrel, the end of the barrel. It's just a little tiny bump that comes through in air rifle as far as recoil is concerned. And that's about the only thing that'll tell us if they actually shoot. Sam finishes out that series with a very, very tight 100. Again, that group is just sitting a little off center there, but it looks like he's made the appropriate correction and he's starting to finally get the thing to settle down closer to the middle. Looking to start out his next series very well, but he's coming into the half. It's still out to the left. Okay. But he's coming into the half with a very good 298. Braden just behind him and Jacob just behind Braden. So the three of them are doing phenomenal right now. Hannah ending her first 20 shots with a 195 with a 10-7 on shot 20 there. Looks like she's back up on the line. So she's a little behind in terms of time, but she's starting to really get into her match here. I am worried about Elisa. She's taken a lot of time here and is almost on pace with Matilda from Georgia Southern. Ooh, 3 10-0s in a row for Elisa. You can see there that she's now finally started to move her feet. Recognize that position, balance, hold, whatever it may be, isn't quite there. Needs to do a little mini reset. Not necessarily come off the line entirely, but put your feet together, do a little penguin walk, get some blood back into your soles, and then spread your feet back out and reestablish a position. And then go through the whole natural point of aim process all over again to make sure that you're giving yourself the best advantage or the best possible chance of shooting and executing a 10. Getting a few more shots down on paper here. Sam has got a 9-8, sitting low for shot 34. Looks like whatever adjustment he has made, the position has settled just a little low now. And really, the group is nice and tight. It's beautiful. It's producing good 10s. It's still producing X's. It's just a little off center. The same thing with that 99 and even that 100 that he had on series 2 and 3. I think Sam is just struggling the little bit to just get it all centered. Seeing these really nice tight groups develop, and that's great. It's just a matter of just pushing it a little further towards the middle. Get an excellent point of view here for Braden. He's doing something very similar to Martin, where he's really breathing into the position. Braden is a starer. He loves looking down the sights for as long as he possibly can before he needs to execute that shot. Likes watching the whole position settle and watching the whole sequence happen. You can see here almost immediately coming right onto the gun, doing a small mini hold here and there. You can see him looking off of the sights and then coming back to look at the sight picture. Looking off the sights, coming back down to look at that sight picture. And he's got a 10-7 to show for it. Coming into the half with a 299 with 26 X's. You can even see here he's making a small adjustment to his front sight. So the cool thing about the rifles is that there are inserts in the front sight that will allow you to change not only the size, the inner diameter of the ring that you're trying to line up and center on the bull that's downrange, but there are other ones where you can actually change how thick or how thin that ring is. And so what we just saw Braden do was he was either opening up or tightening that inner diameter of the ring. This is another personal preference thing, but it's a bit of a physics thing too. Yeah, I think he's telling himself, I didn't execute that very well. So a bit of a physics thing and a bit of a personal preference thing. So there's a couple of things that have to happen. First and foremost, the inner diameter of the front sight ring must be larger than the bull that's sitting downrange. The reason for that is because if the front sight ring is smaller than what the bull image actually is, then you don't know if the bull is actually centered in that circle. You have to give yourself a frame of reference, and the frame of reference is the white that sits between that ring and the actual bull. So in order to get the lit background of the target to appear, you have to have a front sight aperture that is larger than the image of the actual target. Now, how much larger is up for debate. There are some physics that go into it. We'll talk about that in a minute for some of the geeks out there. But generally speaking, the idea is to get it as tight as you can without making the rifle feel like or without making the bull feel like it's bouncing around or touching the edge of that ring. So you continually have a frame of reference, this white space, so to speak, in order to be able to understand where the bull sits in the middle of the target or in the middle of that aperture. If you go too big, then the frame of reference becomes very, very tiny. You find that because the ring of white is so large in comparison to the actual bull that you can't ever tell if it's in the middle or it's not in the middle. It becomes too difficult to tell. So there's this happy medium for everybody where it's tight enough that it's not too tight, and it's large enough that they still have a frame of reference to understand whether they're actually holding in the middle of the target or not. I happen to prefer a very large open diameter. I happen to also have one of the larger sight radiuses, and that's the other thing that kind of goes hand in hand with going with bigger, longer barrels and bigger and longer bloop tubes or sight extensions, is that because something is further away, it appears smaller and you have to blow it up. So for instance, I think I shot with a 5.2 or 5.4 inner diameter size. That was like unheard of. But because my sight radius was almost like 40 or 42 inches or something like that, there's like 3.5 feet between the front sight and the rear sight, I had to have a larger front aperture to compensate for that. Generally speaking, a good rule of thumb as far as like absolute bare minimums is the front aperture should be around 1/10 of a millimeter. This is going to sound really weird coming out of my mouth, but it's about 1/10 of a millimeter for every inch of sight radius. Generally speaking, the rifles will have about 36 inches of sight radius, so about the smallest that you can go before that inner ring is too small is about 3.6. There are some, it's like I think an air rifle I shot with a 4.0 or a 4.2. That's 4.0 or 4.2 millimeter inner diameter front sight iris. Beyond that, or tighter than that 0.1 millimeters for every inch of sight radius, it can become really, really difficult to be able to center the whole bull inside that circle there. Like I said, everybody is going to be a little bit different. Everybody's eyes are different. My eyes are not the greatest. I wear corrective lenses, and I'm fairly sensitive to light. And so I needed to open things up a little bit more in order to help reduce some of the strain on my eyes. Again, that's not the case for everybody, but that just was the case for me. And it's up to you to play around with it, figure it out, and see what your preferences are. That's the most important part there. Try it smaller. Try it 1/10 smaller. Try it 2/10 smaller. Try it 1/10 bigger, 2/10 bigger. You can even do the extremes. You can do 5/10 smaller, 5/10 bigger. Really get a sense of like, oh yeah, like that's way too tiny, or oh yeah, that's way too big. To try to come up with a range of front aperture sizes that works best for you. Don't know till you try it. Great look here at Elisa. She's doing phenomenally. She's actually increased her performance so far throughout the match, getting the cobwebs off of her with the 98, bumping up to a 99, now bumping up to a 100, and now clean through two shots here on shot 31 and 32. You can see also, just like Braden, she is very, very quick to settle the rifle into her front hip and her elbow, and come down onto the bull with her cheek almost at the same time. She is watching that rifle come down from the top side of the target frame down into the top side of the bull, down into the middle. and then letting everything kind of settle. And it's working for her. She's got 3 X's back to back on the series, and she is robotic. There is no emotion coming through on that face of hers. You can see her trigger finger is just sitting on the outside of that trigger guard, sitting right on the edge of her stock. You can see as that position settles, she feathers that finger, comes in and out, and then once it starts to really settle, see a little bit of left and right coming through right now. And then as soon as that movement starts to compress, she takes the shot. Again, just seeing Elisa, just seeing that little bit of left and right, and then it'll settle, and then we'll see that little bump, and there she goes. She executes it right when it settles. Doing a really good job of timing that shot, despite that left and right movement that she's having right now. Sam taking another break after shot 45. Braden doing the same thing as well after shot 40. Sam has lost another couple of points here and there on his 4th series, is now clean 5 shots into his 5th. I think he's coming off not only to get a breath of fresh air, but to make sure that he doesn't get lost here. Can be really easy to shoot a 100 and then come down to a 98, knowing that you've shot multiple 100s before, and then to come back in with a 50, 5 shots clean into the next series, and get lost and say, well, what if I repeat the 98? And kind of getting out of the groove there. So I think Sam is just coming off, trying to find that groove again before he comes back up and tries to execute these last 15 shots as 15 10s. He's only 4 points down for the match, which is still inside of his working range. And his teammate Braden, 2 points down through shot 40. 35 X's in. Sam is still maintaining pace with him. 34 X's for Sam. And Jacob right behind the two of them, coming up on 31 X's, 32 X's. Where he'll be coming into shot 40. Looking across the range again, Elisa doing phenomenal. She's got a 9 on shot 36. Still only down 4 so far for air rifle portion of the match. Jacob doing very well. He's got another 10-4 up on the board. Hannah really doing well. A good job of maintaining. She's got a 97, a pair of 98s. Is now working on a 99. Emily doing very well. Pair of 96s, moving her way up to a 99. Took it down a little bit with a 95, but she's clean so far on this string to make up for it. Kind of bouncing between that 97, 98 average right now. And there you go with a solid 10-2. Looking at Jacob here for his last 2 shots leading into second third of his match. You can see here a great look at his front sight. We talked about that little ring, that little front aperture that Braden was adjusting. Doing well. He's got a 10-2. Another X to add in his cap. Really doing a great job of minimizing the movement between him and his rifle stand. The last match that we saw him shoot here in Barker Hall, he had his rifle stand fairly far away from him, and so we're seeing this really massive, gross movement Oh, that's solid 10-4. Good for you, bud. He was doing this really massive, big, exaggerated movement to get his rifle from the stand over and down into his position. And it looks like he's really closed the gap on that. He's gotten that stand almost as close as you can get it to his position without touching his actual body. And you can see there, he's as soon as he's picking it up, he's basically all he has to do is just rotate his wrist, reset his forward supporting elbow into his hip, and it's working out really, really well for him. He's got a 398 with 32 X's, only down 2 points, a 99 on his first, a 100, and now basically copy and paste that in his third and fourth series. Just because of the pace of air rifle, everybody seems to shoot it relatively quickly. And because it's all done from from the standing position, and you have an hour and 15 minutes in that whole position, we see a lot more activity. There's a lot more shooters coming off the line, talking with coaches, getting a water break, and taking their jacket off like Sam in order to be able to just cool off in a hot range right now. There's just a lot more activity because it's a lot easier to break position, particularly in standing, right? You can just put the rifle down, the settings don't have to change, and you can walk off and have a conversation or get a drink of water and then come right back up. It's not like prone where you have to get up off the ground. You basically have to do a full body, like up down crunch kind of thing, unhook to the rifle, put the rifle down, put your ECI, your empty chamber indicator in, and then you can come off the line once you've done this full up down. And then, hey, by the way, you got to do the whole thing in reverse again in order to be able to get back into position in order to be able to continue shooting. Much more difficult. We rarely ever see shooters come out of kneeling and prone, or rather really in prone, in order to come talk to coaches and teammates to really kind of get a little refresher mid-match. Kneeling is maybe the oddball because it's just easier to push off of that forward supporting leg in order to be able to get up and out of the position. But air rifle in particular, there's always lots of activity, people taking multiple breaks at different portions of time, maybe even irregularly. We saw Sam come off at shot 25. We saw him come off at shot 35 and now off of shot 45. He's unfortunately coming back in with a 9.9, but now is coming back into the middle with a solid 10.7. Coming down to the last 25 minutes left in the match, looks like Matilda has picked up the pace a little bit, even though she was taking a break after, I think we're on shot 20 or 25. She's now, and she had right around a minute of shot left for the match at that point. She's coming back up to the line. She's got 35 shots on paper with 25 shots left to go, now 24, and she's got just under 26 minutes to do it in. So she's picked up the pace a little bit, despite having to take breaks here and there, and she's doing well for it. It can be really difficult to, particularly in a match setting, if everybody had unlimited time, everybody could shoot a 600 if they wanted, right? Sky's the limit kind of deal. But it's this time crunch, this I was clean through the first, 12 or 13 shots in Matilda's situation, but I'm eating up too much time. And so we talked about this with Liz of having these gates in your mind of like, okay, if I hit this gate at this time, then I know I'm going to be good. I know I'm going to be okay for time. I'm going to be all right for the rest of the match, and trying to keeping that not necessarily in the forefront of your mind, because of course you want to be focused on shooting 10s and producing 10s and actually taking the shots that you want to take, but keeping it in the background and doing little check-ins at particular times during the match or points in the match, I think is very important, and it is a skill that should be developed. And as you go through your shooting career and as you get better and better, and things can go sideways, even as you get better and better. Knowing when to take that break and knowing that you have enough time to take that break is also important. Training that break in your shot schedule and your cadence, your rhythm, is just a skill that winds up being developed over time. You can think of it like long distance swimming or long distance. We'll even do this for the Winter Olympics. Long distance skating, the 5,000 or the 10,000 meter events in skating. Those athletes have a particular cadence for a lap, and don't think that their coaches aren't telling them or giving them cues or cards from the sideline telling them what their lap pace is, to give them that sense of cadence, like, hey, you're slowing down, or hey, you are way outside of your training realm, you're going very fast. The same thing goes for these athletes here, particularly because this is like air rifle is like the stock car, stock NASCAR kind of sense. Everybody is shooting air rifle. Everybody is shooting the same position. Everybody is shooting from the same distance. It's just a matter of who can execute and repeat tens back to back to back to back. Sam doing well off of that 99. It looks like he's just loves these 10-1s and 10-0s that are coming through on the target right now. He's down 5 so far for the match, working on a 595. 7 shots left for him. His teammate Braden down 2 right now, working up to shot 45. He's now tripled up 10-7s and then has put a 10-5 right on top of them. Elisa with a 9-9 in the last third of her match after shot 40. She is only down 6 points so far. So Sam is just a little further ahead than she is. But it looks like Elisa's X count is actually going to eclipse Sam's overall for the match. She's just a little bit further ahead right there. Jacob doing great. He's got copied and pasted 99-100, then another 99-100. He's got a 9.9 on shot 43. Something about shot 41 to 43. But he's doing very well. Only down 3 so far for the match. Good look at Sam. He's got plenty of time. 21:20 left on the clock. 5 shots left to go. Blinking to wet his eye. Make sure that he's actually looking at the sight picture that he wants to execute on. 10-4, and he takes the click. So he's got the 10-1 that's covering up the 8 sitting on the bull right now. He's got a 10-4 sitting out there as well. And his other shots, again, are just clustered right off center. And he's taking the click to give himself every opportunity to get those points in. Again, we're watching these elites do these little mini holds. Sam will look off in front of himself and then will look down again. He'll look off in front of himself. He'll look down again. Again, just doing those mini holds here. And he executes really well for a solid 10-6 in the middle there. And it's gone exactly where he's clicked his sights in. And crossing my fingers, he's now just found the middle, and he's going to take this nice tight group, and it's just going to flow right down the middle. Yeah, and Sam really working hard on these last few shots, even despite having plenty of time to do them. Braden coming in hopefully with another 10 for 100 on this series. That'll put him in a really good position because he'll come into the last card only 2 points down. The Cats are doing just a phenomenal job right now. Emily with a 100 on that series with 10 X's, 9 X's on that series there. She took a break, came off the line, probably had that whoa kind of moment for herself, come back to the line and find that center, find that middle, find that position again that was producing those 10s and continuing with that mindset. It's just as important of finding the groove as it is maintaining the groove and being able to break from it and come back and find it again. You know, as much of the sport is position and aim and making sure that everything is pointed down the middle, half of the battle is the mental game, is not freaking out when things are actually going right, is maintaining and being able to pick up the level of intensity on a dime when you come back up to the line. And there you go. She comes back with a 10-6. And Sam finishes out with a deep 10-7, coming off with a 5.95 with 44 X's. Keep in mind, Braden is coming into his last series. He got that 100. Good on him. He's coming into his last 10-shot series with 44 X's, only down 2 points. Getting a quick look here at him, straddling the rifle with his fingers there. We can just see through the web of his thumb. We can see that trigger finger come down on. Again, we're just going to see a little bump come through on the end of the barrel. Right there. And there we go. He's got it's averaging a 10-7 right now. More times than not, and he clicks. What a guy. Takes a lot of confidence to be able to say, yeah, I can move that a click over to the right. Yeah, the 10-8 could have been a 10-9. Yeah, the 10-6 could have been a 10-8. Interestingly enough, Braden has found very unique ways to find out how he can add weight to his rifles. It appears that not only does he have look at that, he's taken the click to the right, and from 10-7 on one side of the bowl to 10-7 on the other side of the bowl. That's incredible to have a hold that is so tight and have an execution that is nearly perfect enough that you can hold the click in your rifle. That's impeccable. Look at him, dead stare down the sights. And he looks down for a 10-6. Yeah, and look at that. He's just shifted the group over the little bit that he wanted. But coming back, Braden has found some unique ways in order to add weight to his rifles. You can see here he's got the black air cylinder tube right underneath his barrel. Those are going to be the steel ones rather than the standard aluminum ones that would normally come with the rifles. So that's an extra, that's a bunch of weight. Steel is 5 times as dense. Weighs 5 times as much as the same amount of aluminum. You can even see there he's also got a brass weight on the end of his accessory rail, and it looks like he's also changed out the pillars to his front sight riser to be brass as well. So he's got brass, which is even heavier or even denser than steel. He's got brass added on to different parts of the rifle. It looks like even on his cheek piece or on the rear part of his rifle, he's got some other added weight in order to help that balance. Heavy rifles don't like to move, but man, are they difficult to handle. If you do it right, you don't have to muscle the gun whatsoever, but heavy rifles just sit still. They take a lot of energy to move, and it can be helpful to have a heavier rifle than a lighter rifle. And again, this is all stature and physical dependent. But getting the rifle as heavy as you can get it is probably a good piece of advice. If the rifle is too light, it tends to wobble, and that's really not the most conducive to trying to get a really deep group like we're seeing Braden go through right here. 2 shots left for him. We'll watch these here. You can see he's also got that corrective lens on the backside of his rear sight just to help crisp up that image. Most of the time, it's just a quarter of a 0.25 corrective lens here or there, either plus or minus, depending on your vision. Another 10-8. Look at this thing. It looks like I'm going to say it looks like a test group, but if this is what he shoots out of position, I just want to see how well the rifle actually shoots in a vise. Psych, he is the vise. That actually brings me to an interesting subject. So we've talked about, I don't think we've talked about testing very often here, but he just ends on a 10.5 for a 5.98 with 54Xs like it's another Tuesday. Ending with just under 12 and a half minutes left. Super, super solid group from him. So we'll talk about testing here and why it's important and some of the things that you can do in order to be able to do it well and maybe do it better. So as you get better throughout the sport, you start off with club ammo or club plus ammo. Ely Sport is probably a good example, or Lapua Center X is probably another good example there. While those 2 ammos are very good in their own rights, there are better ammos available. What you can do is send your rifles out to be tested. So basically put the rifle in a vise in some way, shape, or form and test different lots of ammunition. Or 10.9 from Elisa here. Good on her. Doing very well. Struggled a little bit on that 5th series, but she's coming out of it very well. She's at least starting out her last series here with 2 X's. But coming back to the testing bit, you can do it for air rifles, and it's more prominent with small bore because the number of lots of ammunition are just a little bit greater, and it's a lot easier to find somebody that tests that'll do small bore testing versus air rifle testing, but it does exist for both. For what you're doing is essentially finding the best lot of ammunition that shoots in your gun. Every lot of ammunition will either be made on a different machine, it'll have slightly different tolerances, or one set will be slightly bigger, one set will be slightly smaller in terms of diameter. Like for air rifle, you can shoot 4.49 diameter pellets, 4.50s, or 4.51s. They've even changed the weights of the densities. Different pellets are made, or different pellets from different manufacturers are made from different lead alloys. So it's a different mixture of lead and other metals in order to be able to create the pellet. And everybody's machines are different. The machine that JSB uses is not the same machine that R10 or RWS is going to use. So trying to find the right lot of ammunition can be really, really helpful, and it can make the difference between shooting or having shots go not where you expect them to go to basically turning the gun into a laser beam. Most, if not all, of the small bore testing is done at 50 meters, so it's done at distance. Part of that is because the international competition or international stages are done at 50 meters, both indoor and outdoor. It's only the collegiate realm that's done at 50 feet, and that's mostly due to range, facilities, and access problems. Right? Not everybody can spare the money or make the justification to build out a completely retrofitted 50-meter rifle range just for the rifle team to be able to spend their time in. So 50 feet is a lot easier for a lot of campuses to be able to not only manage but make the argument for. But you can do tuning testing, you can do all of that. And what you can also do is, assuming that you're good enough and you are testing ammo and you're using high quality ammo, you can even test Center X. You can go up to Black Box, which is Ely Match. You can go up to Ely 10X. On the Lapua lineup, there's Center X, Midas Plus, and Exact. All of those lots of ammo can be tested in your particular rifle, but after you've gone through the testing, you say, yep, I want to buy 1 case, 2 case, 3 cases, or no, I'm just going to take everything you can give me. It's almost equally as important to then take that ammo and shoot it out of position. A lot of air rifle shooters, a lot of top tier air rifle shooters will have a gun or a air rifle that basically they'll swap between 2 lots. They'll buy 2 lots of sleeve of that of those pellets. A sleeve is 5,000. It's the equivalent to a case of ammunition of 22 ammo. And they'll actually shoot it out of position in order to be able to gauge how well the pellets perform in comparison to how they are actually calling the shots. So here we just saw Braden. He was so confident in his position, in his rifle, in his tested ammo, that he was so confident to be able to say, yeah, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take my 10-7 group that's sitting on the left-hand side of the bowl. I'm going to take it a click right. And sure enough, it lands on 10-7 on the opposite side of the bowl. To be able to have the confidence to do that comes from not just the hours of training and having tested ammo, but literally shooting the tested ammo in position to make sure that it matches your expectations. The same thing can be said for shooting bench rest, shooting prone. Lots of prone shooters, they will take 2 to 3 lots of ammunition. They'll shoot a few matches with them, and they will, a few series of 60-shot matches, and they'll determine, hey, this one just seems to shoot better out of the position. And that's the one that they'll go with. So it's a little bit of added effort, but what you can do is buy a tin of each, and whichever one you like, you can call up your ammo supplier and say, hey, I have this tin of this, this lot, this tin of ammo, and I'd like to buy, the next sleeve that you have available. Go ahead and send it on to me, right? And then, whoop-de-doo, you've now got the sleeve, or you've got the case of ammo, plus another box or another tin or two. Not uncommon for people to rotate between lots, to rotate between rifles even. Basically duking it out between this rifle shoots this lot. Well, now the goal is to find a lot of ammo for the other rifle to get it to shoot better than the one I'm using right now. And so it's this ping pong kind of back and forth that a lot of top tier shooters will do, because while they're shooting one rifle with one ammo, they're working on the next rifle and the next ammo. Constantly testing. Oh, man, and it doesn't look like Jacob was very happy with that shot. Let's see where it landed. 9-9 on his last shot there. And it looks like he took a dip towards the end of that string there. Again, the copy-paste, 99-100, 99-100, and then had a 99 and just fell short of the 100. He's got a couple of 9-9s and a 9-3. He's lost 3 points in that last series to finish out with a 594 with 45 X's. Keep in mind, Jacob lost 3 points, the same number of points in the last string as he did in the previous 50 shots. And that's why he was particularly disappointed with that 9-9 on shot 60. Not only is, it's just not necessarily the way you want to end your match, but at the same time, it's a matter of, I maintained the performance for 50 shots. Why couldn't I do it for the last 10? So I think that's something that Jacob will have to work on, is just trying to maintain that level of execution throughout the match, and that'll be really good for him. So at this point, at least the majority of the match is over. If not, it looks like we got Chloe Shannon, who is finishing out for us. She's got 4 shots left to go and 3.5 minutes to do it in. So she is going to have to be a little bit of Speedy Gonzalez, shooting, being the last one up on the line here. So all eyes are on her. No pressure whatsoever. We'll wait for her to finish out until we go through the whole lineup and read off scores for everyone. Oh, 4 shots with 3 minutes remaining. We'll just we'll give her some time to. I don't think I have time to give her. She doesn't have time to give to the to give to the target. That seems to be working. She's got a solid 10. What appears to be a 10-8 sitting in the middle of the bowl right now. She's got 2.5 minutes, 3 shots to go. As very quick back up onto the rifle. Yeah, and again, just trying to shoot with enough time left. Again, very quick backup on the rifle. You even saw there on our feed, you can actually see her when she placed the rifle down. She actually didn't move her support hand, just to eliminate a part of that process that doesn't necessarily need to happen. She just reached over with her right hand, loaded, closed the action, and then brought it right back up. You can even see there she's doing it again just to save her a little bit of time. And there you go. She's made up the time that she needs. She's got 1:40 left and 1 shot left to go. What I'd like to see here is that she just maintains the quick shooting pace. It's been working out for her. She's 9-10s into this series with 1 more to go. What I don't want her to do is let up and basically relax and change the whole cadence on the last shot, kind of like what we saw Matilda do at the end of Small Bore. Looks like she is. She's really. Does she have the rifle down? Yeah, she put the rifle down. Taking a big deep breath, bringing her cheek down onto the cheek piece. 45 seconds left. And finishes it out with a what appears to be a 9-8, maybe a 9-6 here on her last shot with 30 seconds left to go. Bit of a nail biter towards the end for a couple of our shooters today. And we will run out the clock, and that concludes our second relay for today. And that will conclude the NCAA qualifiers here in Barker Hall, Lexington, Kentucky. Here in just a few minutes, if you check in online to the NCAARifle.org website, you should be able to see the updated scores for the match, again, in just a few minutes. If they haven't already been entered and updated, let's give a quick check over to that, and it looks like they are updated. Okay, so finishing out the match today with a 47-44 For the Wildcats, Georgia Southern with a 47-20, and Morehead State University with a 46-71. Now, again, this is not necessarily a win-lose sort of match. Because this is qualifiers, again, this score represents 50% of what will be used as the NCAA qualifying score. So the match here today will be averaged with the season average for each of these individual teams. So it's very important that these teams not only perform well throughout the season, but they also have to perform well on this one particular day, because this is exactly what's going to happen during NCAAs. You have one shot and one opportunity to be able to execute that score. Kentucky does so today with a 47-44. Again, Georgia Southern with that 47-20. Morehead State University with that 46-71. We've got back-to-back 600s for Elizabeth Probst, and we've got some stellar scores from across the board for Kentucky. Sophia Ciccarello with a 1181, Sam Adkins with a slightly better 1183, and Braden Pizer with an 1193 after a 598 in air rifle. Yeah, I think it was a 598 in air rifle, but I will double-check myself because sometimes I get that wrong. Yes, 595 in small bore and a 598 in air rifle. You know, I can say that Braden was a little off his game in small bore, but you know what? 595 is still pretty good in comparison to his NCAA record of a 599, and he had 51 X's today in small bore to show for it. Excellent scores from all three teams. At the end of today, which you should be able to do because other teams are still shooting and they're in different time zones, you should be able to go to the NCAA Rifle website and look at the team standings page, and that will show you who is where all of the teams sit in terms of their overall standings for the top 8 teams. Oh, man. This is so close. This is so close. So I will have to double-check my own records, but I believe that the University of Kentucky is now the second team to break the 950 barrier. 950 being the addition of the season average in conjunction with the qualifying score. I believe West Virginia University was the first one to do it, if not last year, a couple of years ago. And Kentucky is now the second team to do it, but I will have to double check to make sure that that is accurate. Assuming that all of the other scores are in from other teams, they are. I'm seeing nods across the team room. Then the NCAA team standings are final, which means that Georgia Southern has made it into the top 8 and is qualified for NCAAs by the skin of their teeth by a measly 7 points in comparison to Murray State. But coming down the lineup here for the top 8 teams, since I'm going to say it's official at this point because all the other team scores are in, I'm seeing scores in the 9,000s, which makes sense. Down from position 1, there we go, good look here. Position 1 down through, I'll even do down to position 15 because some of them are just, they're so close at this point. Kentucky coming out on top with a 9,500. You can see there with that 47-62 really, really helping out the team's average there. Nearly identical performance across the entire season, even today for the University of Nebraska, coming just in second place by less than 5 points with a 94-95.33. TCU, Texas Christian University, right behind them by another 5 points with a 94-90.33. Right behind them by another 5 points is West Virginia University. All of those teams shooting within a 10-point spread today. A 10-point spread is what separates first from fourth. Just shy of them is Ole Miss. So we have all Kentucky alumni who are head coaches and assistant coaches are now in the top 5 teams here. Ole Miss coming in with a 94-83, just a couple of points shy of West Virginia University. University of Alaska Fairbanks sitting in 6th, tying for 6th with a 94-72 with Navy, also with a 94-72. And coming in 10 points below them, Georgia Southern with the lowest qualifying score of the top 8 with this 47-20. Making their way into the top 8 with a 94-62.33. Just shy of them, Murray State with a 94-55.33. Memphis with a 94-31.67. UTEP, albeit having a great season, having a 94-24. Akron coming in 12th place with a 9400. Air Force with a 93-98, the Ohio State University with a 93-90. And then in 15th, we have Jacksonville State sitting at a 93-83. Now, keep in mind here that the difference in total score between first and 10th place is nearly 70 points, which means that the season average was roughly of between Kentucky and Memphis is 35 points difference, and the qualifier score was another 35 points difference. Again, right about an average there. Huge margins. Very tight at the top between places 1 through 4. And again, fairly tight between positions 5 through 8. Like we talked about at the beginning of today. But that's it. That concludes today's NCAA qualifier. You now have your top 8 teams you will see at NCAAs. And regretfully, I will have to inform everybody that this will be the last broadcast that we will do for the season. Unfortunately, the Ohio State University did not select me, didn't give me a call back on being able to do color commentary for NCAA. So hopefully we'll be missed out there, but I definitely will be in the stand. So if you're out there, come find me. We'll talk about it, and we'll see you then. Here's to our longest 9-hour broadcast here, double header here for us over 2 relays. Hope to see you soon. Till next time. Thanks, everyone.